on recent trends in multidisciplinary research, ICRTMDR-2020, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, in association with Crix College, Avid College, MI College, and Department of CSC APC Mahalakshmi College for Women. First of all, I would like to apologize all the participants and the keynote speakers for the last moment of conducting this event virtually. Due to the second wave of the pandemic, novel coronavirus, we had to move the event virtually. But at the same time, I would like to thank all the organizing committee members and participants for cooperating with us in making this event virtually. So once again, thank you and welcome all. So before we begin, I would like to welcome and introduce to you IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, which is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analysis magazine. Next, I would like to welcome our co-host, Crix College. For about 2 decades, Crix has been the most trusted name for information technology and management education in the Maldives. Crix College takes this trust very seriously by sustaining its investments in technology, facilities, and human resources to remain a provider of high-quality training and education. Today's Crix College is the result of a small computer training center that began on 24th August 1993 with just 4 computers and 6 students. Crix is now a full-fledged college that caters to over 1,500 students and employs over 65 academic and support staff members. Our facilities have grown to include 2 campuses in Male, with several computer training labs, modern lecture rooms, and libraries. In recognition of outstanding services to the nation, Crix was awarded the National Public Services Incentive Award by the President of Maldives in 2002. Thank you and welcome Crix College for joining us. Next, I would like to welcome Avid College. Avid College was established in 2005 as Avid Training Center, registered with the Department of Higher Education. It was awarded with college status in 2013, and now it is the fastest growing private higher education provider in the Maldives. Avid College differs academic programs ranging from certificate, diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Maldives National Qualification Frameworks levels from 1 to 9. All academic programs offered by Avid College are approved by Maldives Qualifications Authority. Thank you, Avid College, for joining us. And next, I would like to welcome MI College. MI College, previously known as IIPD, began its journey on the 20th of July in 2006. The motto of MI College is Inspiring Excellence. The International Institute for Professional Development, IIPD, began its journey on the 20th of July 2016 in the name of the International Center for Career Development, ICCD. The journey began with 19 students, 2 classrooms with 1 permanent faculty, the co-founder, and the 2 part-time lecturers. With the approval of few certificate courses by Maldives Qualifications Authority, Cambridge International Diploma in Business and English language courses had started to grow. Thank you, MI College. Next, I would like to welcome Department of CSC, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women. The department was begun in 1996. Since then, it has been producing excellent computer science graduates who are the pillars in the current and emerging information era. Excellent academicians and a sophisticated computing environment complement the learning process. The department prepares the students to face confidently the real-time challenges posed in the IT industry. Thank you all for joining us. It's an honor to have been collaborated with wonderful, reputed organizations like you. Now, before we begin, I would like to introduce our conference of the day, ICRTMDR 2020, which was supposed to happen in Maldives. With technology processing at an accelerated pace, young scholars, students, and researchers in the early stages of their career are finding it harder than ever to keep up. This conference aims at helping them to get up speed with all the latest advancements. The idea of ICRTMDR is for experts, academicians, technicians, and scholars from universities throughout the world and industry to converge together and present contemporary research projects that inform and illuminate delegates about the progress being made. ICRTMDR 2020 makes their research findings known to the world by submitting relevant papers, irrespective of what specific field in technology they specialize in. The authors of the best research papers will be awarded suitably. They will have the incredible opportunity to have their research findings.
We had nearly 36 members now, total 54 members. Okay. And today 25 presentations with keynote speakers and session chairs. 36 members. Okay.
Next, I would like to welcome our honorable dignitaries who have been joined us here. Firstly, I would like to welcome Dr. Andris C. Pagtapan, who is the professor from campus administrator at Eastern Samar State University, Philippines. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Abdul Rashid Ahmed, the Minister of State for Education from Maldives. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Jake R. MAET, IT, MIT, Science Research Specialist 2 from Technological University of Philippines. Mr. Rudra Satpathy, who is the founder and head of IFERP. And our eminent keynote speaker, Mr. Ibrahim Wahid, who is the Vice Rector from Crix College, Maldives. And Dr. G.M. Shaju, Register from MI College, Maldives. Thank you all for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the globe who has spared their valuable time in enlightening with us their latest research studies. So firstly, I would like to welcome Mr. Rudra Satpathy. To speak
a very good morning. A very good morning to everyone available online. A warm welcome from Team IFERP, Team ICRTMDR, the entire organizing committee, the co-hosting committee, the co-organizers, the organizing committee members, the speakers, the panelists, the chairs, the session chairs, the delegates, the listeners, the attendees of the conference. I express my hearty gratitude to each and everyone to being a part of this conference. And this is an fantastic, and this is an fabulous, and this, I would say, is one of the most memorable moment for our organization to host this conference online. The world is facing a challenge of COVID-19, the economic system of different nations and country has been jeopardized. the economy and the financial infrastructures of educational institutions, private and public sectors have been challenged because of COVID-19 crisis. Educational institutions, universities and colleges are facing a heads-up trouble to manage the academic lifestyles and academic curriculum amid this COVID-19. As a premium conference organizer and as one of the largest professional scientific body of Asia and I would say all over globe, it has been a hard times for our organization to fulfill our commitment towards our clients and delegates. As I always prefer thanking my colleagues and the members and the associates of IFERP and Technology Group based at different countries, locations, and nook and corners of the globe. I would express my gratitude to all of them to stand strong at this time to fulfill the commitment of bringing academic revolution, to stand strong, to fight with the scenario of COVID-19 amid this pandemic, to face the challenge, to combat the challenge, to find a solution, to fulfill our mission and our commitments towards all academicians, scientific scholars, and researchers of the globe. At this hard time, amid this COVID-19, we had a lot of expectations, and it was a dream to unite our researchers, to bring them unlocked from their residences after this period of lockdown. And we was pretty much excited to meet all the speakers and delegates with a good time after this COVID-19 at Maldives. So we started this conference, planning this conference, I mean, maybe a few months ago, when our local organizers and our organizing committee members said that, yes, Maldives is open for international visitors. With this expectation, this conference was planned and started. And I express my gratitude once again to Abbott College, to Cricks College, to MI College, and professors of National University of Maldives to be a part of this conference and to encourage us and to support us to make this conference successful. Our virtual conference to a virtual delegates, our members, our associates, and the co-host colleges in and around Maldives, which will be a memorable moment for them. As I always say, IFERP is committed towards academic and scientific revolutions and rendered free scientific services to colleges in organizing scientific conferences and academic events. The conferences was about to be scheduled in different colleges in association with different colleges. In upcoming days also, in year 2021 also, we have scheduled conferences with collaboration with many colleges of Malaysia, Singapore, Gulf, Middle East, and in Southeast Asian countries. With this, I would express the hearty gratitude, and I would also express a warm welcome to all the speakers, dignitaries, and organizers and co-hosts for taking this painstaking effort to make this conference a valuable event worth of attending. I express my gratitude to my colleagues and the co-host and the organizer to give their best, and especially to the technical team to make the arrangement of this conference at a very short notice. We believe that this conference will support the multidisciplinary research evolutions in Asia in upcoming years. We had a discussion with our board of directors, and we have a proposal of organizing ICRTMDR every year in the last week of December, so that with a great vision of scientific and academic revolutions and challenges we face, we would meet every year last week of December at Maldives through ICRTMDR, and let's have a wise thought among the sun sign of next year. Moreover, the conference, if I say ICRTMDR, which began at the port town of India, Tuticorin, at VOC College of Thoothukudi, and then we had the second series at APC Mahalakshmi College. So these conferences were grand success series with more than 400 plus presentations in previous years. And we believe that bringing the academic and scientific infrastructure and scientific platform where the research ideas and innovations could be shared should be brought out of India and should be globalized. If I talk of globalization of academic system is the transformation of infrastructure and globalization of connectivity and communication scopes among the universities and research institutions. If I go back to early 1960 and we talk of colonialism, Maldives was a part of colonialism and came out of colonialism with huge infrastructure of educational institutions in early 60s. With subsequent rise of educational institutions in Maldives, we are proud to collaborate with almost top leading educational institutions and universities and academic bodies of Maldives to make this conference successful. I express everyone a hearty welcome towards this to the conference, and I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and great New Year ahead. And I also wish all our researchers, members, and associates a healthy and safe life. Wish you all the best for third ICRTMDR Maldives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. With this, we will move on to our keynote speaker. I would like to welcome Dr. Andris, who has joined us here. Before we begin, I would like to speak a few words about Dr. Samar State University from Philippines. After years of steadfast service and dedication to his institutions have quietly transformed Dr. Andris C. Pagtapan into an exemplar of scholarship and organizational leader. Starting at a humble teacher at the Southern Samar School of Arts and Trades in 1986, he rose from the ranks to become the campus administrator of what is now known as the Eastern Samar State University. This journey was marked by an impeccable track record as he served the university in various capacities. He was acting administrative officer of the campus from March 1999 to March 2000. Laboratory High School principal from September 2003 to October 2007. Head of the Teacher Education Department from September 2003 to October 2007. And head of the Student Organization and Activities from 2008 to 2011. Graduate School Professor and Campus Administrator from 2012 until now. This leadership record came alongside with various roles in the academia, such as being the coordinator and thesis advisor in the Joint FANMAT, Graduate Schools Consortium Program Chairman in the Graduate School Thesis Committee, and ESSU GAN Campus Research Journal. Responding to the government-led relief and recovery efforts, Dr. Pagtapan was the key figure behind the massive reconstruction program of the ESSU GAN campus after being devastated by Super Typhoon Yolanda. As a scholar, Dr. Pagtapan has conducted, presented, and published studies in the following fields: academic leadership and organizational management, entrepreneurship program, product development, and computer studies. Majority of these studies have been published in Scopus Index journals and presented in various international research conferences. Some of these include the International Conference of Emerging Technologies held at Hangman University, Daejeon City, South Korea, from November 12 to 15 in the year 2019, and the 17th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, WCSCT, held at the Eastern Priority Samantang Hotel and Conference Center at Jakarta in Indonesia in 2019. Recognizing the crucial role at ESSU plays in the establishment of sustainable, empowered and resilient communities, Dr. Paktapan has led the conduct of the following successful community extension projects: S&T facility for meat processing, a support facility for the livelihood recovery program of Typhoon Yolanda affected women in Masdi's Eastern Samanta, establishment of S&T based facility on ice block making in shelf, life enhancement of fish catch in Sulong women in Masdi's Eastern Samar, and the ongoing SSF on product label designing and printing at Eastern Samar State University Gyan campus. As a visionary and action-oriented leader, he has been seeking scientific knowledge and innovation through international collaborations. This leadership thrust is founded on the belief that such undertakings are the cornerstone of human and social development. Thank you and welcome, sir. I would like you to speak a few words on this occasion.
Thank you so much, Madam, for that generous introduction.
You're most welcome, sir.
Please allow me to share my screen. To the ICRT officials, organizers, and participants of the third International Conference on Recent Trends and Multidisciplinary Research 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and Merry Christmas, everyone. On behalf of the Eastern Samar State University from the Philippines, I express my sincerest gratitude to the Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication for the distinct honor of being part of this prestigious scholarly undertaking. Our establishment of a Memorandum of Understanding for the continued pursuit of research and innovation in this part of the world will certainly help boost our drive to introduce much needed changes in the field of education, science, and technology, engineering, among others. The fast-paced and knowledge-based society that we are living in today requires such collaboration in order for scholars, researchers, policymakers, and other stakeholders to be able to share and exchange ideas. These ideas subsequently will serve as a launching pad of significant developments and will benefit our society. In the context of the Philippines, specifically in the province of Eastern Samar, which is one of the poorest in the country, our university plays a key role in both rural and national development trusts. As the lone state-funded higher education institution in the province, the Eastern Samar State University is at the forefront of developing a responsible and responsive citizenry by providing inclusive, equitable, and quality education anchored on a value-driven philosophy. Our institutional mandate is tailored to serve a province of nearly 500,000 people, occupying over a 4,660 square kilometer area, and whose livelihood depends on agriculture, fishery, and tourism activities. Of particular interest in our developmental trajectory is the disaster risk reduction management. As a university, we are committed to increase the awareness of our people regarding the adverse effects of natural disasters, such as typhoons, landslides, floods, and earthquakes. which frequently affect our province. In doing so, we continuously seek to establish linkages with government and non-government organizations, civil society and people's organizations, research institutions, and academia to prepare for and mitigate the risk of disaster, enhance collaboration, and gain people's participation. This focus on disaster risk reduction management is stemmed from one of the worst and most unfortunate disasters that occurred in the country. On November 8, 2013, 7 years ago, the strongest typhoon to be recorded in history devastated a large part of Eastern Samar and the rest of the country. Named Super Typhoon Haiyan, the disaster left an indelible mark among the survivors. All over the country, it affected 3,424,593 families, 6,078,181 persons, with 6,300 dead, 28,688 injured, and 1,062 missing, with high percentages in all categories coming from our region. Moreover, data from the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council showed that it also damaged a total of 1,140,332 houses and required a 150.3 billion budget for the rehabilitation program. Located in the eastern seaboard of the Philippine territory, Eastern Samar was the first to be hit by the typhoon when it made landfall. The typhoon leveled everything on its path, necessitating an international emergency response. The issuing international relief and emergency efforts, the Isugiwan campus was declared as the United Nations hub, where agencies such as the United Nations Development Program, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Doctor Without Borders, or MSF, among others, lead the campaign. The magnitude of its severity led to a whole of nations approach whereby the NDRRMC formula of public plus private plus people equals 0 was duly emphasized. To this end, the Eastern Samar State University takes an unwavering position to contribute to the lessening of the disaster losses, institution of sound policies, and establishment of resilient communities in our province. A manifestation of this commitment is the annual conduct of the International Conference on Integrative Disaster Risk Reduction Management, or ICIDRRM, in our university. This undertaking seeks to discuss timely and relevant topics on DRRM, governance, environmental policies, among others. Participated by scholars from various institutions, this year's theme revolved around our collective fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. As a partner in the conduct of this third international conference on recent trends in multidisciplinary research, I also would like to share how, in our humble ways, we contribute to the achievement of the Global 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Firstly, the conduct of the integrative disaster risk reduction management in our university is our steadfast commitment to participate in the achievement of SDG Goal number 13, or climate action, as part of an archipelago that is frequently affected by natural disasters such as those that I mentioned previously. We take seriously our initiatives and efforts to reduce disaster losses. For SDG number 4, or quality education, the Eastern Samar State University responds to this development thrust by offering equitable and inclusive education in various areas of specialization, such as engineering, environmental sciences, computer and information technology, agriculture, education, law and criminal justice, business and management, industrial technology, medicine and allied sciences, and others. To make sure that no learner is left behind, we made sure to recalibrate our pedagogical approaches in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. As technological affordances vary sharply among our students, Our approach to the teaching learning process in the new normal hinges on inclusive strategies tempered by compassion and understanding. All of these are directed towards the attainment of our goal to produce value-laden and globally competitive graduates. Furthermore, Eastern Samar State University responds to SDG number 11, or the Sustainable Cities and Communities, through our extension services that seek to empower people and increase their level of socio-civic participation. Some of these activities include watershed protection and rehabilitation projects, community values reorientation, solid waste management, disaster preparedness trainings, livelihood and skills-based projects, chicken breeding and production initiatives, and other forms of technology transfer activities. These are all directed towards the establishment of safe, sustainable, and resilient communities. Over and above, this initiative is to conduct globally competitive research by our faculty members. Our research interests and activities extend to nursing and allied health courses, education, in the environmental science, language and literature, higher education policies, product development, computer science innovations, and management information systems, business, tourism, and entrepreneurship, among others. Recently, the Esugiwan campus has led the entire university in research productivity. We have exceeded minimum targets in terms of number of research outputs completed and published in reputable international journals. On a personal note, let me share my contribution to the university in terms of research. I have in various capacities conducted, presented, and published studies in the following fields: academic leadership and organizational management, product development, and computer studies. To name a few, under the academic leadership and organizational management, I have the following studies: resource management practices and stakeholder satisfaction of a state university in the Philippines. Leadership by example, a narrative inquiry of educational leaders since making of personal and institutional recovery, and leading voices understanding academic leaders' narratives and sense-making of development. The last one begins a region-wide study that investigated the management practices of university presidents and which was instrumental in setting policy recommendations and directions for future research. For technology transfer and product development, I have the following: a comparative study of tropic product using fish, squid, and spider conch, acceptability of sasima as local delicacy, and Yukuma farming in Giwan Eastern Samar, which is a preliminary assessment as basis for technology development. These are all geared towards product assessment that is aimed to eventually provide people in our place sustainable livelihood opportunities and help lessen poverty incidence in the community. In view of these institutional and personal research endeavors, our participation in this conference is also a manifestation of our continued quest for excellence. Through this conference, we hope to be able to establish network with leading scholars in various fields of specialization, learn from other researchers, and benefit from cutting-edge advancements in science and engineering. Despite the limitations brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has adversely affected millions of people across the world, we continue to commit ourselves as a university to pursuit of learning in various frontier of knowledge. With this, allow me to reiterate my message of gratitude to the organizers of this conference for this distinct privilege of being part in the production of knowledge in the international level. Likewise, to the participants of this scholarly undertaking, congratulations and keep going. Before I end, let me share a quote from Mahatma Gandhi. As we continue confront hand in hand the challenges of our times, strength does not come from physical capacity. It comes from indomitable will. Thank you and Merry Christmas one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And Merry Christmas to you as well. So next, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker who has joined here, Dr. Abdul Rashid Ahmed from the Minister of State Education Maldives. Before we begin, I would like to welcome and introduce Dr. Abdul Rashid and speak a few words about him. Dr. Abdul Rashid Ahmed has completed his undergraduate at University of Tasmania in the year 2006 and completed his master's in the University of Nottingham. He had completed his PhD in instructional leadership from Asia E University. Dr. Abdullah Rashid Ahmed currently working as a principal of Garmin Atoll Education Center and serving as a vice rector of Avid College at Male, Maldives. He also served as a lecturer of Villa College at Male. Hello, sir.
Yes.
I hope you're doing well, sir.
Yes, Alhamdulillah, I'm doing well.
Yes, I would like you to speak a few words to our audience who have joined us today, our participants. And we are eagerly waiting and looking forward to your presentation, sir.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Sure.
I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, sir, we can see. It's clear and visible.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning, and welcome everyone who has joined Third International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research. Just now, Dr. Andris has given a very good presentation on the context of Philippines. In my keynote speech, I'm going to look at the recent trends in teaching and learning. Thank you, ICRTMDR-20 for organizing this conference, and also co-hosts, my friends from Maldives, Avid College, Cyrex College, and my college. And welcome everyone to join this conference. As my introduction, currently I'm not working as a principal. I was working as a principal. Currently I'm working as Minister of State for Education, as Ms. Jesla mentioned. Let me quickly look at the recent trends in teaching and learning. Yes, as I said, recent trends in teaching and learning. This is not only for schools, whether it is tertiary education, secondary education, and primary education. These are the recent trends, and all these recent changes are really useful to provide quality education to our students, whether young or old. The first thing is self-care. Self-care has become a recent trend in education, especially during 2020. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, all the educational institutions across the globe has been shut down, and education institutions were forced to provide education through online platform. In this situation, it is important to take self-care, whether it is teachers or students and parents. Therefore, teaching self-care is very important through curricular content or through the course that students are doing, because taking self-care becomes more important than ever. That is how we can safeguard. To be healthy is the first thing to get education. Second is blended learning. As I have just mentioned, 1.6 billion students around the world, they got access to education through e-learning. And then different countries, they were using different mode. Some were using 100% e-learning. Others are bringing the students to a certain period of time. So the trend is blended learning, teaching a certain portion of the lessons in the physical classroom, the rest in e-learning. And some countries introduce even teaching through TV. We, the Maldives, from Ministry of Education, we have started teaching students through TV we call teleclass. from foundation to grade 12 students, we teach students through TV. So blended learning is the trend in now. Therefore, it is highly advisable that we all use ICT in teaching and learning. 21st century is considered is the age of communication and technology. So blended learning is a recent trend. And next is personalized learning. This recent trend in teaching learning, the personal learning, we know why it is important. We all have to believe that one size does not fit to every child, every student. However, commonly still we can see that teachers or lecturers are teaching just a standard lesson. But if it is standard lesson for students, then definitely it will suit for certain group of students. In order to provide personalized learning, there should be targeted instructions based on student learning style, their learning preference, and also flexible content and tools should be there. For certain students, the teacher's lesson or the lecturer's lesson may be too easy or too difficult. Therefore, there should be flexibility when we change it personalized learning. And we should make data-driven decisions and student reflection and ownership should be there. When we teach through personalized learning, students will feel the ownership. They will take the ownership of their own learning. They will be more motivated. Therefore, I really encourage teachers and lecturers to make learning as personal, or another word we can say individualized learning or customized learning is very important to make students engage and to progress the students daily. And next, STEAM education or STEAM curriculum. This is a very famous recent trend throughout the world. When we look at the STEAM, that includes science, technology, art, engineering, and mathematics. When we talk about STEAM education, it is related to 21st century teaching and learning through science and engineering. When we talk about through science and engineering, the question and the problems are foundation of the two most powerful approaches humankind yet to develop for gaining new knowledge and creating new ways of living. That is why science and engineering becomes so important. Science approach the world with questions like, why is the sky is blue? And what is the smallest particle in the universe? What causes cancers? How does burning fossil fuel affect the climate change? So this type of question should be given the students. So they will search for the answer by using either scientific or engineering method. So engineers and inventors are motivated by challenging problems like, how can I make this aeroplane safer? And how can we store more data in a smaller space? So this type of question, with this type of questioning, engineering method can be used in teaching and learning. Here you can see the engineering process, also the scientific method. If we use either engineering process or scientific method, definitely students will be more motivated, more engaged, and more involved. If you look at the scientific method, the lesson does not start with a unit or the lesson does not start with a topic. It should be started by asking a question, just like I have mentioned. So this question may come from within the students, or teacher may give a question to the students. Then they do the research, they form the hypothesis, they collect data, they do the experiment, they analyze the data. If their hypothesis is true, they report the result. If the hypothesis is not true, again, they modify the hypothesis, they continue. And same goes to the engineering method. If teacher or lecturer is using engineering method, then identify a problem or identify a need or a gap or opportunity. Then they do the research, then they plan, then they come with a prototype and they test the prototype. If it is working, then they commercialize, or it will be the end of the project for the students. If the prototype does not work, again, they should bring modification. So if we use scientific method and engineering method in teaching and learning, I am sure we all agree that students will be more interested and they will understand more. According to Vygotsky, students construct their own learning. Knowledge cannot be transferred. That is why engineering and scientific method of teaching and learning is important. And another recent trend is Genius Hour. Genius Hour is a very effective pedagogical method. In Genius Hour, every day student would be given 1 hour. That student is working in his or her own. So this helps them to be creative, and they will do the projects in which they are curious. So project-based learning can be carried out through Genius Hours. When we look at the problem-based learning or project-based learning, students define the problem, they plan, they do, and they review. Basically, this is the engineering method of teaching. For students to use engineering method, it can be either group project or it can be an individual project. Here you can see the project learning bicycle model that has 4 projects. As I just said, students define the problem, they plan, they do, and they review. So this project learning bicycle would be highly useful in order to provide Genius Hour. And next here you can see when teachers use project learning bicycle model, here you can see either tailwind, this is support from the school. If there is community support, community engagement, that is considered as tailwind, which really push or which really supports to conduct the project. But if this support is not there, then next is headwind. If headwind means lack of support from the school and community, it will be very difficult to carry out the projects in the school. And there should be a degree of challenge based on the students' cognitive development and their interest and their existing experience and knowledge. And next is digital citizenship. This is another recent trend in teaching. As I mentioned before, we are in an age of technology. Therefore, all our students, our young people, everyone is considered as a digital citizen. In order to get that digital citizenship, they need to have understanding about all these: digital access, digital commerce, digital communication, digital library, digital etiquette, digital law, and so on and so forth. And next is bite-sized learning. This is another trend in 21st century. In the bite-sized learning, as you know, if we give too much work for students, or if we keep them learning too lengthy period of time, they will lose interest. Then teachers will force, parents will force. If this is the case, students cannot learn. They will learn for the others. But if we really use bite-sized learning, this is very interesting for students. Another recent trend in learning is social emotional learning. Social and emotional learning is very important, like self-management, self-awareness, responsible decision-making, and very importantly, relationship skills. Our students should be able to build healthy relationships, respect others, tolerate with others, and love and kindness and social awareness. And gamification is another important trend in teaching. It shouldn't be always keeping the students in the class by reading and writing. They should get opportunity to learn and engage in learning through different types of educational games. And experiential learning is another trend. So here in this cycle, you can see students have experience, then they reflect, then they want to bring change in that, they want to learn something from their existing experience. They conceptualize, then this conceptualization, they do the experiment, and this cycle goes on. And the last thing I want to mention, the 21st century skills, all the 4 C's. This is another trend. Through all whatever the subject we teach or whatever the module we teach, we have to give emphasis developing the students or equipping the students with 21st century skills, namely communications, collaborations, critical thinking, and creativity. Creativity is the most important skill the whole world is needed. If you look at the richest people in the world, they are using the creativity. They are not using gold, they are not using any natural resource, but they are using the creativity, like Bill Gates or Mark Zuckerberg or Larry Page. Their companies, they themselves as individuals, they became rich because of innovation and creativity. Barack Obama said that I'm calling our nation's governors and state education chiefs to develop standards and assessment that don't simply measure whether student can fill in bubble of the test, but whether they possess 21st century skills like problem solving, critical thinking, and entrepreneurship and creativity. So that is why we really need to provide education by using these recent trends. And also, Richard Riley, he was the Minister of Education under Bill Clinton. He said, we are currently preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist, using technology that haven't yet been invented in order to solve problems we don't even now know problem yet. So that's all I want to share with you all. I hope I have briefly introduced some recent trends in teaching and learning. Thank you everyone for listening and watching my presentation. I wish you all a good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah. It was an amazing presentation and very informative.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome our next eminent keynote speaker who has joined us here, Professor Jake. Before we begin, I would like to speak a few words about Professor Jake, who is a science research specialist from Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas. ICRTMDR 2020 is very proud to introduce you, sir, as our eminent keynote speaker. And he is an eminent personality in the field of technology with more than 20 years of experience in various sectors, including academic teaching. He is currently serving as Science Research Specialist 2 at Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, and he has completed Civil Service Examination Professional Honor Graduate. He has published 5 books on technology and computer science and research papers. To keep him updated, they actively participated in many workshops and made him upgraded. Some of his achievements and awards are President's List LCC Graduate School AY, second semester in the year 2015-16. List second semester 2015-16 LCC Baccalaureate, elected board of director Pirog, participant in TUP Visayas programming competition in March 1999. We are delighted to associate with Dr. Rodriguez Pomprada and listen to his speech at this event. And thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
Good day, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me for this third international conference on recent trends in multidisciplinary research, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. I am very honored to be part of this prestigious research conference. Today, we cannot imagine life without research. It has become an integral part of our life. Such conference gives opportunity to bring those ideas on the table. My message to all participants is to carry out more research and development in the area of engineering and technology, which is very important in the progress of our society. I would like to extend my thanks to all the participants who have joined ICRTMDR-20, and may this be one of many fruitful exploits we engage into further research and development. Thank you very much. So in this presentation, I would like to share my screen. My presentation is Instructional Technology, the New Approach in Education. So introduction, uh, the the advancement in technology have made profound effects on the way we learn and we may teach in our students. So basically, I would like to define briefly what is technology. Technology is the sum of techniques, skills, methods, and process used in the production of goods or services or in accomplishment of objectives such as scientific investigation. The definition of technology is science of knowledge put into practical use to solve problems or invent useful tools. Technology is the knowledge that makes the technological process possible. It consists of facts, procedures necessary to order, manipulate matter, energy, and information, as well as how to discover new means for transformations. As we all know right now, we are affected with this pandemic, COVID-19. So the way we deliver instructions, particularly to educators and professors, to our students, we are utilizing the use of different kinds of technology. So by definition, what is instructional technology? The Association for Educational Communication and Technology defines instructional technology as the theory and practice of design, development, utilization, management, and evaluation of processes and resources for learning. So basically, instructional technology is, to make it simple to understand, is the use of utilization of different kinds of medium of instruction to facilitate learning, to the use of different kinds of technology, just like computers, software, uh, any kinds of media to make learning more efficient, even though the students are not around inside the classroom. So we have to differentiate between information technology and instructional technology. As we all know, there are some misconceptions regarding information technology and instructional technology. The two terms are different from one another. So instructional technology is not the same as information technology. Although both are commonly abbreviated as IT, whereas information technology is a broad-based, overarching category of technology very familiar to the business community. Instructional technology is a bit more obscure. Obscure in a sense that instructional technology contains different approach in education. So it combines the theories and concepts of education plus the integration of technology like computers, different kinds of medium for the delivering of instruction among the students or learners. Experts also point out that instructional technology is not synonymous with digital training. Instead, it is a body of theory about a field of technology that has various characteristics, including applied, intellectual techniques, established principles, and academic value. So we have here uses of instructional technology. According to the U.S. Department of Education, schools can use educational technologies to support both teaching and learning by infusing the classroom with valuable digital tools, expanding course offerings, increasing student engagement, and accelerating learning. I can also add that there is also collaboration among the learners and then the teachers. Instructional technology offers nearly endless applications, but experts have identified three key areas where integrating technology can have a significant impact. First, collaborative learning. When we say collaborative learning, it means that both the teachers and learner are helping one another how they can able to carry out their lesson. What do I mean? For example, they can have a report or a research paper, and then they can
Excuse
infuse.
me, Professor Jake, sorry to interrupt. So
Yes.
your share is not screened. I mean, your
Uh,
screen is not shared yet.
I was not able to share the screen.
You can just share it right from the bottom. You have a share screen option. You can click on it.
Okay, wait for a while.
Yeah,
Very
sure, sure.
sorry.
No problem, no problem.
Wait, wait. Just share screen point. Where's the PowerPoint? I cannot. Wait, share screen. Wait for a while.
Yeah,
Uh,
sure.
wait, show window. This one. Ay, ito. Wait. I cannot find the PowerPoint. Wait for a while. Pinakalik mo si where the PowerPoint. Mm. Wait for a while. I'm very sorry for I cannot find the shirt. Can you see now my presentation?
Not yet, sir.
Okay. Wait. I have
No
some.
problem. Okay, if you have any kind of difficulty, you may continue, sir. No problem, no problem.
Well, but I want to share it. Wait,
Yes, yes.
okay. Can you see now the PowerPoint?
Yes, yes.
Can
You
you?
can put
Okay.
it, yeah, you can put it on full screen and then it will be better. Yes, absolutely. It's
Okay. Can you see? Okay. Thank you so much. I'm
thank you
very
so much.
sorry for the.
No problem,
for,
no problem.
okay. So to be continued. We have also here virtual classrooms and online learning. As we all know, early this March 2020, we are affected with various problems regarding the pandemic of or COVID-19. So in my experience being a professor, we were able to use different kinds of online learning. For example, learning management system in one of the school that I'm teaching. We are using Neo LMS and then virtual classroom. So Google Classroom, uh, Moodle, and then we have also here real-time feedback. So the real-time feedback is the way on how the teacher can give immediate feedback on the assessment or quiz of the learners. So we have here the evolution of learning. So we have here Blackboard, PowerPoint presentation, e-classroom in wireless technology, and video conferencing. So why use technology education? So there are several reasons why we are using technology education. So first, we have influenced student academic performance, develop high-order thinking and problem-solving skills. It improves student motivations, attitude, and interest in learning. Help to prepare students for the workforce. Technology creates opportunities for students to do meaningful work. So basically, with the integration of technology education, it gives the student another way to gain interest in their studies. Along the way, they will be motivated and learn new technological skills, not only in their studies, but also preparing for the workforce when they finish their studies. So technology has made learning easy, interactive, and interesting.
Yes, baby. Yes,
Uh, we have also here benefits of using instructional technology in the classroom. So basically, the use of instructional technology improves the knowledge retention among students, encourages individual learning, encourages collaborations. Students can learn useful life skills through technology and also benefits for the teachers. So 7 characteristics of teachers who effectively use technology. They always starts with the why or asking question. Second, they are malleable and can easily adapt. They embrace change. Third, four, they share. Five, they think win-win. So win-win solutions, both the learners and then the teachers. They are true and think ahead. They are active. So as we can see in this illustration, both the teachers and then the students collaborate along the way. As we all know, learning is not a one-way traffic. So the teachers can also learn from their students. Along the way, the students can also learn from their teachers. So that's it. So what does technology work? Direct support objectives, provides opportunities for students' collaborations. Third, adjust for student ability prior experiences, provide feedback. Fourth, is integrated into instructional day. Fourth, provides opportunities. Fifth, provides opportunities for students to design and implement projects. Lastly, it is used in environments where teachers, the school community, and the district support the use of technology. The need of instructional technology uh, al- allows how the best integrate technology with the various learning styles that would be effective in teaching every student in the class. Teachers should try to find avenues that would allow them to help students master the intended curriculum. Technology is the bridge between the teacher and the students. Its utilization in a class an indicator of what technology will be like for the future generations. In addition, it provides unique instructional capabilities, supports new instructional approaches, increases teachers' productivity in a sense that it can save time. For example, they are using learning management system, and then there is an examination, and then after the student answer the examination, the system itself will generate the scores and the grades of the student. So what the teacher can do is to collate and then arrange the computation of the grades of the students. So it gives big amount of time and lessen the effort of the teachers in the preparing for the grades, and immediately the teacher can give objective feedback or assessment among their students. Required skills for information age. So we have here tree of knowledge. So we can see we have tutoring, drilling, simulation, instructional games, desktop publishing, authoring system, presentation software, the internet, chat rooms, email, virtual reality. So these different kinds of methods in instructional technology or types of instructional productivity applications can help a lot in the carry out of effective teaching and learning among the teachers and students in the classroom. So I have here a very short definition of learning management system. So that is being utilized right now because of this COVID-19 pandemic. A learning management is a software application for application, documentation, tracking, delivery of educational courses in training programs or learning and development programs. So we have here the most common learning management system that is available in the web: Google Classroom, Neo LMS, Schoology, and Moodle. So we have also here the different devices like computers, laptops, tablets, and smartphones that is being utilized in the delivery of learning materials, modules, notes among the teachers and the students. So we have also the very basic, the email of exchanging communication, where the learners and teachers can utilize in giving up instruction or communication between the learners and the teachers. So we have also here the web-based instructions has evolved in many computer-based instructions. So we have here computer-aided instructions, computer-aided um, management instructions. So these types of technology are being utilized nowadays with the improve of internet technology as well as the computer hardware and infrastructures. So we have also here e-learning, also referred as online learning of electronic learning in acquisition of knowledge, which takes place through electronic technologies and media. So at the present time, we are utilizing these different types of e-learning materials, not only to augment the traditional learning, but also for distance learning for those students who are not available to attend in a traditional classroom setting because of this pandemic. So most of the Educators, teachers, professors are utilizing this e-learning as a method of delivery of learning and instruction among their students. So we have here the different e-learning tools that we can utilize: Google, YouTube, Gmail, blog, Skype, uh, PowerPoint, and some Wikipedia. So we have also here a smart class or smart classroom is defined as the class where various technologies are used to enhance student learning. In a smart class, there will be a computers, projectors, internet connectivity, and other multimedia devices such as home theater. Teachers and students can use internet in their class. The use of smart classes and modern technology eases the learning process for all students. Smart class technology allows students to make presentations online and get feedback from their teachers in less time. Same for students who do not need to tell their students to make rough notes, and presentation can be shared directly with everyone. So we have here the illustration of a smart classroom. So as we can see, we have several students using their computers, and the teacher can easily discuss the topic very well, and then they can interact. So we have here smart boards. So, whiteboard in large display that connects to a computer to a projector. The projector projects the information on the surface. So we have here the illustration on the screen, example of interactive whiteboards where the students can interact with the lesson or simulate the lesson that the teachers want to discuss and convey to their students. So we have here also the advantages of interactive smart boards. So there are many of them, no? So we have also here, I just pass by this kind of, no, I'm very sure most of us are very familiar with also with this technology. So we have also here PowerPoint used for educational presentation and transition, which were borrowed from film, television, and editing techniques. Character animation with the frame and overall dramatic structures are things that are taken from film and television, particularly used in technology computer application. So we have here the role of teachers in integrating technology in the classroom. Educator can provide online classes in long distance. Teachers can educate their students, document of records in computers. Educators can encourage shy students to adopt use of technology in learning. Teachers can teach students effectively by making use of technology to enhance their learning. Teachers can use technology in learning in various topics via internet and implement those in classroom. The effective technology integration for teaching specific content or subject matter requires understanding of the relationship between the components, technology, pedagogy, and content. So why use technology? This is one of the biggest question. Because at modern time, we are affected with different advantages of technology. First, influence students' academic performance. Develop high-order thinking skills or critical thinking and problem solving. Third, improve student motivation, attitude, and interest in learning. Fourth, help prepare students for the workforce. Fifth, address the needs of low-performing, at-risk, and learning disabled students. So technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of a great teacher can be transformational by George Konos. So we have also here some issues in education and technology. So we have legal, ethical, societal, cultural, and educational. So with the use of this instructional technology that I'm discussing, we have also several issues to be resolved. So economic conditions, anti-technology positions, impact on no left behind act. Educational issues, standards movement, reliance on internet and distance education. So this is very common for those countries, especially here in the Philippines, that we have a very not good internet connectivity. So we are also affected with these kind of issues. Debate over directed or inquiry-based constructive instructional methods. Cultural and ethics issues, digital divide. So it means that there are some countries or places that some students and teacher does not have adequate access through the computers or internet connectivity or devices. Racial and gender equity, student with special needs. So we have also to address this problem, no, by the government help and support by the community. So we have also here legal and ethical issues that is very prevalent nowadays because we are more relying on technology, especially the internet, viruses, hacking, plagiarism, especially in the academe. As we all know, this is very rampant. No, if the student will give us an assignment, they just copy from the internet without any paraphrasing. So we have to be aware with this and then educate them how to make their assignment or research paper more academic acceptable. Privacy and safety is also our concern. Copyright, illegal and download of software piracy. Conclusion. In today's world, technology has a big part of our lives. The use of instructional technology like computers, tablets, smartphone, and the internet helps in the improvements that the way we teach and educate our students. With the countless online resources, technology can help improve teaching. Teachers can use different apps or trusted online resources to enhance the traditional ways of teaching and to keep students more engaged. In addition, students can practice collaboration skills by getting involved in different online activities in their respective classes. By using technology in the classroom, both teachers and students can develop skills essential for the 21st century. Students can gain skills they need to be successful in the future. Modern learning is about collaborating with others, solving complex problems, critical thinking, developing different forms of communication, and leadership skills in improving motivation and productivity. So this is the end of my keynotes speaking about instructional technology. Thank you very much for listening. And happy holidays to everyone. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Professor Jake, and thank you for your amazing presentation, and Merry Christmas to you as well. So with this, we come to an end of our technical sessions, keynote presentations by our eminent keynote speakers who have joined us today. And before we move on to the technical sessions, I would like to welcome our session chairs who have joined us here today. Mr. Ibrahim Waheed, who is the Vice Rector from Cyrix College, Mail, Maldives, and Dr. G.M. Shaju, who is the Registrar from MI College, Mail, Maldives. So I would request our session chairs to speak just a few minutes to our audience, our participants who have joined us here online. Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and greetings from Cyrix College, and also even though we are actually running this conference online, I hope in the near future that we'll be able to have a conference like physically in the Maldives. So in the next time. Once again, I would like to welcome all the participants. And as a session chair, I mean, I don't have to talk about much. So, but I would like to highlight a few points based on the presentations given by the keynote speakers. As Minister of State, Dr. Abdul also has mentioned that one of the areas that is going to be one of the aspects that we need to concentrate is of self-care when it comes to educational technology and technology-based teaching and learning. And with in that aspect, I would like to highlight that the system care. We need to care about our systems as well. In the current year, in 2020, as this year we marked as even apart, I mean, even we are in the middle of a pandemic, but in the higher education sector, this is a remarkable year in terms of technology utilizations. In the higher education sector, this this year we have utilized education technologies we have never used in the history. And this across the globe in all continents, we have been using education technology to deliver systems from schools as well as the colleges and universities. So when it comes to education technology, so I would like to also to define education technology as something that we are using for the purpose of providing education. Even the overhead projectors, this is what I define as education technology when it comes to a supporting tool for delivery. So this is a very broad area. So in the education technology, we actually take now this as an education technology ecosystem with different tools and systems, so integrated each other, and these integrated systems are generating a lot of data. And these systems, the end users also are recording a lot of data into these systems. As a result, the security becomes one of the concerns in the coming, it will be one of the concerns in the coming years. Even alone in this year, in the US, it was reported that 200 publicly disclosed cybersecurity incidents for the higher education sector, so in the US alone. So this is something that we as educators and also the academics in the education sector need to be more vigilant about. And we need to protect our systems, because now for example, the learning management system, which is the focal education technology in any education technology ecosystem within the higher education institutions. It is a huge repository of data. So we need to protect this data. In the research conducted recently, among 70 major industries, the higher education sector is having the least higher education sector is the least prepared to handle cybersecurity threats. So this is something that we need to be very aware, and also we need to work on this area when it comes on. So like machine learning, AI, and all these things, and will be integrated into our education technology systems. And then when we will be like more vulnerable to security threats. So I would like to highlight this a concern to protect our data, because our systems are going to have like a lot of private data from students as well as our faculty members, and also institutional data. And once again, I would like welcome all the participants for this interesting international conference on recent trends and multidisciplinary research. And hope today and tomorrow will be very fruitful for the participants and for the entire delegation organizers. I would like also to thank you, the organizers, the ICRTMDR and the team, for the wonderful job that you have done. Thank you.
I would like to welcome Shaju to speak a few words to our participants who have joined us here.
Thank you very much. I welcome each and every one of you for this conference, which is focused on recent trends in multidisciplinary research, and actually main focus is actually on about bringing up all the new innovations into this world. As we are well aware that this pandemic has just not only given us nightmares, but also it has given a lot of great opportunities. So opportunities in a sense, like I said, the transformation is the one important component I would like to highlight here. It was actually the one of the difficult part any expert or any person who is trying to emerge into this world will be facing. So what happens when you have no options other than going with the transformation? So this pandemic taught a very good lesson for us. As we all know, like in Maldives, we are actually not ready with the technological evolvement actually which is happening around the globe. So we are actually going with the face-to-face, mostly the traditional way of teaching is what actually we focused, and we thought like this virtual modality in teaching and learning will not be very useful for our country. But the situation had changed us into a scenario where we have left with no option other than going with the virtual modality. So transformation from our face-to-face to this virtual modality was actually a great challenge. Even though the systems and the technology which is not ready, but we have left with no option other than going with that technology. And I like to highlight the recent research actually we had gone through. So there was a research we just want to do because we just pushed our students to take over the virtual platform, even though they're also not ready with that. So at that time, actually, we want to know how the acceptance level of the students in this technology. So when our research actually had given us a lot of details about it. The first is like the technology, when we are implementing it, the first thing what we need is it should be ease of use. Any applications, what we are actually going to give to our students, it should be easy for them to use it up. And get involved into the studies. So that was the second identifications that we have come to an understanding, that ease of use, and along with that, make sure the technology is well aware for the students. And at the end, actually, we also felt that without that engagement, the students' engagement is not going to be happening if the technology what we are going to implement in this teaching and learning is not easy for them to use it. So the perception of the students when they just come up with the new technology, in the beginning, it was very difficult to convince them. And we have to move from one platform to other platform, especially from when we implemented the software. So in the beginning, we struggled a lot. And when we just got an option after doing this particular research, we found a lot of interesting things. And once when we implemented that component into our platform, we found it was very useful. So I would like to highlight that component here. It's actually, we also just thought this pandemic is almost getting over and we are just getting away from it. But the situations around us is not showing any positive signs so far, as we are just going to end up very soon. So the research, when it comes into the light, it will give us a new vision for us actually. So I just I want to mention that here. So never end up just doing with one area of workout, and the decisions that we are going to take just don't stick with that. Sometimes we may have to change. And this pandemic had taught us that sticking to one decision sometimes will not be sufficient enough. We have to search for alternatives which can even give a better output. So output, that is one component actually we all will be focusing on. And this is actually the conference, this is actually the third time we are just getting into the conference. And so not the third time, actually the third conference we are attending during this pandemic situation. So that is also one of the opportunity I feel that it is actually one of the possibilities which is created by this pandemic. The research conferences, sometimes it is happening in different countries. It is making us very difficult to travel and just getting involved into that and giving a physical presentation. However, this pandemic had helped us in a way. We can say that being there wherever you are, you will be able to participate in such a global, it will make you into the global way wherever you are. So it can be there in your home, or it can be in your work, or as well as if you're going for some other trip, no problem at all. But the opportunity is created in a way through this technology that your participation is can be done. Bring a great change in this. And thank you very much for giving us an opportunity. So my college is really proud of being one of the co-hosts from Maldives. And I wish all the participants and the presenters, those who are going, will be ready to do that. I wish them very good luck. And once again, thank you very much, ICRT, for giving us this great opportunity. And also, thank you very much for giving this great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you to both the session chairs, and welcome once again to all our dignitaries and our session chairs and our participants who have joined us here today. So without any delay, now we'll move on to our technical sessions. So I would like to first welcome our first presenter of the day, that is S. Shankara Vadivelu, who will be presenting on the green synthesis and characterization of copper oxide nanoparticles.
I am Shankarodi from APC Mahalakshmi College. My topic is green synthesis and characterization of copper oxide nanoparticles from a colonial resident Actinidia venui. Here, the ocean is considered to be an untapped source for many things, including potential drugs. Marine organisms have a rich source of unique and biologically active secondary metabolites, which have both attracted by the chemist and the pharmacologists. What is that? The tunicates. Tunicates, otherwise known as sea squirts, which are sedentary marine organism. It's a filtering organism, feed by filtering organisms, and the particles from water. Their development is indirect with larval state called acidian tadpole. Tunicates are found in salinities over 2.5%. It has an outer protective covering for the body, otherwise known as tunic. In some localities, the acidians have been considered as a possible source of some secondary metabolites, that is cellulose, protein, and other chemical compounds. The importance of acidian as food or drug has been totally neglected in many countries. in our country also. Ectinazidine, also referred IET-743, it acts as an anti-tumor drug. It's used in a clinical trial. It is derived from Caribbean tunicate, Ectinazidine, which the name is Yondalis. Our study area, Vivo Chidambaram Port Trust, is located close nearest to the East-West International State Route on the southeast coast of India at latitude 8 degree 45 minutes and longitude 78 degree 13 minutes in the Gulf of Mannar. My objective is to nanoparticle using the ethanolic extract of colonial azidian, ectinazidine, venui. And to characterize this nanoparticle using UV, FTIR, XRD, redox, SEM, AFM, and the redox potential. Then application part, we study the antioxidant nature of copper oxide nanoparticles when compared to the colonial azidian, ectinazidine, venui. The materials and method, how to collect our animal. Samples of selected tunicates, a particular tunicate, ectinazidine venui, were collected from harbor installation like piers, piles, materials, which are used for aquaculture operation, hull of ships at a depth of 4 to 5 meters with the help of scuba diver. And during dry docking in the month of 2013, nearly May, the summer season of our country. Fouling organisms attached to the surface of tunicates were completely removed. Sample of every tunicates were processed for taxonomic studies. The methodology suggested by the taxonomic studies was followed by Patricia Court, Queensland Museum, Australia. That is collection, narcotization, again preservation. Then identification. The collected as a ectinazidine tunicate were identified up to the species particular level based on the identification of Indian tunicates. My samples voucher specimen is AS2247, which is collected and submitted in the Department of Zoology Museum, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Chittukudi, Tamil Nadu. Then preparation of sample from tunicates. Epibionts adhering to the surface of the tissues, that is surface of the tissues means that is tunicate tissues, were carefully removed. The specimen were washed several times with sterile seawater and dried separately under shade. The homogeneous to get a fine powder. The powder was stored in an airtight container. 100 grams of the particular extract, the ectinazidine venui, the colonial extract, was extracted with various solvents like petroleum ether, benzene, methylene chloride, chloroform, methanol, ethanol, and water, depending upon the polarity of the solvent, using a Soxhlet apparatus. Then the residue, under the residue was stored in an airtight container, which is used for further investigation. That particular residue, that is ethanolic extract residue, was used for the synthesis of copper oxide nanoparticle using copper chloride and copper acetate solution. Above synthesized nanoparticle, which is characterized by UV, IR, XRD, SEM, EDOX, and AFM studies. Discussion. My conclusion of this topic is to synthesize copper oxide nanoparticle using a colonial tunicate which acts as a precursor or capping agent for the synthesized material. Then IR spectrum here so below 592 centimeter per centimeter show that in the colonial extract. Then SEM analysis also show the agglomerate nature. It shows the peroxide nanoparticle it can be present, or it may be present in that sample. Then XRD studies noted the crystalline structure of copper oxide nanoparticles. Then AFM studies explain the irregular shape of nanoparticle. Then the redox potential shows on cathodic peak of copper oxide nanoparticles. And then same EDOX represented of copper 78.98% of copper present in the particular sample. So the SEM and the AFM analysis represent in copper oxide nanoparticle behavior. Then application here we done an antioxidant study using DPPH method. Maximum percentage inhibition present in the following order of the solvents, that is petroleum ether, methanol, benzene, ethyl acetate, ethanol, and when compared to the standard ascorbic acid. Okay, thank you. Here we conclude our colonial tunicate ectinazidine venui already act as an anti-tumor drug. Some other species, some other genus, here we also conclude this species also act as a anti-tumor drug. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Shankara Vadivelu, for your presentation. Next, we'll move on to our next presenter, Rodilio T. Alejo, who will be discussing on the vermicompost production using rabbit manure.
Good day, researchers and academicians. I will be presenting our research entitled Vermicompost Production Using Rabbit Oryctogolus coniculus Manure. This was conducted together with Dr. Hanelet J. Nicolas, and we are from College of Agriculture, Bulacan Agricultural State College, San Ildefonso, Bulacan, Philippines. Just a brief biography of myself. I am Rodelio T. Alejo Jr. I am an instructor as well as researcher at Bulacan Agricultural State College. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, major in Soil Science at Central Luzon State University, and currently studying at University of the Philippines, Los Baños, for my Master of Science in Soil Science degree. I considered myself as a young researcher interested in conducting research for the betterment of Philippine agriculture, specifically in the field of soil science. For the abstract of this research, this study aimed to use rabbit manure as a raw material in vermicomposting and to determine its nutrient content. It converted the manure collected from the BASC Rabbit project into vermicompost and was able to produce 12 sacks of vermicast within 2 semesters. Based on the results of the nutrient analysis, vermicast from rabbit manure had 1.64% total nitrogen, 1.90% total phosphorus, 2.45 total potassium, 18.65% organic carbon, 32.07 organic matter, and 11:1 carbon to nitrogen ratio. Comparison with vermicompost from other animal manure using the same substrates in the college showed that rabbit manure had comparably higher nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium than goat, carabao, and cattle manure, and higher organic carbon and organic matter than carabao and cattle manure, and lower carbon to nitrogen ratio compared with the 3 other animal manure. For an introduction, Philippines is a developing country that quickly converts agricultural land to a more intensive and job-producing buildings. In addition, soil degradation is continuously occurring, causing agricultural production to be lesser productive than expected. The soil that used to be productive turns to be acidic and unfertile, becoming less productive. Land conversion and degradation causes decrease in food production and can be contemplated by having a productive soil with high organic matter content. Since the spread of African swine fever virus here in the Philippines, rabbit farm boosts its production as an alternative source of meat. These rabbit farms produce manure just like on BASC Rabbit Project. This rabbit manure can be collected as animal manure is commonly used as organic fertilizer to plants. This can be used by direct application but most effective when composted or vermicomposted. According to Saran Raj and Stella 2012, vermicomposting is a simple biotechnological process of composting in which certain species of earthworms are used to enhance the process of waste conversion and produce a better end product. The earthworms do not only make the nutrients more available, but also it becomes biologically active because of the microorganisms present in their digestive system. Organic fertilizers greatly contribute to the micronutrient content of the soil. Organic fertilizers also help the soil to improve its structure for favorable root growth. In chemical properties of soil, organic fertilizer is known to have a high cation exchange capacity, which is responsible for holding positively charged nutrients. It also contributes to the vaporing capacity, drainage, and water holding capacity. In biological manner, living organisms is higher in organic soil. Philippine population is continuously growing, making the demand for food also increase. Nowadays, Filipinos living in the urban area try to practice urban farming to support their food needs, specifically in the form of vegetables and other horticultural crops. These urban farmers have embraced vertical farming, hydroponics, pot culture, square foot gardening, and other ways of urban farming. Application of organic fertilizer in urban farmed vegetables is a popular way of supplying nutrients. With that reasons, this research was conducted with the following objectives. First is to produce vermicomposted rabbit manure from the BASC Rabbit project. Second is to determine the nutrient content and chemical properties of the vermicomposted rabbit manure and compare the nutrient content of vermicompost produced using rabbit manure to the vermicomposted carabao, cattle, and goat manure from BASC. For the methodology of this research, there are 4 major methods. First is the preparation of vermibeds, which includes cleaning of readily available beds in the vermicompost production area of BASC. Second is the collection of different substrate. Third is the vermicomposting process, from layering of raw materials, maintenance of proper moisture content, mixing the substrate, up to harvesting of vermi and vermicompost. After harvest, the vermicompost was saved and submitted to the Regional Soils Laboratory, Regional Field Office 3, San Fernando City, Pampanga, Philippines, for its nutrient analysis. Analysis was done to determine its percent total nitrogen, total phosphorus, total potassium, organic carbon, organic matter, and carbon to nitrogen ratio. Here is the list of raw materials used in this research. It follows the Department of Agriculture Agricultural Training Institute standard with vermicomposting, which is composed of 30% animal manure and 70% plant materials. The rabbit manure, which is 30%, was the primary substrate to be used in vermicomposting, which is gathered from the rabbit project located at the College of Agriculture, BASC. Other substrates that use are cacahuate or Gliricidia sepium leaves, which is 10%, banana or musha species, pseudostem and leaves, which is 40%, ipil-ipil or Eucaena leucocephala leaves, which is 5%, and rice or Oryza sativa straw, 15%. After the nutrient analysis, results shows when it comes to total nitrogen, the study yielded 1.64%. This is similar to the results of Adenian et al. 2011, wherein rabbit droppings have 1.04% nitrogen, but different from the reported 3.3 to 3.7% by Lukfar 2010. In terms of total phosphorus, the study revealed 1.90% phosphorus, similar again to Adenian et al. 2011 with 0.99% P. Likewise, with Lukfar with 1.3 to 5.2% P. For total potassium, the study got 2.45% potassium, nearly reported 2.05% by Adenian et al., but not within the range reported by Lukfar 2010, which is 2.9 to 3.5%. Lukfar 2010 explained, though, that the level of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium will depend on the rabbit's level of nutrition. The study's results on organic carbon, 18.65%, is similar to those reported by Adenian et al. That reported 16.7% organic carbon. Comparing the results of the nutrient analysis of vermicomposted rabbit manure to the vermicompost produced using goat, carabao, and cow manure, rabbit manure shows the highest percent of total nitrogen, total phosphorus, and total potassium. In terms of percent organic carbon and organic matter, goat manure has the highest value of 25.23% and 44.15% respectively. In terms of carbon to nitrogen ratio, rabbit manure has the lowest ratio, which is 11:1. According to USDA, Natural Resources Conservation Service in 2011, soil microorganisms needs a diet with a CN ratio near 24:1 for its body maintenance and energy. 16 parts of carbon used for energy and 8 parts for maintenance. If the CN ratio is lower than 16:1, what happens is that the microbes leaves the excess nitrogen in the soil. This surplus nitrogen will be available for growing plants or for soil microorganisms to use to decompose other residues that might have ratio greater than 24:1. For the conclusion, analysis of vermicast using rabbit manure showed that it has a balanced amount of total nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which is comparably higher than vermicompost produced using goat, carabao, and cattle manure. The organic carbon and organic matter content of the vermicast is lower than other vermicast because the rabbit manure used contained other waste materials from the rabbit project, such as far and dried leaves of forages. So these pictures shows my students who are taking Bachelor of Science in Agriculture conducting the vermicomposting procedure from compiling of raw materials up to harvesting. After this production research was conducted, vermicompost production area are able to produce vermicomposted rabbit manure and now available at Bulacan Agricultural State College, Philippines. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Rodilio, for your presentation. I would like to make a note, dear session chairs, if you have any questions to the presenters, you may ask. And the participants, if you have any questions to the presenters, you may write down in the chat box. And I request the presenters to clarify it in the chat box. So I hope there is no questions for Mr. Rodilio. With this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Alia Siti Aisa, who will be discussing on the production of atmospheric ozone pollutant using fuzzy logic method to monitor of air quality in Surabaya city during the COVID-19.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning. I'm sorry, I share my slide by myself. Thank you. Good morning again. My research, the title of my research is Prediction of Atmospheric Ozone Pollutant, and I'm using fuzzy logic method to monitor of air quality in Surabaya city during the COVID-19. I'm Aulia Siti Aisyah. I'm second writer at here. I come from Engineering Physics Department, Institute Teknologi November, in short, what is ITS. The location, the campus in Surabaya, Indonesia. As you know, the left side is the first author, Mr. Samsul Arifin, and he is a researcher and part of artificial intelligence in engineering and sciences, especially of weather prediction in land or marine area. And I'm a background, my field in engineering physics also, but I conduct the degree, doctor degree in marine control engineering. And my research, this abstract is one of the causes of air pollution in transportation, industry processes, and other activities. The use of fossil fuel. Air pollution occurs in almost all major cities in the world and also in Surabaya city, the second big city in Indonesia. The existence of COVID-19 that has hit almost all countries in the world has an impact on reducing land transportation activities and improving air quality. In this study, pollutant predictor design was carried out using fuzzy logic method in a second type during in the COVID-19 period. The fuzzy logic system use of Takakis type with clustering with the input of predictor is three variable of pollutant, O3, SO2, and O2, and 5 other variables, wind speed, wind direction, solar radiation, and earth temperature. The output of predictor is ozone concentration, and the best model of this predictor with root mean square error below 1%, and a value of mean average error is 0.115, and the average prediction result of O3 as ozone is more than the microgram per meter cubic. This model is also used to predict pollutant levels in the pre-COVID-19 period, which shown the amount of O3 average 63.59 microgram per meter cubic. The prediction accuracy of a physiologic system is more than 80%, and this accuracy value is higher than the result of previous study using the Mamdani method. In my slide, maybe you didn't know about of Indonesia. Apart from Maldives, is almost 40,000 kilometers, and this is Surabaya, where my campus located in East Java Island. And I will introduce in my slide. This is about Indonesia. The amount of people in Indonesia more than 260 billion, and this population is dense in Java Island, especially in Jakarta and 4 other big cities, in Surabaya, Bandung, Semarang, and Yogyakarta. And you know, the industrial development only spread in this area of the island of Java. And you know, industry and transportation as a driver of air quality. And in the era COVID-19, the new SARS-CoV-19 pathogen, which causes coronavirus disease, it is a real condition. So WHO recently stated the global COVID-19 is pandemic started in Wuhan and now spread more than 90 countries in the world. I'm sorry, more than 213 countries in the world, and one of these is Indonesia. In my country, in this website, it's TTP IKU Common Ministry of Health in Indonesia. They giving information system about air quality in Indonesia like this in the left figure and the central figure. This is 10 to a critical parameter of air quality, PM10, and also the black color like this. It is danger for this city. And in this information system, the Ministry of Health and Environment, they give the sign danger or not, or good, or another. And in this, in my research, I use the variable of pollutant PM10, PM2.5, SO2, NO2, CO, and O3. But NH3, I have not data for this, so I use only this one. And the variable of weather, solar radiance, wind speed, wind direction, relative humidity, and air temperature as input of predictor. In this method, I propose the physiologic method. The input for this predictor is weather variable, pollutant variable, and number patient of COVID-19. This number COVID-19, number of COVID plus, number confirmation, and also number of death due to COVID-19. The output of this predictor is ozone variable. So this one, my system, and this is, I use the physiologic system type 2. This physiologic system consists of pacifier, inference engine, and type reducer, and also diversifier. The 3 input of variable entrance to falsifier, and then in infant engine with certain rules, the predictor can give output ozone variable. This one is one step for design a physiologic system. We make data. We make data to the data of Viter and also ozone variable. We make in the clustering data like this, and this is this example for data air temperature. We divide in 3 area: low, medium, and high. And this one is membership function for Viter, pollutant, and positive confirmation COVID-19. I'm sorry, this one like a triangular membership function, and for PM2, PM2.5 and also PM10. But for Viter variable, we use Gaussian membership function. But in patient COVID-19, we use triangular function. This one for all membership function in my physiological system. And I designed 675 rules for this physiologic system. Rule 1 like this: FO3 is low and NO2 is low and SO2 is low, and solar radiation is low and temperature is low and humidity is low, and I'm sorry, this is in bahasa, wind direction is low, and number by people of COVID is low, and then ozone is low, and so on until the end of rule. And this one is picture of a declassification, the last unit in my physiologic predictor. And what the result of this research, in the normal test, Viter and pollutant variable shows normal distribution, while COVID-19 variable data shows that is not normally distributed. You can look at this picture, and also other variable O3 and wind direction. This one normal distribution, and this is a picture, a graphic of NO2, SO2, and O3 at Surabaya city. The graphic SO2 before pandemic is high and tend to decrease, enter in pandemic era, and become increase when my city is open the lockdown on June. You can see this graphic. And in this research, I also validated the prediction of result. You can see the O3, the result of prediction, and the O3 actual data. You can see this is near. So the square of coefficient correlation is more than 90%. So what characteristic of my predictor like this in this table? You can see the high predictor more than 78%. So in the last slide, the conclusion in this research, I can say that a type 2 physiologic system capable of predicting the average ozone value during the COVID-19 period, and the value of ozone during the COVID-19 period decreased by 3.9 microgram per meter cubic, with a prediction accuracy of 70, 90%. And thank you for everyone. Happy holiday.
Thank you, Ms. Aisa, for your presentation. Dear session chairs, I hope there is no questions for Ms. Aisa.
Yeah, actually, just I would like to ask one question.
Sure.
Right, the presentation was very good, and the study was actually wonderful. And I would like to clarify one thing. So the air quality you have mentioned that during this COVID situation was good, and once when the lockdown is eased, the quality gone back. So do you have any suggestions for any post-COVID situation to maintain the air quality?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sacho. The good question for me. Yes, the suggestion for the result of prediction. I think there in every time information system can give the information, the real condition, and the predict for a future time. So if the pollutant will high, will go too high, government can command the people for still at home, no driver with cars, and I think it is a good for each of a person, people in Indonesia to make safe, to make healthy, and still at home. Thank you, Dr. Sacho.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Aisa, for your presentations. So with this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Matuk Khoki, who will be discussing on the effect of the wall assembly positions of different density levels of polystyrene insulation on its dynamic thermal conductivity.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam. You may begin.
Yes, first let me share my presentation.
Yeah, sure.
I hope now you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Today I'm going to present on behalf of my supervisor our research work about the effect of the wall assembly positions of different density levels of polystyrene insulation on its dynamic thermal conductivity. This work has been done by me, Shaima Muhammad, my supervisor, Dr. Matuk Khoki, and my colleague, Abir Dar Saleh. Just to start with, I'm going to give you a brief introduction about the work, the research idea, the strength points, methodology, and result will be explained. Then the expected impact of the work. To start with, let's start with the inspiration, why we think about this. We actually come from a hot country. So the building sector is responsible for around 39% of global energy consumption, which is a huge value. And most of this value, around 40%, is just for 40% is just for the cooling and heating purposes. Around 21 is for residential, which means residential is more than commercial. So we start to think about, just 1 minute, I'm experiencing difficulty and moving slides. Yeah, now. So we can say in hot countries, due to ambient temperature, which can reach up to 52 degrees Celsius and radiation intensity, a huge amount of heat is transferring into building. And we need really to think about how we can reduce this amount of heat and how we can make it minimum as good as we can. So low cost existing solution is simply to apply a thermal insulation in wall building, and that will reduce the heat propagation into the building envelope. So we can say that if we use a proper thermal insulation, we can improve the thermal performance of the wall, and then we can reduce the heat flow into the building. Consequently, we will lower the energy consumption, which is our purpose. A main used polystyrene, insulating material is polystyrene, gas wall, and polythene. So thinking more about reducing the heat flow into building, we need to think about how we will calculate the cooling load calculation. The heat is coming either from outside, solar, and which means the sun, or from inside, from people, equipments, and these things. The heat which coming from outside is coming either from floor, window, or wall. This is a simple structure for the wall. So considering concrete, air gap, insulation, another layer of concrete, and the test chamber. We actually did this experiment in our lab in Falaj Hazza, UAE University, and we test the heating, the cooling load calculation using this equation, as you can see. So we are considering the thermal conductivity of the material, the area, and the temperature, hot and cold, which means the hot outside and the cold that we need to reach to it, and the thickness of the insulation material. So when we look to this thermal conductivity of the material, or the ability of the material to resist the heat or transfer the heat, because the resistance of the material is just simply 1 over the conductivity of the material. Thinking about it, actually in the calculation right now, they use this thermal conductivity as constant value around 24 degrees Celsius, where the test is done in laboratory, which is not the real case, because as I said, outside the temperature can reach up to 52. So we actually need to consider that thermal conductivity is variable, not constant, which means there is a relationship. And this relationship is inversely proportional relationship between the thermal resistance and temperature and moisture outside. The thermal conductivity in literature was found that around this 35 to 50% higher than the value obtained when the difference in temperature were larger. So we really need to consider that thermal conductivity is not constant, is changing with changing the outside temperature. That's why we need to consider it as variable thermal conductivity. And this is what we did in our research. But the other question were, what is the effect of that variation on thermal conductivity of the insulation material on the heat transfer through the building envelope? So we are going to evaluate the effect of the change in thermal conductivity of polystyrene insulation material as a function of operating temperature, which means the temperature or the heat coming from outside through the wall, on the cooling load calculation to calculate the HVAC, the cooling or the heating system inside the building. Then we are going to assess the effect of the change and the conductivity of the polystyrene insulating material as a function of the operating temperature on the cooling load calculation required by the building, and thus the sizing of the heating, ventilating, and air conditioning equipment. How we did that? This is simply our methodology. We test different levels of insulating material, insulating material densities, considering different location on the wall section. And finally, we evaluate the thermal performance of the material. To start with, different level of insulating material were used: low density, high density, super high density, and ultra high density. And this is the range, if you can see, to have an idea about this. So we start with low density around 12 kilogram cube. all available densities of the polystyrene material, the material which we choose to do a test on it, because it is the most used or the common used insulating material on the building sector. Then we go to different location on the wall section. So we have a 3 position. Position 1, more toward outside, position 2 toward inside, and position 3 in the middle. And then we have a layer of plaster, layer of brick. For the thermal performance, we used ANSYS to numerically evaluate, and we did it using a conjugate heat transfer in the control and controlling all variables. Only the thermal conductivity were changing with the temperature or with outside conditions. This is a simple model used on the ANSYS platform, and we use heat transfer finite volume. And this model were experimentally validated. As you can see here, here is the model and the experiment which I explained before, we did it. So as you can see, there is they are very similar, and we have less than 1% difference between them on the peak time. So we can trust the model and we can rely on it and continue our calculation. We start to assess the dynamic thermal conductivity of material on the 3 position. Generally, we can say, as you can see, that position 1 is highly changing as we compared it with position 2 and 3 for the 4 density levels: low density, high density, ultra high density, and super high density. And we can explain this simply because position 1 is more toward outside, which means it is affected more by the temperature from outside surface. That's why it's changing more than position 2 and position 3. So this is generally what we can say. And if we can look here to different position and see the effect of the low density, high density, and ultra high density, super high density, you can see that generally low density have a lower effect than super high density. So here the curves are narrow or close to each other. Here the gap is higher, as you can see. So we can say as the thermal conductivity of material is increasing, the change on the thermal as the density of the material increasing, the change on the thermal conductivity is increasing. So what we can conclude from this, if we are going to use a high density material, we need really to consider the thermal conductivity, the variable thermal conductivity on our calculation, because it is highly changing. It is not as compared with low density, because low density has less effect. If we can look here to transient temperature drop difference for different densities, here what you can see is the difference, as you can see here for position 1, position 2, and position 3 for different densities: low density, high density, ultra high density, and super high density. Actually, this figure just to show you more closely what I explained here. So if we can look for low density, the maximum difference you can see, or the maximum change, is up to around 7 degrees Celsius. And if we go for super high density, it's reaching up to 11. So there is a huge difference. So this figure just to quantitatively evaluate this figure and show you the real values. Simply to have a conclusion about this, we can look to the average temperature drop. And you can see here for position 1, position 2, position 3. Let me remind you, position 1 is more toward outside, position 2 toward inside surface, and position 3 in the middle. So generally, low density is giving the lowest temperature drop, and super high density is giving us the highest. Position 2 is giving us the highest temperature drop, which means if we locate the material more toward inside surface, that will give us the highest temperature drop, and choosing also the super high density material. Thank you. This is my presentation. Please, if you have any question, I'm free to answer.
Thank you, Shaima, for your presentation. Dr. Shajud, do we have any questions for Ms. Shaima?
No, it's fine. Actually, it's a very good study. It was conducted, and Shaima, there is one suggestion from my end. Actually, you have just done a very good study, and if you could analyze, if you could do the cost efficiency of doing such installation will also be good, so that you can reach to each and every household. So that will be my suggestion, to incorporate the cost efficiency to identify the feasibility of installing in all the households. Thank you.
Cost analysis. Actually, what we want really to do here is that this material is used and commonly used. This is
Ms. Shaima, you're not audible.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, what I want to say, and this material is actually used and highly used on the building sector. The only issue they are doing is that they are considering the thermal conductivity or the resistance of this material as if it is constant in all condition, in all weather, in all temperature values, which is not true, because this material is changing, and for all insulating material, their performance on thermal conductivity or resistance of the heat is changing with temperature. So we just want to highlight and concentrate on this point, that you need to consider the variable thermal conductivity or the variability on the conductivity of the material in your calculation. Otherwise, the sizing of the heating system or cooling system will be underestimated or oversized. So we just want to confirm this for them. So in calculating the cooling system and heating system, they need in their calculation to consider that it is a variable material. And that would have been investigated first by my supervisor, Dr. Mato. And we are just evaluating this numerically.
Hello?
Yes?
Yes.
So I hope now the idea is clear.
Yes, thank you, Shaima, for your explanation. So Dr. Shaju, with this, we'll move on to our next presenter.
Yeah, please proceed. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you. And our next presenter is Mardan Amin Peridontal, who will be discussing on the non-standard solutions for ordinary differential equations near singularity.
Thank you. I will share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Our paper is about non-standard solutions for ordinary differential equations near singularity. This work has been done by me and Dr. Ibrahim of Manhamad. Mardan Amin is an assistant lecturer and researcher in mathematics department at Keio University. I achieved my master's degree in non-standard analysis in 2016. Since then, I am a researcher in pure mathematics and also an assistant lecturer at the Keio University. Throughout this paper, by using some non-standard concepts, we try to find the non-standard analytic solutions for the first-order differential equations near to the singularity, where the differential coefficients are infinite small, unlimited, or having irreducible differential form. Sometimes, in the monad of singular point, as the most important features where the singularities are not too wide, focusing on the property of infinite small parameters related to such singular pointers in its monad lead us to know more features and in some cases according to the type of the coefficients. The obtained results with non-standard quantities are more precise and more closer to its possible real behavior. And these are the outliers. We have some definitions. First definition is a real number x is called limited if the absolute value of x is less than or equal to r, or some positive standard real number r. And this number x is called unlimited in case where the absolute value of x is greater than r for all positive standard real number r. And the number x is called infinitesimal if the absolute value of x is less than r for all positive standard real number r. And this structure, the real number, where in here we can find the infinitesimal numbers, and in these two sides we can find the unlimited numbers.
Hello, Mr. Madan. Sorry to interrupt in the middle. Hello.
Yes.
Your voice actually is going down when you are presenting. So in the beginning it was good, but after that it was little low. So can you keep the mic a little closer so we can hear clearly? Thank you.
The voice is not clear.
Now it is wonderful.
I will increase my sound. Okay.
And y are said to be, if x is a real number, then the set of all real numbers which are infinitely close to x is called monad of x, and it is denoted by m of x. Also, a real number x is called appreciable if x is limited and it's not infinitesimal. Also, we have the definition for the singularity. The singularity, also called singular point of a function of the complex variable z, is a point at which it is not analytic. It means that a point for the complex function is called singular if this function is not analytic at this point. Also, we have two types for the singular point, isolated and non-isolated singular point, which is described by these two figures. A function f of an open set gamma is meromorphic if there exists a sequence of pointers x0, x1, x2, and etc. that has no limit pointers in gamma, and such that satisfy these two conditions. And this figure is for the gamma function, where it is meromorphic in the complex plane. Here we have poles in the negative integer numbers for the gamma function. Now, the asymptotic behavior of the solutions of differential equation near a singular point was investigated. Sometimes in the monad of singular point as the most important features where the singularities are not too wide, focusing on the properties of infinitesimal parameters related to such singular pointers in its monad led us to know more features and into some cases according to the type of the coefficients. Now, let us deal with the following conditions or cases. The first case is where the differential coefficients are unlimited. Let's say we have this ordinary differential equation where f of xy, where f of xy have this formula 1 over g of xy, where g of xy is a polynomial in x and y, having this formula. Then, now we can see that if x and y become 0, 0, then this function f of x and y is not analytic at 0, 0. So 0, 0 become the singular point for this function. And now we are trying to find the solution for y, where y become infinitely close to 0. So now we are trying to find the solution for y become infinitely close to the singularity. Let's say we have this example. Dx over dy is equal to I naught x plus b naught y. Then, since this function g of xy and its partial by x and y are all defined for all value of y, so by existence and uniqueness theorem, we can find the solution for y, and it's unique in the monad of y naught. Therefore, the solution for this differential equation, we can easily find this solution. Now, the x of y become infinitely close to 0, or we can say become infinite small when these constants having the following property. So in general, we can take g of xy as a power series in x and y. Then we can find this solution. We can find the solution for x as a power series of y. When we found this solution, then by doing some interpolating method like Lagrange interpolation method or another interpolating method, then we can find an infinitely close inverse y as a function of x such that y of x is equal to a power series of x. And this solution is an infinitely closed solution for the differential equation 1 in the monad of 0, whenever x belongs to the zeta macro hollow of 0 except 0. But this differential equation 1 have no solution where x equal to 0. But in the monad of 0, we have the infinitely closed solution to the singularity. The other case is where the differential coefficients are infinitesimal or unlimited. Now, this formula is known by indeterminate form, like 0 over 0 or over infinite. So, if you have this differential equation, we can see that where fxy is a power series in x and y having this formula, then f of xy over x is meromorphic where xy is infinitely close to the origin of the complex square. So we are trying to find the solution for the y infinitely close, which is infinitely close to the singularity. Now we can find the solution, or we can represent the above equation 5 as follows, like that. Also, we have we can write y as a power series of x become the solutions for these differential equations by using the existence and uniqueness theorem for this differential equation. Now, we are dealing with the parameters alpha and beta. According to the following cases for alpha and beta, we can find the solution y become infinitesimal, or for any limited x belong to the zeta micro hollow of 0 by these cases for alpha and beta. Then y become infinitely close to the singularity for these cases. The last case is where the differential equations having irreducible differential form, like this: m of xy dx plus n of xy dy is equal to 0, where m of xy is a power series in x and y, and n of xy is also another power series in x and y. Also, we can transform this differential equation by using this transformation y equal to x times z into the like section 2 or section 3, like these two, where we have the differential coefficients are unlimited or infinitesimal. By what? By doing this transformation, y equal to x times z. And these references have been used in our paper. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I am ready. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mardan Amin.
Thank you.
If there is no question, we'll move on to our next technical session, to our next presenter.
Yes, please proceed. Yeah, that would be fine.
So next I welcome Mr. Samuel Law, who will be discussing on the length steepness factor of Russell on the soil loss rate estimation, which is a sensitivity evaluation. Mr. Samuel?
Hi. Can you hear
Hi.
me? Yes. Let me just share the slides. Now?
Yes, we can see. You may begin.
All right, cool. Okay, cool. Right. Thank you. Thank you for having me in this conference. My name is Samuel, and today I would like to share with you on this topic, length steepness factors of Russell on the soil loss rate estimation on a sensitivity evaluation. So just right before I start, I would like to introduce you on our fellow authors. First would be myself. I'm a PhD candidate currently in Swinburne University, Malaysia. And Kelvin is my supervisor, Dr. Kelvin. He will be in Swinburne as well, Swinburne, Malaysia. And another one will be another author, Dr. Shirley, is from Swinburne University, Melbourne. So for today, I would like to go through really quickly on introduction, material and methods, result discussion, and finally some conclusion. So soil loss equation has been established quite a while, a few decades around the world. So at first it was started in US. And the first established equation was called Universal Soil Loss Equation, or we call it USL, by Wishmer and Smith in 1987. But in the later dates, Reynolds had actually revised the equation to make it better and more accurate. And he renamed it as Revised Universal Soil Loss Equation, or Russell, as we see from the topic just now. So Russell actually are widely used normally in erosion and sedimentation control, or we call it ESCP, soil loss rate estimation as well, and sediment yield analysis too. So this is the general equation of the Russell, which is including A equal to R, K, LS, C, and P. So I will introduce the factors one by one. So rainfall erosivity factor, or we call it R factor, is actually the kinetic energy from rainfall intensity, where when it starts to rain, you actually has impact on the ground. So that actually triggers the starts of erosion. So the next one will be our length slope factors, which is LS factors. Is normally depend on the length of the slope and also the steepness of the slope. So K factor, or soil erodibility factors, is actually the soil property of the current condition of the site. And cover management factor is actually the top cover of the soil, where you actually can be bare soil, or you actually come with grass or some plantation. The lastly will be erosion control practice factor, or P factor, where it is actually used to, is there any prevention method for you to control on soil erosion? If no, normally in this equation, it will just present as the number 1. Now, for today, I will actually focus on LS factor. LS factor is interesting because it can be combined as LX factor, or you can differentiate it between L and S. It's actually based on the equation. Later I will show it in the further slides. So in fact, LS actually comes from the empirical model, where it is from a very fixed amount of data, which consists of 22.1 meter plot length, and of course 9% slope of the plot itself. So there are a few arguments happen for the researchers, which the first will be Parsons. Parsons actually says that LS factor are not compatible for a long-term study, and Harras actually saying that it actually has a strong relationship but sometimes there is no relationship at all. So for this paper, I would like to introduce to you, and I would like to find out, based on by using sensitivity evaluation, on the effect of LX factor on soil loss, soil erosion rate estimation, and of course the percentage difference on the result. The methodology is very straightforward. Currently myself, I'm from Malaysia, so my site actually located in Malaysia as well. So this is a site where from the site is actually like a river. So from that, I will actually get the site condition and make it into a parameters, which I will require for my soil loss parameters. As you can see on the orange table, there is a site condition, and I will convert it to soil loss parameter in the red table. Now for this parameter, it will be carried forward for the analysis later. So this is the 6 factors. The 4 factors will be fixed. LS will be manipulated in Excel spreadsheet, and it will mainly focus on annual soil loss rate and also the percentage of sensitivity. This is the equation for L factor and X factor. Just now I have mentioned LX factor are actually interesting because it actually correlated, and yes, in equation of S factor are actually involved of the calculation of L factor. So actually both of them are actually affect each other. But in this condition, we are going to find out how that actually goes in a further analysis, especially on the soil loss rate and the sensitivity. So for L factor, it will be simulated from the number from 100 meter to 500 meter with a 20 meter interval. But for X factor, will be simulated from 1% to 40%, or in degree, as you can see on the slide, with 1% interval. And this is a sensitivity equation that will be used to calculate the sensitivity of the both factors in the further analysis. So this is the graph for L factors. And as you can see, the benchmark of 225 meters is actually from the raw data, which is the original data of the site. And as you can see, actually distribute from -33% to 49%, which is considered normal because it's very balanced. It doesn't really come with a sharp peak or increase rapidly any section. And the soil loss actually consists of around 1,300 tons per hectare per year up to 3,000 tons hectare per year. So we can actually, from this analysis, we can actually see that a distribution of L factors are actually a direct relationship with the outcome, which indirectly we are saying that the increase of L factor actually increase the outcome of the erosion soil loss rate, of course, with the sensitivity as well. So from this and from the figures, it actually tells us that L factor is actually one of the dominant factors from the 6 factors that we have talking about just now that will actually affect the overall outcomes in the Russell's calculation. But S factor is one of the very interesting graph, which it actually shows a very different behavior compared to the other factors. So in S factors, as you can see, the 7.5% actually the benchmark of the site that we are mentioning just now. But the one in the red circles actually shows a very sharp increase of peak in the whole graph. So let's see one by one. The peak actually happens around 12%. So anything before 12% shows a very smooth increment, just like L factors is show a very good increment. But right after 12%, we actually see it increase rapidly and increase a very fast gradient as compared to the one before 12%. So I actually think about it and say, why does it happen? So I refer back to the raw data of the calculation, which is the table in the graph. The table actually shows a very clear section at 12%, where it actually affects the whole equation, including X factor and partially of the L factor. So we can actually, from this, we can judge that the fineness or the closeness of the M factor intervals will have the significant impact of the outcome, which in the other way saying that if we are possible to break down the percent or the break down the value for M, we can make it more detailed. This kind of case will not be happen, and it actually won't be affect the estimation so much. And X factor in Russell for any slope less than 12% is actually practical, which means if you have a site less than 12% steepness, if you want to use this data for your site, actually more practical as compared to 12%, which let's say your site is more than 12%, you might be overestimate what you have for the erosion rate. So overall, as you can see, L factor is actually show a very good linear relationship with soil erosion rate and the degree of sensitivity. But For X factor will be a little partially different, where it's more acceptable sensitivity range around any slope below 12%, but actually increase rapidly beyond 12% slope steepness, or including the slope soil erosion rate and also the degree of sensitivity. So from this, actually, there's a recommendation for S factors, and the other factors should be studied deeper. More studies should be carried out so that they can find out what is the reason behind the rapid increase, and that should actually go into deeper on breaking down into a more detailed calculation for S factor, where it actually will be more balanced in the estimation for higher steepness. And yes, this is all from me, and thank you very much. And Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Samuel, and Merry Christmas to you as well.
Yeah, Samuel.
Yes, do we have any question for Samuel?
Yeah, Samuel, it's thank you. It's very interesting presentation. I have two questions. One is which factor was more dominant in you?
Okay, so actually throughout my research, I found out that the most dominant one will be actually S, because the steepness actually changed the terrain very much as compared to, because the steepness of the terrain actually increase the runoff rate. Runoff rate are from rainfall. Rainfall is actually fine, but as long as the steep things more steeper, we found out the runoff are increasing. The increase of runoff actually give us more erosion rate compared to the other factors, where actually the length is fine, because the length actually are having their own performance, but steepness is the most I would say the most severe erosion causes compared to the other factors.
Do you think the outcome would be very much different if you have done this in a different context, for example, a different geography, like for example, the Maldives? So we are like 3 feet above sea level, and so the soil is very much different actually from Malaysia. So do you think that you might get a different outcome and the dominant factor would be different in the context of Maldives or in different geographies?
Yes, it is. Because this is some of the reason behind this equation are actually from US. US area are more flatter. They're actually a larger area. But in fact, compared to Malaysia, we actually are more having a more hilly terrain. So we find mountain easily compared to US. So and some countries are drier. They are not raining so much. So in fact, this equation are having a lot of potential for us to find out which kind of adjustment will actually suits the geography and the weathering of the country itself. So that is why actually I flipped through a lot of research around this equation. There are actually a lot of different versions from different researchers due to their different country and backgrounds from their own studies. That's why I think it's actually, yes, it affects a lot. And that is why we need to look into it so that we can find out more possibilities on how it actually suits the equation to our own country and on our own sites.
Thank you, Samuel. Very interesting.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, sir. With this, we'll move on to our next presenter. So next, I would like to welcome Parinita Sinha, who will be discussing on the inclusive methods and techniques for teaching English to dyslexic learners.
Thank you, everybody, for having me here and giving me an opportunity to present my paper. Give me a minute to start sharing my screen.
Sure.
Okay.
Can you see my slides?
Yes, ma'am. You may begin.
Everybody? All right. Yes, thank you very much. So my presentation is on inclusive methods and techniques for teaching English to dyslexic.
Can you put it on full screen?
Full screen, full screen.
Yeah. I hope it's visible now.
Yes, it's better. Thank you so much. You may begin.
Thank you. So in this paper, I am going to talk about inclusive methods and techniques for teaching English to dyslexic learners. We all know that English has proved to be a difficult language in terms of its pronunciation and spelling for Indian learners, more so for dyslexic learners because they have a problem in identifying differences in sounds and the way in which they combine together to form a word. Now, I'm doing my PhD under Dr. R. Rajesh, who is the head of Department English Language and Studies at Madurai Kamraj University, Tamil Nadu. Myself, Parinita Sinha, I am an assistant professor in English, Department of Humanities, Delhi Technological University, Delhi, India. Here is the abstract where I talk about three main objectives that I have tried to talk about in my paper. The first one is to find inclusive ways for making the environment suitable for all learners. SLD is specific learning disorder, and dyslexia is one of the problems that comes under the umbrella term of SLD. SEN is special educational needs, and this includes all children, all students who can have certain demands, certain special needs from the educational environment. The second objective was to propose innovative approaches for helping out SEN learners in overcoming academic challenges in learning English. And the third was to explore methods for creating a supportive environment that could help in reducing the dropout rate or tendency of the SEN learner. Now, to define, dyslexia is a learning disorder which results in reading difficulty due to problems in identifying, decoding, and encoding speech sounds. Dyslexia affects the processing of language in the brain, causing difficulty in spelling, handwriting, memorizing, and differentiating between words and sounds. Now, as I said, there were three main objectives. I start with the first one, inclusion. Here I suggest some measures that educational institutions can take to help out students with special needs. The first one is to remodel the learning environment to accommodate neurodiversity needs in language learning. We all know that different students learn differently. Especially when we think about neurodiverse needs, we have to somehow help out our children in bridging the gap between what we teach and how they learn. So the preferred learning style, the preferred learning environment becomes really important in teaching and learning. Second is learner-centered approach and flexible design of materials for teaching English. At the same time, we can utilize mother tongue to enhance understanding at the basic level. Again, making accessibility of technology, learning materials, buildings, and classrooms must be a priority to help and support learners with special needs. The third point is to use assistive technologies, tools, and devices for overcoming physical barriers faced by learners. Dyslexia comes with comorbidities or comorbid situations. So some students can have attention deficit disorder. Someone can have an increased sensitivity to color, light, sound, etc. All of these barriers can be removed by using specific tools and technologies that can help them in negating these barriers in general classroom environment. We can also provide financial, psychological, and academic help wherever needed by SEN learners. And most importantly, we should be using ICT tools, e-learning techniques, as well as tape-recorded sessions for self-paced learning. I stress tape-recorded sessions because most students cannot grasp too much of information at the same time. And when they get overwhelmed, specifically in the case of dyslexic learners, when they get overwhelmed, they tend to switch off and not take in information. So for such students, we can have tape recorded sessions so that they can learn at their own pace in any kind of environment, not just the classroom, not just the home, but wherever they need, wherever they want. The second part is to build support systems around the dyslexic student. I am stressing more on dyslexic student, but these can be applied to other children as well. Now, the first thing, the first problem that most students face is during the evaluation, which favors the pen and paper written system of assessment. Now, if we continue doing that, their interests will be jeopardized. But what we can do is, in reality, to assess learners on the basis of real progress from simple to complex or vice versa concepts rather than the conventional assessment with very high stakes. Secondly, dyslexic students can be curious, inquisitive learners, and these traits could be utilized for nurturing communicative competence in English through giving leadership roles to them to enhance self-image and belonging with the community. Thirdly, parents, teachers, all stakeholders, together with educational bodies, should find ways to build support and infrastructure aimed to enrich the quality of life of SEN learners. Now, this can be differentiated according to the place where children are learning. So what works in place number A will not work in place number B. So depending on the circumstances, all these things can be changed and made useful according to the needs of the learner. Fourthly, personalized and flexible learning modules to support learners with different needs. The third part is to have approach and method which can help in bringing out more innovative practices within the teaching and learning paradigm. So here I talk about integrating higher order thinking skills, which includes problem solving, critical thinking, big picture thinking with basic concepts in classroom learning. So if I'm talking about English language, I can think about critical learning, critical thinking skills along with language learning. Secondly, to use multi-sensory learning and teaching to engage all senses and styles of learning. For example, we can use color coding for page numbers, for complex ideas, for complex words or difficult words. We can use kinesthetics or tactile learning techniques for learners who have difficulty in attention, retention, and discrimination of materials. Next, we can introduce stories and local folk tales as well as local history, which can be again aligned with the language needs for a particular age group. And this can lead to better comprehension and retention of complex ideas. Utilizing stories from local background helps children relate better with their environment, and it helps them in understanding complex issues. Fourthly, it has been proven by research that games and simulations can have a lasting impact on the learning outcome, more so in languages. And here I talk about the impact in terms of cognitive functions, behavioral, as well as affective functions, and in the case of English language. We can also start teaching mnemonics, idea maps. We can bring in peer teaching and think aloud sessions from young age rather than waiting for the children to be adults and start learning in these ways. And thus we can encourage them to devise their own strategies for memorizing facts. So as a teacher, I might talk about mnemonics as a great idea, but they can come up with a certain different way of learning and memorizing the facts, and both the techniques should be equally valid within the classroom. Ego clashes should not make way in such situations. Students learn by collecting information and finding conclusions themselves. So we can have project-based learning methods or task-based learning methods to increase the competency in English language. Here, this is a pictorial representation. So we help children learn by using inclusive environment, innovative approaches, and building support. And the next part is to have to manage problems of SEN pupils, which I'm going to talk about in the next slide. So how do we manage dyslexia at classroom level? I term it as AIE-AAM, which is the mnemonical form of what I discussed below, or I am strategy. So first is to have accessibility as the golden standard for bringing learners together, rather than make situations different and segregated for each learner. We can keep accessibility for all as a golden standard. Second, we should cultivate best practices and inclusive methods from lowest level to the top tier within educational environment, and we can have better representation of students within the framework of the educational environment. We have to ensure equality for all learners. We should have awareness of each other's special needs, and within the peer community, we can encourage children to have liberty and brotherhood and community feeling amongst each other, and they can help each other in growing together rather than thinking of the other as one who is disadvantaged or underprivileged. Next is to have acceptance of difference and diversity in identity, learning methods, and behavior, among others. Now, we have to understand that one learning method is not better than other. It depends on the way a child grasps the concepts. So in that sense, we should be readily accepting the difference and diversity in different ways of learning and teaching. We should also encourage multicultural and multilingual routes of learners rather than discriminating amongst them and thinking about one as better and the other as not so good. We should be encouraging this kind of thought process to make sure that within the pupils, there is an understanding of diversity, there is an understanding of each other's roots and differences. I conclude with the following statements. There are many ways to help students feel interested, encouraged, and engaged in school's education, whether they are dyslexics or non-dyslexics. Each child is like a new puzzle, and the responsibility of solving it lies with the educational institutions. No two dyslexics have the same problems, and therefore solutions need to be tailored according to their specific needs and in consultation with each stakeholder to ensure better life and learning outcome for the learners. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Parinita, for your presentation.
Parinita, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Questions, are these findings from your literature review, or?
So some of it is from the literature review, and some of it is based on the feedback that I have received from my PhD that I'm doing currently. I'm working with dyslexic adults, and the feedback that they give to me, for example, what they want from the curriculum, what do they want to learn and how they want to learn. A lot of that material is based on my feedback that I have got from the students themselves. So I have put all of them, I've tried to inculcate and accommodate maximum information that I have got from the students in this slide, sir.
Okay, I think the technology is the key for these disabilities. And my question is, the second question is, what do you think, adopting adaptive learning with artificial intelligence, would it help? Did you come across any such cases when you were?
Yes, sir. So AI is extremely helpful in India. Also, we are coming up with special classrooms where all children are exposed to virtual environments where they get to see things from three-dimensional views. So for example, a dyslexic can think about a lion from the top view, and I might be seeing it from the front view. So with the help of the technology and with the help of connectors, they can see the same lion from different angles. A lot of surgery, a lot of internal matter within the diagram is also possible to be shown to students with the help of AI. So AI is definitely the way forward when we talk about creating an equal platform for all learners, not just dyslexic, not just special needs learners, but all types of learners who should be exposed to real-time data, real-time information, and just in their preferred style of learning.
Thank you, Pranita.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Parinita, once again for your presentation. We'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Dr. Pallavi Mishra, who will be discussing on the ethnographic analysis, understanding cyber psychology in adolescents through social media posts. Hello, Dr. Pallavi.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible. You may share your screen.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries and participants. Yes, give me 10 seconds. I'm just sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. You may begin.
Okay. So, my topic is ethnographic analysis, understanding cyber psychology in adolescents through social media posts. So, as we all know that now we all are living in virtual world. There is sociology, and now we have emerged in a era where there is digital sociology and digital psychology. So that's why this has become an important topic to be discussed upon. So my biography, this is Dr. Pallavi Mishra. I'm working as
Dr. Pallavi, your audio is little disturbing.
Hello.
Yes, now it's a little more clear.
Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Pallavi Mishra. I'm working as an associate professor at Amity School of Communication, Amity University, Jaipur, India. I'm also working as a freelance journalist and poet. So this is the abstract. Social media is a dynamic technology of electronic pages that is ubiquitous, instantaneous, and interactive, but its rise has delivered a host of conundrums as well. Adolescence is an indispensable stage of life characterized by social and psychological changes between childhood and adulthood in both male and female. This is the most crucial stage of life because the child enters into adulthood where he or she experiences biological as well as psychological changes. Cyber psychology, and at this point, cyber psychology is at its peak because now we are living in this virtual world, new world. Cyber psychology is the field of study pertaining to the way people interact through computers or digital devices and the emotional effects that users has on the brain. So here I intended to study that how the cyber psychology is affecting the adolescents or teenagers. Cyber psychology is also referred to as internet psychology or web psychology. The cyber psychology of adolescents can be traced through their post on social networking sites. It is very much reflected through their post what adolescents or what teenagers are posting on social networking sites on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter handles. It is clearly reflected from their what is their psychology. So the cyber psychology of adolescents can be traced very much from there. Social comparison and self-representation. And in this study, I also intended to find that how people represent themselves on these platforms, is it real or is it just ideal representation of themselves? It reflects their behavior of an individual on online media driven by the post of peer circle or social media friends. So somewhere or the other, they are influenced by their peer group. For this, an exploratory research was conducted to comprehend how social media has an impact on psychology of adolescents, and they compare themselves with the people of their circle. This study has also used ethnographic analysis of the content posted on social media platforms to comprehend how adolescents get into the process of self-comparison influenced by the post across a spectrum of social networking sites. So ethnographic analysis is a specific research technique which analyzes or observes the post on social media or online platforms. Objectives of the study. This study has been carried out on based of following objectives: to examine the cyber psychology of adolescents and to analyze the Facebook activities that depicts their self-presentation, how adolescents present themselves on Facebook. The methodology, it has used ethnographic analysis for various activities on Facebook that became popular among the teenagers. The research employs a qualitative conventional content analysis technique with a conceptual framework of Facebook posts to explore the stated objectives. Conventional content analysis involves coding categories that are directly derived from the data. So description, according to the groundbreaking theory of cognitive development in children by French psychologist Jean Piaget, there are 4 cognitive stages of childhood development. They are considered as sensory motor stage. First is sensory motor stage from birth through about 2 years. At this, we had concrete thinking. The thinking is called as concrete thinking. Then pre-operational stage from 2 to 7 years. Again, that is concrete thinking stage. Third is concrete operational stage, 7 to 11 years of age, where the children think they have just solid thinking, that what they are seeing, they'll think accordingly. But after this stage, the child enters into formal operational stage where the concrete thinking converts into abstract thinking. And it is actually the beginning of adolescence, generally begins at the age of 11. Erving Goffman's described self-presentation approach, which still remains refreshingly current and lucid. That self-presentation and this stage, at formal operational stage, they have this identity kind of thing, that how to present themselves among the peer group or amongst their social circle. A framework of social interactions, individuals present themselves in such a way as to best further their own agendas within the interaction and interpret the self-presentation of others according to the same criteria. And with an advent of online media, this has become more popular amongst adolescents. It is called virtual self-presentation. Earlier, it was physical presentation, self-presentation, and now this is virtual self-presentation. People manipulate, reinvent, or reveal aspects of their identity in the context of online communities. Identity development is a main task of adolescents, and new media provide possibilities for self-presentation. So it has offered a platform to present themselves. Self-presentation behavior in adolescents. Adolescents have always paid a lot of attention to the presentation of self. Online content has become an integral mode for the management of identity, lifestyle, social relations, and virtual self-presentation behavior. In adolescence, individuals become more cautious towards self-presentation in terms of their appearance, activities, behavior, etc. Therefore, individuals attempt to project themselves in a particular way for self-presentation. And through public comments, peer acknowledged virtual self-displays that might not exist in real life, their ideal self may be revealed more clearly in social networks. And likes, comments, it has also added to self-presentation. In my study, I got to know that people, the most specifically adolescents or teenagers, they are interested in likes and comments. Number of Facebook users across India as of, this is the report of January 2019, and as per the age group, it is reflecting the excess of Facebook. You all can see 13 to 17 years, it's 5.5, 19.5, and 18 to 24 years, this is the group which are the users, the most users of Facebook. Facebook uses, why it is being used by the adolescents, what are their purposes to use, why they use, like friends post, comments, friends post, send messages, upload videos, upload photos, write a note, update a status. These are their basic agendas of using Facebook. Then self-presentation, ingratitude, supplication, enhancement. To enhance their identity, they use, or to enhance their self-presentation, they use Facebook. Social support, that is tangible, informational, emotional, companionship, and what is their desired image, or what do they desire from this using Facebook. It should be nice, attractive, humorous, caring, easy to talk, supplication, looking weak, enhancement, knowledgeable, competence. And this is the if they considers that their image is not going the way they desired for, it somewhere or the other affects their psychology. So this is the picture, this is the pictorial representation. That front stage, what is the front stage and what is the back stage? There is a difference between front stage and back stage of social media posts. These are some pictures which I have analyzed for the purpose of this study. Like, this is a Facebook page, Self-Presentation Club. This is the page of Self-Presentation Club, which is offering netizens to come and present themselves on this particular page. Self-presentation, like it is mentioned over here, self-presentation is a team to present your personalities, hobbies, talents, achievements, social status in a positive way. And now see, it is written in a positive way. If whatever a child is experiencing, that he or she may not post it on this platform. So it is like positive way, it is reflecting that whatever we are posting, that is not real, that is ideal, or that is fake. These are again some pictures which I come across, and I found that people, how these teenagers, they represent themselves on social media platforms. Then again, I also wanted to study that they get into some type of activities just to present themselves. And for when I was conducting this research, I came across these news, the psychology behind Kiki challenge told by the psychiatrist. The Kiki challenge, we all know that a lot of adolescents, a lot of teenagers and students, there was a setback, or they died, even they passed away when they were performing the challenge. Then again, after Blue Whale, it is a Momo WhatsApp suicide challenge that's risking your teens. So these type of activities on social media platforms just for self-representation is giving an adverse effect. This was another news. India teenagers die taking selfies with train. Selfies, again, selfies are meant for self-representation. Coming to the conclusion, as a result, we come to conclusion about the personality aspiration for the virtual self-presentation, that this personality aspiration, virtual self-presentation, where people are more into personality aspiration. Besides, we reveal the leading type of activity of network users motives and requirements realized in the virtual world, and also an assessment of influence and concrete consequences of a network involvement. The network involvement plays a vital role in influencing or in affecting the psychology of adolescent. Results: our analysis showed that the personality with the expressed virtual self-presentation in the real life is in crisis state, which is characterized by wide range of negative manifestations. There are also difficulties in communicative and emotional spheres. Social motives which aren't realized in real world are transferred into the virtual world. Such users have no critical evaluation of possible negative consequences of a strong network involvement. And suggestions: high aspiration for virtual self-presentation is a sign and an indicator of the extremely negative mental state and leaving the real world for virtual one. They indicate that necessity of psychological and psychotherapeutic assistance users, that now it is required to counsel the adolescents, children, that this is not a real world. Somewhere or the other, if they are representing themselves in an ideal way, it is going to affect their psychology. With high expressiveness of virtual self-presentation are really characterized by the extremely negative mental state, tonicity, uneasiness, compulsion, depressions, hostility, phobias, or paranoid state, psychism, and as a result, they have no opportunity to solve problems in real life. These are the references. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
So do we have any questions for Dr. Pallavi?
Some few questions. First, I would like to thank you, Pallavi, for the presentation. It's a great presentation.
Thank you, sir.
My question is like, you have mentioned that you have analyzed some of the pictures which are available on social media. So did you use any parameters to identify, like, okay, what would be the psychological impact of that particular picture or post? And so are you using any parameters or any basis?
So mostly I, because as it is adolescents, so all the my students, they are in that age category. So I analyze their Facebook, and even I talk to them to understand that how do they represent themselves on social media, and even I'm conducting a survey for the same.
Okay, so so you have like collected the data, I mean, from the students.
Because sir, yes. Sir, because I know that when I was asking to them, I was trying to observe their behavior, because I asked them that, do you think that what is being posted on, like, they were influenced. They told me that, ma'am, one of my friend is exploring a certain place, but see, my life, there are a lot of problems in my life. Then I asked that, do you think that whatever is being posted on that Facebook, that is real? And I got to know how they are influenced. They are comparing their life, that their life is no such exciting as compared to their friend's life. So this is the impact. This social media is somewhere or the other creating such type of adverse impact on children, on adolescents.
Okay, so if you expand in this research to a random sampling, for example, so now the people who have actually interviewed or collected data from the close circle, isn't it? That you know, isn't it? Those students that you know very well. But in the time that we are experiencing now, misinformation, lot of fake news, isn't it? Videos, images which are edited. So how would you actually address, those issues if you are expanding this research for a random sampling? Like, for example, how can you conclude that, okay, that particular picture or video really tells something about that person's personality or behavior? Because we are not sure about whether it's the right person or whether he has really I mean, is the right picture, or whether it could be a fake picture as well, isn't it? So how would we address that?
Yes, so these are some limitations of the study, because you are absolutely right that how we can identify that it is real or it's just a self-representation, just for the purpose of representation. It's a limitation, but I'll try my best to overcome such limitations too when I'm going to conduct this study in depth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, actually.
And thank you, Dr. Pallavi, for your presentations. So with this, we come to an end of the technical session 1. So we'll take a short lunch break, which will be a 15 minutes break. And after that, we'll be going on to the technical session 2. So see you all after break. 2020. So next we'll be moving on to technical session 2. So next I would like to welcome our next presenter, Hu Jia, who will be discussing on the analysis and apply Thai cone costume pattern into high-end fashion design. Ms. Jia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. You may begin your presentation.
Yes. Okay, can clear?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, thank you. And now it's start presentation.
Yes, you have to click on share screen and you can share your screen and begin your presentation.
Okay, thank you. So can I see, can you see the PowerPoint? It's clear?
Yeah, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Hu Jia, come from China. Now I'm studying in the Sandalwood University in PhD International Ground. This is my title, Analyze and Apply Thai cone costume pattern into the high-end fashion design. So because I'm the foreigner studying in Thailand, so I don't know what the Thai cone before. So for the in Thailand started 3 years, I know what the Thai traditional overlap. It means Thai cone, and this Thai cone is the names the overlap. So I research Thai cone costume pattern because my major is the fashion design. So I list the topic is the use Thai cone costume pattern into the high-end fashion design. So this is my research background. Because the Thai cone is the Thai traditional culture, many young people know this overlap in Thailand and in foreigner also. So I want to research this overlap and promote more internationally. This is the research objective. This topic is my PhD study the topic. So the Thai cone, the costume pattern is the a part for the topic. So except the Thai cone costume pattern and another some like the mask and like the movement and then research. So for the Thai cone, this is my research area. It's the intangible element is Thai cone history and storyline and culture of the artist and the regional. List the tangible research for the fabric and handcraft and color pattern accessory mask and the movement. This part important research focus the fabric and handcraft and pattern. So this is my literature review research for the Thai cone research. This is the introduction to Thai cone. This Thai cone history. Thai cone is from the Indian, from the Thai Rama king, but Rama king is from the Indian Ramayana. So it's the long time the story. And from Rama came from the king walking the Rama, King Rama 1 and Rama 2 and Rama 5. So the vessel of the Rama king was counted in the Rama the 1. Thai cone Maya storyline used one story. This the story is Rama King have the beautiful wife, the Sita, but Sita begin stand up by the Dharma King, the Tosagan. So Hanuman and Rama is the resolved the Queen Sita. So this the story male storyline. So I choose the 4 types the male character in the research. The first is male for the pra, is the female for Nang, is the Dharma for Yusai, and the monkey. So this means the Rama, Sita, and Tosagan and Hanuman. Taikun costume is very difficult for the making. So this the pattern is very Thai traditional pattern. So I research important for this part. Taikun also know the mask dancer Jaima because the mask is very important in the Taikun overall. So this and then I research after this research about this part. This the Taikun the journal. This the important in the Taikun because the Taikun costume have the meaning journal for the match the costume. This the Taikun dancer movement. The movement is the from the picture of the worm. So this is have the spatial pause in the drama show. So this is my research Taikun philosophy. The first for the artistry and the second for the culture. The second is my major is high-end fashion design research. So now it's because the Taikun is the traditional culture for the Thailand, but another country people maybe not know it, understand it. So I want to push the Taikun for the international. So use the fashion design. This is the case study. This the East designer from China. She used the Chinese overall for the fashion design. The brand name, fashion show name is Gara. So this is a Chinese overall costume. It's the traditional costume, but she used the fashion language, transfer the fashion design, used some the traditional element and use for the fashion design, some like this. And this the Western designer for the Dolce and Gabbana. Dolce Gabbana used the from the Italy, and so they used the Italy overall costume from the fashion design. So this the fashion show the photos, some like this. So I find the common point is the Taikun and high-end fashion design. So the very important is 3 points. The first is handcraft, and second is the ornament, and the third is artistry. So list the features from the Taikun and the high-end fashion design for the common point. And I use the research method and use the literature review and stamp the literature review for and case study and interview and expand consult and research for the Taikun and the high-end fashion design. Find the factor. Use the public cranies and find the king factors. And then use the experiment cranies and some like the Taikun professor and fashion professor or the fashion designer and pattern designer and clothing prototypes and find the final king factors and use the design experiment transfer the language. So now I started the pattern experiment. So for the feedback and improve the final design. This is my quantitative research. Have the two popular quantitative. List the interview and expand opening. For the art design professor, have the 7 people, and Taekwondo experiment have the third people. List expand quantitaries. So I find the final factories in list 8. List 8 is very important for my topic. And so I research important research, focus the research for list 8 factories and use my design. So list the factory and size. I find the tangible element, have the color, pattern, handcraft, and mask. Use these tangible transfer the fashion language, and then is intangible factors, and use the character, artistry, and journey and culture for the intangible elements for my design. This is my fashion design method. First, use research the Taekwondo, and then use the design concept, find design concept, and improve the research, and then use the fashion language for the fashion design. And then I introduce my design development. List the custom research list for the characters. First, Hanuman, and second, Tosagan, and Rama and Sita. List my all the characters in the Taekwondo. So this is the Hanuman, the costume, have the many types for the costume. And this is the Hanuman's pattern. This the pattern is very unique, the pattern. Some like the monkey hair, and then the trousers have the pattern in Thai traditional pattern, looks like the lotus. And list the Tosagan, the costume and size. So the clothing for the Tosagan costume is the same, the unified pattern, looks like the and the trousers pattern, it looks like the mask, some like the Tosagan's mask. This is for the Rama costume and sign. Rama is the king for the Taekwondo, so this looks like the pattern for the costume. Use the layers and the lotus for the shape from shape looks like the fall. For the Sita and the woman, and is very beautiful woman. So the costume pattern looks like the flower and lotus. Some like the elegant is novel. So I researched the pattern. The Thai traditional pattern have the 4 types. The first type is the transfer the flower, and the second type transfer the layers, and the third type transfer the famous, and then last types transfer the rice. This is the costume pattern for the fabric. This is the fabric name. Some is the Thai, very Thai traditional the name. So I researched the fabric, find have the three types. The first type is the pattern, use the one pattern, independent pattern. So the second is the double continued pattern. The third is the first continued pattern. This pattern can use in Thailand. This pattern can use the tempo, can use the fabric, and sometimes use the accessory. Use the same pattern elements. So I find the tempo, the door, transfer the pattern for the use the fashion language, transfer it the pattern. Because the use tempo pattern is very difficult for the pattern, the many line and many detail. So I transfer the fashion. I use the simple pattern for the fashion fabric. List the double continue the design pattern from the Thai tempo. The same list the first continue the pattern from the Thai tempo, the word. Something like this. So this is I use the Thai traditional, the Thai and Indian traditional the materials. These materials is from the Thai custom made materials. So I use these materials and mix some the fashion model materials and mix make the fabric pattern. This is my design sketch. My design sketch from the Sita. So I think Sita is the elegant woman and is very beautiful and very sexy. So I used the name is GANs, and this design used the Thai pattern from the fashion design. The fashion shape use the model shape, some like the Western shape. So this is maybe I think it can improvement for the young people can know what the Thai traditional pattern and like the interesting for the Thai kun. This is my lookbook for this clothes. Okay, and last I think Thai kun is simplified design of the Thai kun cultural pattern and apply use the fashion design, and I think in the as how to say is the more modern pattern for the modern fashion design, because young people maybe can understand what the clothes, what the fashion, but maybe cannot clearly understand the traditional culture, costume. So I want to push the Thai kun costume concept into the modern high-end fashion design and prove that another people can know it. So this is my topic presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiahu, for your presentation.
Thank you.
I hope there is no questions. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Yeah. Yes, please. You want to say something?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. So next, I would like to welcome our next presenter, Akshata Sharma, who will be discussing on the effect of essential oil of Xanthanum album against COVID-19, lung cancer, and streptococcal pneumonia. Ms. Akshata, are you online?
Yes, ma'am. I thank everyone for this opportunity and good afternoon to everyone. So let me share my screen. Just a minute. So is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it's visible. You can put it on full screen.
Okay. Yeah. So it is our research work is based on the effect of sandalwood oil against the lung cancer, COVID-19, and streptococcal pneumonia. It is a bioinformatic work which is coordinated. It is a contribution by our colleagues too. That is Mr. Ladhidaran and Mr. R. Venkatragavan. They have also contributed to the work, and I thank them too. So let me go into the abstract. As we all know, the respiratory tract diseases are the leading cause of death. Globally, the mortality rate of lower respiratory tract infection is quite high. For example, the mortality rate of lung cancer is 1.6 million, and the coronavirus disease has caused 1.34 million deaths, and the bacterial pneumonia has been reported as 2.56 million of deaths. So we have targeted 3 different types of respiratory infection. That is, the asbestos carcinogenesis leads to the pleural mesothelioma, and the streptococcal pneumonia and the COVID-19. So the targeted proteins that we have taken are the c-MET kinase for the lung cancer, streptococcal pneumolysine for the streptococcal pneumonia, and the spike protein for the coronavirus disease. We have taken the GCMS analyzed compounds of sandalwood oil, which revealed about 35 compounds. And these 35 compounds have been shortlisted using the Lipinski rule of 5. And about 16 compounds have satisfied this rule. And the 16 compounds has been docked against these proteins, these 3 proteins. And hence, the results revealed that the cis-lanceol, which scored minus 9.341 kilocalories per mole, which is the lowest binding energy. And the same cis-lanceol has scored minus 7.362 kilocalories per mole against streptococcal pneumolysine. And the alpha-bermotinol, which scored minus 8.170 kilocalories per mole against the spike protein. Hence, these compounds were analyzed for the ADMET analysis, that is the absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, and toxicity level of the drug, which determines the behavior and characteristic of the drug material. This study helps the researchers in the future to validate their studies by in vitro and in vivo studies. Let me go into the introduction. So the asbestos carcinogenesis, which leads to the pleural mesothelioma. Pleura is a thin layer of tissue which is present over the lung, and it is considered as a rare type of lung cancer. The main cause of the mesothelioma is the prolonged exposure of asbestos. The microscopic asbestos fiber is known to cause inflammation and genetic changes due to its inhalation. When it is inhaled, it causes inflammation and as well as genetic changes in the c-MET kinase. The c-MET kinase is also called as hepatocyte growth factor receptor. A hepatocyte is also called as the liver cell. The hepatocyte growth factor receptor is also present in the stem cells. So these stem cells can be may be developed into a cancerous cells. The genetic changes may readily promote the metastasis of the pleura region, that is causing mesothelioma. Next, hence we have taken this as our first target. The next target we have taken is the streptococcal pneumonia. It is a lung infection and it is considered as an invasive disease by the doctors. Hence, we have targeted pneumolysine as a virulence factor for the research, which is reported to lyse the cell, that is kill the cell by forming pore, and it forms pore in the cell membrane that contains cholesterol and 50 hemolytic units. Hence, the pneumolysine also has several effects causing inflammation and apoptosis of cells. The apoptosis is programmed cell death of cells with immense tissue damage. Next, hence we have taken it as our second target. The coronavirus disease is our third target, which is called as a mild and moderate respiratory illness, which has caused about 1.34 million of deaths and over 60 million active cases. The SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, which is readily binds to the angiotensin converting enzyme 2 protein, prevents in lung tissue, causing virus cell fusion. It causes serious illness with people affected with low immune system. That is, the patient affected from AIDS or diabetes are more prone to coronavirus. Hence, let me go into the ligand and let me introduce this. So, the sandalwood oil, which is the Santalum album, is an Indian sandalwood, which is a small tropic tree known for its traditional sandalwood oil. The sandalwood oil is known for its fine wood and its fragrance. The fragrance is due to the presence of its phytochemicals, that is, sesquiterpenoids, phenols, tannins, and saponins. The Santalum album oil is also well known for its medicinal properties. That is, it has antibacterial activity against Staphylococcus species, Bacillus species, Escherichia coli, and Salmonella typhi. The sandalwood oil is also known for its anti-cancer activity due to its chemopreventative effect, which shows apoptosis or arrest of cells in the cell cycle and causes cytotoxicity. The antiviral drug activity is also seen against herb simplex virus, and the beta-santalol compound is very effective, that is, which has shown 86% of efficacy against influenza virus. So the other medicinal properties include anti-inflammatory, antifungal, and antipyretic effect. So these three proteins has been taken as a target, and this is the ligand which we have taken for drug compost, which we have taken for the molecular docking purpose. So let me go into the materials and method. So determination of bioactive compounds. Here we have analyzed the phytochemistry which was reported. The phytochemical analysis where the presence of phenolics, proanthocyanins, flavonoids, tannins, quinones, and polyphenols was reported. And the essential oil was also subjected to GCMS analysis, which indicated 35 compounds. And the 35 compounds where the sesquiterpenoids in xanthanols showed inhibitory mechanism of DNA polymerases, and it was effective against human colon carcinomas. And it also had anti-allergic and anti-hexosinamidase activity. So the beta-santalin, which is one of the bioactive compounds, which showed a better efficacy against the Salmonella typhi, which causes typhoid. So next is the screening of protein and ligand library. The 35 compounds were subjected to Lipinski rule of 5, which tells about the molecular mass with less than 500 kilodaltons, molecular refractivity which is in the range of 40 to 130, hydrogen bond acceptor which is less than 100, which is less than 10, and the hydrogen bond donor which is less than 5, and lipophilicity which is less than 5. So totally 16 compounds were satisfied this way. The energy was also minimized using UCSF Chimera 1.14 software in order to promote its stability. The three targeted proteins, that is the streptococcal hemolysin, c-MET kinase, and spike protein, was studied and retrieved from protein data bank. The heteroatomic molecules and hydrophobic molecules were removed using PyMol software. The ligand binding site was also predicted using FastP web server. Next is the virtual ligand. Here, the molecular docking was performed using Autodock 4.2. This software recognizes the binding efficacy of the ligand, which is docked against the protein. It is generally used to interactions, and it is based on Lamarck.
Hello.
So next is our Discovery Studios 3.0. After the docking process is completed, the the protein ligand complex is visualized in the 2D and 3D conformations. The Discovery Studio 3.1 software also helps to visualize the van der Waals interactions and conventional hydrogen bonding. Next is the prediction of pharmacokinetic properties and toxicity level of the drug. The top 3 compounds of the 3 protein targets has been taken for this analysis, and it is also helps to predict the behavior and characteristics of the drug material. There are certain parameters to be noted, that is the water solubility, GI tract absorption, that is gastrointestinal tract absorption, penetration level in the blood-brain barrier, and CNS, that is central nervous system, hepatotoxicity, and AMES and HERG toxicity. And hence, let me go into the results. The first tabulation gets to know about the bioactive compounds of sandalwood oil, which satisfy the Lipinski rule of 5. These are the 16 compounds which satisfy this rule. Second table tells about the dog conformation of bioactive compounds of tantalum album oil against the lung cancer. Here we can see that the cis lansol has scored minus 9.314, followed by cis alpha santalol, which scored minus 9.060, and alpha bergamotinol, which is score of minus 8.390. And these 3 compounds have showed the lowest binding energy against c-MET kinase, and the lowest binding energy shows the high affinity towards the interaction and has strong interactions between them. The cis lansol has also been reported for possess many pharmacological characteristics such as anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, anti-cancer, antibacterial, and antifungal activities. Next, you can see the 2D and 3D conformations of the that when the ligand is interacted with the protein, and this is the 3D interaction, and this is the 2D interaction. The next table tells about the dog conformation of bioactive compounds against the streptococcal pneumonia. Here you can see the cis lanceols with minus 7.362, followed by dodecane minus 7.186, and followed by epi-beta santalin with a score of minus 6.914 kilocalories. And the next you can see the 2D and 3D conformation of cis lanceol against the streptococcal pneumolysine. This is the 3D conformation, and this is the 2D conformation. Next, it is the dog conformation of tantalum album oil against the coronavirus disease, that is the spike protein. Here you can see the alpha bergamotinol has scored the lowest binding energy, that is minus 8.170, followed by beta sesquiferlandrin that has scored minus 8.850, and cis lansol which has scored minus 8.164. This is the structure of 3D alpha bergamotinol, which has showed the 3D conformation and 2D conformation. The next, we can go into the pharmacokinetic property analysis.
Name is Akshita.
Yes,
sorry to interrupt. You will have to little fasten up.
Yes, it's done.
Yeah.
So it is the absorption property, which tells about the top 3 conformations, where it has shown a good gastrointestinal absorption. And it as well as said that none of the compound has shown T-glycoprotein substrate and as well as inhibitor. The next is the distribution property, where you can see a satisfactory and a good level of the blood-brain barrier permeability and CNS permeability. The next is the compounds which are shown against the substrate and inhibitor for the cytochrome enzymes. So the CYP2D6, no compounds has shown the substrate for the CYP2D6, and the CYP2C9, CYP2D6, and CYP3A4 inhibitors. The compounds such as alpha bergamotinol, beta santalol, cis alpha santalol, epi-beta santalol, trans beta santalin has been trans beta bergamotinol has shown a substrate for CYP3A4 substrates. Hence, none of the and the next is the toxicity and excretion tabulation. Here we can see that there is no mutagenic property and they are not HERG inhibitor. Thus, they cannot act as carcinogens, which causes cancer, and they are not mutagenic. And HERG inhibitor, it is an ion channel which is not inhibited, thus they are not cardiotoxicity. So let me conclude it by saying that the essential oil was studied for their potential against these three virulence factors, that is the human c-MET kinase, streptococcal pneumocystis, and SARS-CoV-2 spike protein. The in silico study was not done before, and it is that the 16 compounds were selected, docked against these three proteins, and the ligand binding site was predicted. The ligand preparation and energy was minimized using UCSF software, using Chimera software, and no compound was shown for its hepatotoxicity and not a cytochrome inhibitor. It was not a genotoxic, non-mutagenic, and it was not a cardiotoxic property. It does not have cardiotoxic property too. Hence, I would conclude by saying that the research and scope would be that these compounds can be further validated by in vitro and in vivo studies. These are my references, and I thank everyone for ICRTMDR team and everyone for this opportunity for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Akshata, for the presentation. So, participants, if you have any questions, you can write down in the chat box and we'll make sure that the presenters can answer to it. So with this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome is Siti Fatma, who will be discussing on the social development elements for a special needs community, taxonomy and conceptualization from Risala Noor perspectives.
Thank you so much. Is my voice clear?
Yes, you can be a little more louder.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll be sharing my slide.
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you may begin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to all of fellow presenters and also fellow participants, and of course to our respected moderator. Thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Excuse me, Fatma. Sorry to interrupt. Can you be a little more louder?
Okay, all right. How about this? Right now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so this is my title for my sharing for today on the social development elements for special needs community, focusing on the taxonomy conceptualization from Risala Noor perspective. So I am the representative of my group researcher from Faculty of Quranic and Sunnah Studies, UC Malaysia. Right. So basically, I'll be covering on the introduction, objective methodology, results, discussion, and also finally the wrap up. Okay, let's go to the introduction on the research. So basically, this research is on the Risala Noor, which is Risala Noor, for your information, is a compilation series of thematic Quranic exegesis, and it's actually offered tone of positive elements for the benefits of society, including social development elements, created by one of the Muslim scholars named Badi'uzzaman Said Nursi, contains 130 episodes divided into main 4 volumes. So this collection, for your information, is an important volume, since it covers important topics that benefits the religious revival and societal well-being, comprising the elements of social development that relates to the special needs community. To the best of the researchers' knowledge, so far there's no knowledge taxonomy ever built for the specific elements existed in Risala Noor, while the taxonomy is actually essential to ease on the information access, especially for the use of the researchers and everyone at the authority level, as well as the become the platform for the special needs community to receive support. So for having taxonomies, it will be having a system of concept hierarchies which could facilitate the efficient retrieval of information and sharing of knowledge, information and data across an organization via workflows and knowledge needs in a perceptive structure. So basically, for your information, this research is mostly related to the field of library and information science. So basically, the objective of this research is to identify the taxonomy conceptualization of the social development elements for the special needs community in the perspective of Sandalwood. And the second one is, of course, to present the conceptualization of the social development elements for special needs community from the perspective of Risalah Nur. Of course, and then let's move to the methodology used throughout this research. So basically, the method used for this research is a qualitative base, which is focused on the corpus analysis method, on the construction of the taxonomy based on the analysis and extraction of the concept and sub-concept from the Risalah Nur with a close reference to the Malaysian National Police and also the people with disabilities policies, especially in the Malaysian context. Right, so basically the results for the research, basically this is among the results I've shown to you. So basically it has already successfully extracted the social development elements from the national social policy and also the people with disabilities policy. And as you can see there, we could also extract the concept in Risalah Nur related to the social development elements. And at the third column is showing to you the sources of Risalah Nur text. So basically, it's 4 main classes created, 29 subclasses included, and 104 texts extracted from the Risalah Nur text. And altogether, we have 137 texts extracted, mostly from the books of the words and the book of the flashes, which is within the corpus of the Risalah Nur collection. Right, so basically, what is the benefits of the taxonomies when it built in certain fields? So basically, in the context of this research, so that the taxonomy used to manage the Islamic knowledge and its corpus, and at the same time, it supports the navigation and information access and facilitate efficient retrieval of information and knowledge. And when having the taxonomy built, then it could lead to a less time in searching and browsing needed information accurately. And yes, on the final notes, this taxonomy build could actually manage the information in a wiser ways. And this is among the figures and the visualization of the taxonomies built within certain corpus or field. So basically, you can see here the structure of a hierarchical taxonomy, and later it can actually be visualized within the ontology tool. So basically, when we already have this constructed within the ontology tools, so it can actually help for the access of information accurately. So I just wanted to conclude on that these efforts from this research will accordingly provide a knowledge base with a structure that meets the social development elements and at the same time the religious needs. And on the second note is this research successfully providing platform for the access of researchers to the structured content of social development elements derived specifically from the Risalah Nur and contributed to the empowerment of the special needs community. So that was my final notes. Thank you so much for your precious attention and kind attention. That's all from me.
Thank you, Fatma, for your presentation. I hope there is no questions. Thank you, Fatma.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
With this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Professor Khyati Chavda, discussing on a survey on microwave planar filter design using metamaterial, which is a research design and development.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my voice is audible?
Voice is audible. Can you please put on full screen and you may begin?
Okay, thank you. Okay, now screen is visible?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Okay, good afternoon. Myself, Khyati Chavda. I'm working as an assistant professor in Electronics and Communication Department in Shantila Shah Engineering College, Bhavnagar, Gujarat. And then my co-guide is Dr. A.K. Sarvaiya. He's also assistant professor in Electronics and Communication Department in Government Engineering College, Bhavnagar, Gujarat, India. So my paper that regarding to the survey on microwave planar filter design using the metamaterial concept. So I have to research on that literatures and then design and the development in that field. So the abstract of that my paper is that in this review paper I have to discuss the different designing method for the microwave planar filter using a metamaterial property. The metamaterial property is a one type of the artificial material property that cannot we have to give in the nature materials. We can design on ourselves and then we have to create the artificial permittivity and the permittivity and the permeability. The microwave filters are one of the fundamental microwave passive component used to pass the required frequency and reject the unwanted frequency. So that is a basic concept. If you have to design any filter, so that concept is you have to pass a required frequency band and then reject the unwanted frequency band. Similarly, I have to design the band stop filter for the wireless local area network, so that I have to pass the desired frequency. For example, that I have to choose the 2.4 gigahertz, so that I have to choose the 2.4 gigahertz frequency will be passed and another frequency will be rejected using this metamaterial planar microwave filters. So the metamaterial is an artificial materials that have the controllability to their electric characteristics and possibility to get the multi-band response with the compact size. There are many types of the metamaterial filters, but in this paper, I have to review only the design regarding microstrip transmission line loaded with the different planar sub-wavelength resonator. So I have to choose only that paper that is a planar structure and that will be different sub-wavelength resonator of the MTM. Means that is a metamaterial properties resonator. In this paper, I have to compare and discuss the different shapes of the resonator for the microwave transmission line loaded with the SRR. That SRR is nothing but the unit cell of the metamaterial that is called the split ring resonator. That is a CSRR, that is a complementary split ring resonators, and then HSRR, that is a hexagonal split ring resonator. And then second one is a nowadays mostly that will be developed the hexagonal meta cells with the different shapes and its different property. A metamaterial transmission line using the left and the right hand properties are mostly used for the design the compact microwave filter with improve the electrical parameter performance with its compact and the miniaturizations in the size. The main of this paper to review the work and define the analysis of the different last few years papers for the single and the multi-frequency response in the field of the metamaterial based microwave filter. So we have to discuss the some basic concept regarding to the what is a metamaterial filter, because I have to not show any design on the result, so only that is a review paper. So that first, what is a microwave filter design? That filter is nothing but that will be past the required frequency band for in the region of the microwave. So that is a 300 gigahertz frequency range. I have to design one filter. I have to choose a S and C band. So that is a range is a 2 to 4, a 4 to 8 gigahertz. I have to use this microwave filter design using a metamaterial property for the planar structure. So that is the second one is a microwave metamaterial filter design using a resonant type of the metamaterial transmission line. I have to use the CRLH, that is a composite right left hand property. So that simple microstrip line that is a loaded with different shape of the resonators, that either in the ring shape, either in the complementary ring shapes, either that is in hexagonal shape, either that will be in the square shape, or that is in hexagonal metamaterial shape. So that is a difference sub-wavelength resonator that totally depend on the frequency and the wavelength, and that which frequency band we have to use, that dimension is depend on the difference ring resonator. Here we have to see that is a one single unit of the metamaterial. That first one is a show that is a electric capacitance between two gaps, and the next slide, next figure, we have to see that is a generate the permittivity, means that is a magnetic field. So that is a unit cell. I have to design that unit cells array, and that will be create one particularly bandstop filter. That bandstop filter absorb the particular frequency which will be mostly used in the wireless local area network and the Wi-Fi area. So that is some conclusive point from the surveys of the different papers. That is the first one is a designing the different shapes of the SRR, that is a SSRR, that is a square split ring resonator, and the hexagonal split ring resonator. So that I have to conclude some points. The two rings of the SRR are coupled by the strong distributed capacitance caused by the gap between the rings, and the induced current lines will pass from the one ring to another ring through the capacitive gap. So that is a that here I show that is a simple one ring, but if I have to design using a two ring or the multi ring, so that will be create the induced current between each and every rings, and that will be also create one type of the capacitive effect between the two rings. The parameter influencing the magnetic resonator of the SRR, the total capacitance of the split ring resonator of the design has mainly two contributions, the one arising from the splits and the other arising from the gap. So that is a split means that is a cut gap, and that is a gap between the two concentrating ring, that is a capaciting due the split prevent current from the flowing around the rings, but the mutual capacitance between two rings enable the flow of the charge of the current, and that will be induced arise from the conducting ring. So that is a second analysis from the different review paper regarding to the ring resonator of the splits. And then the second is the effect of the split width, effect of the gap distance, effect of the metal ring width, the effect of the additional capacitance. So first we have to see that effect of the split width. If I have to increase or decrease the split width in the split ring resonator, that will be increase the capacitance and is that will be increase the capacitance and decrease, which turns into the resonance frequency. So I have to increase the cut gap or the split gap, that will automatically decrease the resonance frequency response. So that will be 3 gigahertz, 3 gigahertz, 2 gigahertz. So that will be now the second one is effect of gap distance. If that is a gap between two rings is also increase the resonance frequency because of the mutual capacitance is decreased. If I have to design a two ring split ring resonator. If I have to change the dimensions between, or if I have to increase the dimension between the two rings, that automatically gap will be increased and that your capacitance will be decreased, and that will be also increase the resonance frequency which will be operate. If you have to operate with the ISM band like a 5.8 gigahertz or the 2.4 gigahertz, so according to your dimension, gap, width, that will be also increase or decrease the resonance frequency. The effect of the metal ring width, that increase the metal width with the decrease the mutual inductance and the capacitance. If you have to change the metal width ring, that also affect to your resonance frequency. The next one is effect of the additional capacitance. If you have to add something capacitive effect, that is nothing but L and C game. That will be the, if we have to change the capacitance of the design by the additional capacitance to the outer ring in the parallel, then capacitance increase the resonance frequency and it will be decrease the its resonance response. Now that is some review paper that I have to only put the some snapshots regarding to the different planar structure of the microwave metamaterial filter design. So that is a SRR, that is a split ring resonator, and the complementary split ring resonator, that is a microwave filter designing. So that in figure A and B, that is a coplanar microwave filters that will be loaded with the split ring resonators array. In the second figure, that will be microstrip line loaded with the square split ring resonators with 1 vias. According to that, we have to get the different notches or the different stop band at the different frequencies. In the third figure, we have to see that is a hexagonal shapes rings that we have to put across the microstrip line, and they have to get the 3 different notches or the 3 different band stop at the particular frequency. Why we have to require the band stop filter for the designing for the microwave filter? Because in the ISM band, Wi-Fi and the wireless local area network have 2 numbers of the devices that use this band. So we have to provide the isolations between different devices. We have to put this type of the band stop filter. For the MIMO antenna, we have to also put that type of the band stop filter to provide the isolations. So now the conclusion of my work for this review paper is that the review of this this work in the field of metamaterial based planar microwave filter design from the last decade of the work developed during the last years. In this paper, I have to showing the different type of the design structure of the planar metamaterial microwave filters and its method and its analysis. In this paper, try to review the different type of the resonators like SRR, HSRR, and the HMC and the SSRR. With its unit structure, its effect, its analysis, it depends on the which frequency response, its dimensions. From the literature survey of the different design, conclude that using this periodic array structure of the metastructure that advanced to improve the different electrical parameters like insertion loss, return loss, sharp rejection bandwidth, quality factor, compact size. So also that is a fractional bandwidth, so that the metamaterial filter are the preferred good alternative solution when size and fully planar implementation filter structure are very important in things for the filter designing. So this is my all references, and thank you.
Thank you, Professor Khyati. So as there are no questions, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Mr. Kishore Kumar Das to present the rising relevance of multidisciplinary perspectives in research. Mr. Kishore?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you're audible, sir.
Okay. Just a minute, I'm sharing my screen. Okay, hello.
Yes,
hello.
Sir. Yes.
My screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible. Yes, you may begin, sir.
Okay, fine. So myself is Kishore Kumar Das. I am an academic counselor working with Odisha State Open University. Definitely.
Can you please put on slide mode? You can put it on full screen.
Okay. Is it right? Is it right now? Okay, ma'am. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, it's visible now. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So, yes. So myself is Kishore Kumar Das. I am working as an academic counselor with Odisha State Open University. We know that Odisha is an eastern Indian state situated on the Bay of Bengal. So I am thankful to, at the outset, I am thankful to the ICRTMDR for organizing such a wonderful international conference on recent trends in multidisciplinary research. And I am happy to become a part of this international conference. Right now, I am going to present a paper, The Rising Relevance of Multidisciplinary Perspectives in Research. So let me start with introduction. So what is multidisciplinary research? You know very well that man has traversed a long way in his endeavor to advance in each and every field. And all the achievements man has attained can be attributed to the curious and inquisitive nature of man. With the help of his innovative character and inquisitive tilt, man has discovered many mysteries and secrets of the earth. As a result, today our modern society is full of astonishing advancement and magnificent inventions. Academically, our progress is par excellence, but still we have to go a long way. Apart from scientific developments and invention, the concept of globalization and liberalization have given rise to many problems and challenges. And due course of time, this multidisciplinary research approach has been evolved. Now, what is the objective of my paper? Yes. So my paper highlights the need, the significance, the problem, and the perspectives of multidisciplinary research approach. Now let me explain what is research. As we all know that research in common parlance refers to a search for knowledge. It is a scientific quest for certain information of specific topic. Research refers to the systematized method consisting of a defining problem, collecting the facts, formulating the hypothesis, analyzing them, and reaching at certain conclusion. So even it can be defined as a search for knowledge through objective and systematic method for an original contribution to the existing stock of knowledge involving a combination of several disciplines and methods. Now let me explain what is multidisciplinary research. So actually this multidisciplinary research, as the name indicates, when many disciplines, studies are combined, it becomes a multidisciplinary subject. And this multidisciplinary research is the need of our hour to reach at an exact and accurate conclusion. So, in fact, there is a little literature on the characteristic of research collaboration involving different disciplines. And definitions of terms such as multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, or transdisciplinary are vague and not well differentiated. Then the distinction between these concepts revolve around the degree of collaboration and cross-fertilization between the disciplines. Then we can say that multidisciplinary research can be considered as a subset of research collaboration. And even we can say that it is an investigation or inquiry to a problem for ascertaining the hypothesis combining many academic of methods and all these. Multidisciplinary research is, and it is very much in developing countries to solve the problem. It represents a progressive scholarly method. Multidisciplinary approach means the knowledge of several disciplines are used to give a problem and a supplementary to another in such a way that it is possible to draw clear-cut conclusions. Okay, so now earlier what we are doing, we are focusing on interdisciplinary subjects. That is one or two more subjects. Now time has come that we have to use so many disciplines in our research to get an exact and accurate result. So then what is the importance of multidisciplinary research? Okay, so research at present has become most viable and efficacious way to solve the problem. In this era of fast-moving society, numerous types of social economic problems having relation to other disciplines like politics, anthropology, psychology have arisen which demand comprehensive approach to get the solutions. Okay, so now what happened? Multidisciplinary research has a lot of importance to study all aspects of problem. That's why Lawrence A. Baker has rightly described multidisciplinary research as a potential pot of gold. Therefore, study of any issue necessarily demands recourse of other disciplines. The approach of multidisciplinary research in this connection reveals its importance to find out the aspects. So, in theory, this multidisciplinary research offers an opportunity for the international development research community to become more broadly consistent with the key principles in the development of policy as a whole. Linking development policies to the multidisciplinary research practice also presents an opportunity to minimize the risk of information bias. Next, then what happened? This multidisciplinary research helps setting and exploring new idea of investigates neglected areas, because what was neglected in other interdisciplinary research, what was missing in those interdisciplinary research, we do not miss the same in multidisciplinary research. So many interviewed people said that interacting with people from your own discipline can generally just bring incremental innovation, whereas collaborating with people, as it happens in multidisciplinary research. So collaborating with the people from other disciplines can potentially lead to generation of new ideas and breakthrough technologies. Okay. Now, what happened? Next stage. Now, how over the years this multidisciplinary approach has evolved. So it provides the fresh viewpoints, that is cross-fertilization, exchange of methodology, and it helps enhancing one's disciplines, and thanks to the feedbacks generated. Multidisciplinary research enhances the vision of the researchers on their own discipline. Then, and actually, what happened and how this, let me explain that what are the opportunities in multidisciplinary research. That another opportunity of multidisciplinary project is that it can serve as a bridge between fundamental and applied research. Indeed, fundamental researchers can confront their knowledge to real problems, and applied researchers can benefit from the most advanced knowledge. Okay, therefore, multidisciplinary research offers the opportunity to open new areas of research, tackle complex problems, and cover investment in research by opening the use of knowledge, tools, methodology, and solutions generated in the discipline to other disciplines. Now, what was the result and discussion result of my research topic? Let me discuss. So, as I told you just now, that this research offers the opportunity to open new areas of research and tackle complex problems and cover investment in research. Secondly, it is seen as indispensable approach nowadays to tackle complex problems which cross boundaries of disciplines. It offers the opportunity to open new areas of research, tackle complex problems, and gives the exact result which we are looking for. Now, the next stage, yes. Then what was the methodology I adopted in my research? What I did, that I selected various disciplines like bioinformatics and biotechnology for my research, and examined and analyzed those multidisciplinary subjects thoroughly. And what I did, each of the contributing subjects like biochemistry, molecular biology, genetics, immunology, microbiology, pharmacology, fermentation, agriculture, and computer science and mathematics to some extent were discussed to study the biotechnology. Similarly, the various subdisciplines like biology, computer science, and information technology were analyzed in depth while studying bioinformatics. Yes, now let me discuss something more about the bioinformatics, because it is a multidisciplinary approach. Why it is called a multidisciplinary approach? Let me explain that. So, as I told you, that it is a combination of so many subjects, so many disciplines like biology, medicine, computer science, mathematics, physics. That's why it is called a multidisciplinary subject. Yes. And this map, from you can see in this map that how the multidisciplinary research is the need of the hour. You see, even social studies, every subject, every discipline, the researchers of every discipline can contribute a lot to the multidisciplinary research, right? So then how this research can be useful? Yes. So let me say that research can be fruitful and result oriented only when there is coordination, assistance, and mutual agreement among the various experts convened for the assignment at disposal. Because the nature and attribute of issues prompted for multidisciplinary research for its solution really stresses all these cardinal canons. That's why they are sine qua non for the success. Next, whether is a multidisciplinary skill is the demand of today's corporate world? Yes, absolutely. Because every corporate world, corporate industry now want the personalities with multidisciplinary skill, because a person having multidisciplinary skill, instead of having skill in one or two subjects, can do wonders, and which will be quite useful for the company, because the company can expertise the various skills, the combination of skills of that man. Now, this picture shows that how a woman is wandering for books, searching for books on multidisciplinary knowledge or multidisciplinary subject. Now, what is the new education policy 2020 says on the multidisciplinary education? Okay, so let me touch some silent features of the national new education policy 2020. Actually, after a long gap, this new policy has put in place by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi for the benefit of the researchers, because what the government of India wants, the government of India, why the government of India has recommended or put this new education policy in place, because India wants to become a global hub of research and development by 2030. But unfortunately, the current public expenditure on the education in India has remained around 4.43% of our GDP. And if this new education policy is taken into consideration, then it says that the GDP will be increased up to 6% of the total GDP under this new policy. Now, the expenditure on the research and innovation investment in India has been only 0.69% of the GDP, which in fact needs to be increased to compete with major global players in the fields of education like US, China, and South Korea. Now, and in this new education policy 2020, there is flexibility of choosing the subjects. Earlier, there was bar. Now, a student of arts in post-graduation, at post-graduation level, now he can choose any subject from the science stream. For example, physics, chemistry, something like that, and vice versa, which will be quite helpful for the students to do research on those subjects. Now, what are the findings of my research? Yes, multidisciplinary research helps setting and exploring new ideas or investigates neglected areas. You see, what is more important in multidisciplinary research is that we are giving the more focus to the neglected area, which earlier it was quite neglected. For example, while doing a research in biology, we never thought about the social science. We were used to ignore that social science portion. But if we take the help of the sociologist,
excuse me,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. We are running short of time. Can you please fasten up?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, so with the help of this multidisciplinary research, we can conclude at a logical ending. And coming to the second point, what was the finding of my research? Yes, it offers the opportunity to open new areas of research, and yes, and by opening it also opened the use of knowledge, tools, methodology, and other solutions generated in one discipline to other discipline. And what is finally more important is that this multidisciplinary research allows pooling expertise from different disciplines to solve specific issues. So now, because why I'm giving more focus on this new education policy, because to address the lack of research at most universities and colleges and transparent and competitive peer-reviewed research funding across the disciplines, this new education policy has brought giving significant focus on the multidisciplinary approach to the education. And for this, the government is going to establish model multidisciplinary education research university, so which we call MIRU. Now, what is the conclusion part of my research? Now, after a brainstorming research, what I concluded, that I want to discuss here. Yes, modern research is tending to be more multidisciplinary. This is why the new education policy 2020 focused on the need to promote multidisciplinary research and make India a global hub of research and development. And second is the approach for research is must and essential. This is the need of the hour, that without multidisciplinary approach, no research can be 100% accurate or successful. So multidisciplinary approach or research holds to the success of any research. And thirdly, educational institutions, even the NGOs, various departments and schools of universities are emphasizing multidisciplinary research nowadays for complete and deep study of any problem. So I want to focus before I conclude that yes, now not only this new education policy will lead to the creation of vibrant knowledge hub based on the principles of access, affordability, accountability, equity, and quality, providing an inclusive platform for the citizens of India to learn, contribute, and grow, thereby not only diversifying India's global image, but also making the education system in India at par with some of the best education systems in the world. And with this, I conclude my talk. Thank you. I wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I am again thankful to the IFERP for giving me an opportunity to participate in this international conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Dr. Shaju, sir, is there any questions for Mr. Kishore?
It's actually a nice presentation. So since the time is out, I think we will move on to the next.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So with this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Mr. Pankaj Jain, who will be discussing on the GAN-based deep learning techniques in biomedical analysis. Yes, Mr. Pankaj.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
Whether I have to share my screen or you are having my screen, my presentation?
You can share your screen.
Fine, okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible. You may begin.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pankaj Jain from National Institute of Technology, Raipur. Right now, I'm going to present a presentation on GAN-based deep learning techniques in biomedical analysis. I have just will give you a review on that. Okay. These are my outlines. Motivation. It's GAN, that is generated adversarial networks. Application of GAN in biomedical. Some conclusion, references. Important is that why I have chosen this GAN, that means generative adversarial network, because right now in biomedical, everyone is researchers are having many problems with the data and the data sets, because the data and the data sets are very limited, and therefore I have written one code that what I cannot create, I do not understand. It means there should be one technology that will create its own data, and so that researcher can work on that. Therefore, I have chosen GAN. Start with the GAN. With the initial introduction, everyone is knowing about the machine learning. There is two types of machine right now going with the two types of models, classical models and the right now deep learning models, and each machine learning technique divided into two parts. It's supervised learning and unsupervised learning. But the supervised learning is just only teaching, but that means learning by some teachers or that means you are teaching someone, that means you are teaching one model in the machine and it will get the out. And the second one is the unsupervised learning, which it will learn by its own. Then in the deep learning model, we can see this. In the deep learning model, supervised and unsupervised, and GAN comes under the unsupervised learning. It means it will learn by its own, by its. Okay. Next, in 2014, Ian Goodfellow, we can say it's a godfather of GAN. Ian Goodfellow first described the generative adversarial network, develop a network which is able to construct an image by itself. That means we are creating image by our own, and it will make it given the name as GAN, learn a generative model, adversarial trained and adversarial settings. Networks use deep neural networks. Now, how it work? Basically, generative adversarial network, how it work? Next, we'll show this screen. I will show this basically a diagram. You can say it's divided. Basically, GAN is having two parts. First one is generator, and second one is discriminator. Generator will generate some images by its own, and discriminator will give whether the generated image is real or not. That means it is whether we can work on that image or not. Okay. Now, for that we have to give we have generated one samples from the generator, and discriminator will make a decision from the real world image. That means what real images are there, and the sample and the images which we that the generator is generating. It will just compare whether they are good or not. Okay. Same thing. It will distinguish between real and fake samples, and train them each other. It means we trained. It means we trained the model in such a way to get better generated image, and the output will be better and better. So that this will be a very good accuracy in the real image and the generated images. In the same manner, we can create our own database from this. That what the images or what the samples we are having, and we can generate our own samples according to which is quite near about that images or samples. Next, this is the main GAN formula for minimizing. That means minimizing the generator part, maximizing the discriminator part for a particular model. That means we are trying to maximize its discriminator rewards, and the generator is trying to minimize discriminator. That means generator will give its own output. That means I am giving the best output. I am giving the best output, but discriminator is saying that yes, but my output is better. This is whole about the how GAN is working. Important is that why GAN? That means why we are using generative adversarial network. Only because its generation is very straightforward, and the training does not involve maximum likelihood estimation. Also, the overfitting problem, which maximum deep neural network is having overfitting problem, generator is going to that means it's very good in overfitting problem. It's just neglect the overfitting problem because it is not having any training data, because it is generated data by own, and by using some back propagation errors, it will going to minimize the errors. Okay. Now next we'll go with types of GAN. There are so many types, but I have given only for 5 types. Conditional, that means one is conditional generative adversarial network, in which we are giving some conditions, some specific condition to the GAN, and it will work according to that condition. And second is deep convolutional, that means GAN. The deep convolutional GAN is just a combination of convolutional neural network and its generator and discriminator. Again, one is stack generative adversarial network. Next, info generative adversarial network, and then next is terrestrial generative adversarial network. So many functional generative GAN is also there. So many GANs are there. But right now in my paper and in which I have written my paper, I have used this research about all this GANs. Now, what it is that I have chosen GAN in biomedical, especially biomedical fields analysis. And basically, biomedical field is divided into basically 3 to 4 parts. First one is bioinformatic part. Second one is bioimaging and medical imaging part. The next is body machine interfaces is there, and the health management systems are there. In the graph, you can see that how the application of GAN is growing towards the health management part. Working is right now going on in every parts. Now, starting with in the bioinformatic part, the application of GAN in bioinformatic. What is bioinformatic? Bioinformatic is basically a branch in the area in which knowledge, it will give knowledge about the biomolecules. And researchers, basically researchers in the bioinformatic area use molecular sequencing, gene analysis, and genetic sequencing, and many computational biology is going on in the bioinformatic part. And researchers have utilized generative adversarial network to produce data sample. Basically, as I have told you, for having researchers, and we should have data. For specific in computational researches, we need data and data sets. Everywhere there is availability of data is very difficult. Therefore, GAN is a very good application. We can say it's our model which is used for generating its new data sets by its own, which is quite quite good, efficient. We can see with the diagram how generator will generate some genes, fake genes. Discriminator will make difference between the real genes and this fake genes, and the loss function will make how it work better. That means to make better, give the better output with the discriminator. These are some references that some of the papers that researcher, some of the I have surveyed some bioinformatic researchers on the bioinformatic area. All these researchers mostly work on basically on either on sequencing, and some computational biology is there, especially in gene sequencing, molecular sequencing, and genome encoding, genetic sequencing. Most of the work is going on the genetic sequencing and gene analysis. Next, I will give you the most of the, we can say most of the work researchers are doing work on, especially on biomedical imaging. And what is, we can say that the growing demand, we can say that the growing demand of medical images for researchers has increased the GAN for biomedical imaging. We can say that because most of the researchers are working on either deep learning algorithm, and mostly in CNN, RNN parts for having object detection and segmentation, and so many application part, even though they need data for that, because they all are supervised learning techniques. And supervised learning techniques, that means we need data for them. Every time data will not be there for particular things. Okay, basically GAN used most popularly in medical imaging analysis, such as data augmentation. That means how we can make changes the data, and we make different types of images or some data more. Use multimodality image translation. These are the key elements of biomedical imaging. That means first is image enhancement, image restoration, risk reconstruction, and segmentation. We can see that how GAN is working in the different areas. Mostly, GAN is working on the area of synthesis. We can say that 28%. We can say that 28% is work on synthesis, and the 3% work on segmentation part. Basically, most of the work is going on either segmentation or in synthesizing the image, the data for researchers. Yeah. Now again, these are the surveys of biomedical imaging. So many researchers have used GAN, either dense GAN or GAN, cyclic GAN, and most of and CNN and GAN. They're using all these types of GAN for having either for the segmentation part, or for the enhancement part, or for the, we can say that, data creation part. Now, application of GAN in healthcare management. Right now, what we can say that the leading part of our area is GAN in healthcare management. Okay, increase in particular, we can say that everyone is working on to have the health development and the modernization, and therefore hospital information system and IoT-based health system. Basically, most of the researchers are working on this part, and we can say that particularly in the management part, which needs some electronic medical records. Okay. The use of biomedical studies and researches was mainly supported by the progress in the availability and the value of medical information, because every time we can say that data protection is always there, and the availability of and the value of medical information is always very much needed. In medical data, we can say that diagnosis of disease and the severity of disease are discrete, basically everywhere. We are getting a data which is we are getting a discrete data with we can say which is just unlabeled, either labeled or unlabeled. But most of the data we are getting are unlabeled. And first initial for working on the deep learning parts, we have to label that data and working on that. But for the GAN application, we need not to have that means labeled data. It will work on it will generate, it will either use for generating discrete data on real medical analysis, and even they are solving many problems of unbalanced classifications. These are the surveys on the healthcare management.
Sorry to interrupt. You may fasten your presentation, please.
Please. Let's now comes to the conclusion part. Our study, my study summarized all the current GAN frameworks in the field of biomedical research, and GAN will play an important role in the realistic implementation of biomedical applications, and consider the existing and the emerging issues. Finally, I would like to point out that although there have many promising results reported in the literature, the adaptation of GAN in bioinformatics, medical imaging, and healthcare is still in the infancy. And there is currently no breakthrough application as yet adapted clinically GAN-based method for real-time application. Therefore, even though I am also working on a real-time application, GAN for a real-time application. Therefore, I have used a small review paper on GAN and biomedical analysis. Okay. Thank you. These are my references. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. So do we have any questions for Mr. Pankaj?
Yes, actually, I would like to clarify one thing. So your presentation, I mean, the paperwork was really good on GAN actually. And my question is like in the biomedical field, using the secondary data, it's not advisable before going with GAN. Is that what you're coming to a conclusion?
Sir, please, pardon, sir?
Okay. My question is like in the biomedical field, going with the secondary data, which is available, it is not advisable. Is that what you are concluding?
No, no, sir. But the thing is that the data right now we are having a data. Okay, we have if we have taken data from the practical part. Okay, if we have more data which is similar to that one, that means we have to create that data. GAN is used to create all these data which is equivalent to that realistic data. Therefore, I am telling GAN is generally used for having huge databases. Basically, having huge database, that means our result will be better and better because we are using machine learning. When we are going to make a model machine learning, and data is very much needed for that. But only for the computational part, basically.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, both of you. With this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Ms. Prerna Tiwari, who will be discussing on the strengthening hope in context of Bhagwat Gita during COVID-19 crisis. Ms. Prerna? Hello?
Ma'am, just give me a second. I'll be sharing my PPT.
Sure.
Ma'am, is the PPT visible?
Not yet. Yes, now it's clear.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm presenting this study. The title of the study is Strengthening Hope in Context of Bhagwat Gita During COVID-19 Crisis. Myself, Prerna Tiwari. I am Master's in Psychology and currently I'm pursuing a diploma course in Young Learners Teacher Training Program. I have worked as a visiting faculty for teaching psychology at Dr. BMN College of Home Science, Mumbai. So my abstract for the study is a positive psychological approach in the scenario of the pandemic like COVID-19 is a strong call of the present time. Elevating positivity and motivation among individuals is the need of the hour. In this regard, positive psychology gives a lot of emphasis upon focusing on the brighter side of human behavior and also finding ways to enhance it. Hope is a well-known construct in this context, which is linked with improved physical health and better psychological well-being. Hope can be strengthened by using the teachings of Bhagwat Gita. Coming on to Bhagwat Gita, it is a popular Hindu scripture, which is a source of spiritual knowledge that covers a variety of domains, including yoga, karmic wisdom, nature of the soul, etc. Knowledge and understanding of Bhagwat Gita on regular basis can be used to elevate hope and curb anxiety, stress, hopelessness among individuals of any society. This present paper theoretically highlights the importance of strengthening hope with regard to Bhagwat Gita, specifically in today's condition of COVID-19. It gives a basis for increasing intrinsically motivated experience among individuals that can enhance psychological and physical health. So next I'll be describing about the study. The times of epidemic adversity give rise to not just physical suffering, but various other forms of psychological discomfort. One such adversity that we all faced in the year 2020 is COVID-19 crisis. Now, according to WHO, this the newly discovered virus called coronavirus has caused infectious disease called coronavirus disease or COVID-19 that results in respiratory illnesses among individuals. Now, the fast spread of this disease has created anxiety, grief, hopelessness among many elderly and young adults. In this regard, one of the widely discussed domains of positive psychology that can be used to combat the psychological discomfort is hope. Now, what is hope? Hope is a way of thinking, basically. It is deliberate but entirely learned and not genetically determined. According to Snyder, it is a goal-directed thinking where individual has a perceived capacity in order to find routes towards desired goals and necessary motivations for the usage of those routes. Hope can be strengthened by using the powerful guidelines of the ancient Hindu scripture called Bhagwat Gita, that is a part of the Mahabharata epic. It consists of 18 discourses. This is a narrative dialogue. Basically, Bhagwat Gita is a narrative dialogue framework between Lord Krishna and Pandav Prince Arjuna that unfolds spiritual knowledge, provides solutions to emotional conflicts and struggle faced by the individuals during adverse circumstances. The knowledge delivered by Gita can act as a medium that has immense potential to elevate the hope levels of people and also to give them a sense of psychological empowerment. Precisely in the ongoing scenario of this epidemic, the usefulness of Bhagwat Gita in boosting hope is undoubtedly of great value. It can be integrated into the daily life functioning of individuals in order to create a synergy between work and recreational activities, and most importantly, to overcome anxiety, hopelessness, fear, and panic due to the virus outbreak. Now, pointing out the hope-strengthening guidelines that we get from Bhagwat Gita, especially in context of COVID-19 crisis. Now, the first one is connecting with self and meditation. The second discourse of Bhagwat Gita, namely Sankhya Yoga, along with the fifth discourse, that is the yoga of renunciation of action, draws attention towards the importance of evenness of mind and meditation as a way to connect with the self. Meditation, as we all know, is a very important method of curbing out the anxiety. So Bhagwat Gita asserts on building up connection with oneself, which includes meditation and introspection. In the two discourses of Bhagwat Gita, as mentioned above, the significance is given to the belief that individuals should give personal time to themselves, in which they can meditate, introspect, be mindful, and rejoice within. It also emphasizes to exercise control over one's senses that can result in the experience of peace as well as happiness. Therefore, in the ongoing virus situation, specifically with regard to meditation and connection with the self, the regular study of Bhagwat Gita can simplify the understanding of its profound knowledge. It can also be practically implemented by the individuals, which can further result in elevating their hope levels, reducing emotional discomforts, and creating a peaceful state of mind. A study also shows that individuals practicing meditation exhibit higher hope levels and reduce stress. Now, coming on to the second guideline of Bhagwat Gita, self-controlled action. The second discourse of Bhagwat Gita, the Sankhya Yoga, asserts that individuals practicing self-control in their actions specifically keep their senses under control and are neither influenced from attraction nor behave repulsively, as a result of which they experience peace. Sankhya Yoga explains that self-controlled person is awake. This gives the meaning that such a person is aware and open-minded about each and every circumstance of the existing time. Understanding this guideline of self-control actions in relation to the COVID-19 crisis and implementing it into one's day-to-day activities can help sustain hope levels during this time of virus infection. For example, exercising self-control to stay at home as much as possible, going outside for the essential activities by maintaining social distance, restricting travel from one place to another, controlling the urge to eat food items at the crowded places. Practicing such measures into one's lifestyle can elevate physical and psychological well-being and can also strengthen hope levels among people by lowering the risk of getting infected by the coronavirus. A study also shows that both hope and self-control are related positively, and self-control as a guideline is shown by Bhagwat Gita. Now, coming on to the third guideline, knowledge of self for well-being. In the second discourse of Bhagwat Gita again, that is the Sankhya Yoga, the imperishable nature of eternal self, that is Atman, is explained. It asserts that Atman is a true self of every human being that never dies. Hence, one must not grieve. This belief helps in overcoming the fear of death, realizing it, and also becoming aware of the consciousness of self during meditation and in the moments of silence, give a sense of relaxation, and also helps in reducing fear, specifically during uncertain epidemic times. According to the second discourse of Gita, the understanding of self gives experience of stability of mind, and it can only be achieved by abandoning excessive desires. The unnecessary desired in context of the virus infection include strong urge to socialize in gatherings that can be firmly avoided, overcoming the impulsive compulsions to go out for shopping in the crowded areas, specifically during the festival times, preferring to eat takeaway food items from the restaurants, and avoiding all those wishful activities that increase the risk of getting infected. The knowledge of the self, as described in Bhagwat Gita, helps in uplifting well-being among the individuals. And in this regard, an article of a newspaper also asserts that Gita promotes holistic well-being of the people. It emphasizes that when an individual comprehends the nature of the true self, it can only then that the person is able to overcome the fear of death and of old age, and therefore starts appreciating the true meaning of life. This improved well-being can result in enhancing hope level among individuals, and studies are also showing this. A study shows that improved psychological and physical well-being is experienced by a high hope individual. Another study shows that subjective well-being and hope are strongly related. Coming on to the fourth guideline, that is the Karma Yoga in actions and stress management. The superiority of Karma Yoga is explained in the fifth discourse of Gita, that is the yoga of renunciation of action. Karma Yoga, as the name suggests, is a type of yoga which means to unite or to connect while performing karma, that is action. This connection with the self while engaged in various activities is significant in managing stress. Why? Because it allows the individual to not get lost in the activity itself, but also to get in tune with his own self. That can give him the attainment of peace. Therefore, it can be practiced in day-to-day life functioning. The Karma Yogi, while involved in activities, become a spectator of every scene of his life, that is, without getting emotionally entangled with the consequences of the task performed. Karma Yoga gives the knowledge to surrender oneself completely to the divine energy. Here, surrendering includes their thoughts and feelings related to the actions performed. Surrendering actions is a psychological way of transferring the stress of the expected outcome to the divine power that can result in elevating hope in the minds of the people. Karma Yoga in the fifth discourse has also been described as a way of yoga of meditation, and this yoga turns out to be the destroyer of pain. With regard to yoga of meditation, it has been shown in a study that individuals practicing meditation show higher levels of hope and reduce stress. Another study emphasizes that Karma Yoga can be a useful therapeutic technique for managing stress, reducing apprehension and anxiety. With regard to hope and stress, a negative relationship has been found between perceived stress and hope. It means that low stress is perceived by highly hopeful individuals. Therefore, in the present time of coronavirus epidemic, where stress levels were raised due to the unpredictable spread of the virus infection, is in such a challenging situation, the true understanding of Karma Yoga and its practice in daily life functioning can raise hope among individuals by dropping their stress levels. Now, the fifth guideline is inculcating and enhancing Sattva Guna. The 14th discourse of Gita, that is a yoga of the division of the three gunas, emphasizes upon inculcating and uplifting Sattva Guna among the three gunas, namely Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Gunas are the attributes or qualities of the human behavior that are present in all the individuals. The first guna, that is the Sattva Guna, is a personality attribute that includes various positive characteristics, including purity of thoughts and actions, wisdom, happiness, truthfulness, peace, and virtuous living. The Rajas Guna is a second personality attribute that is manifested by passion, strong attachment, greed, egoism, and restlessness, whereas the Tamas Guna is a third attribute that results due to ignorance, inertness, heedlessness, lethargy, and delusion. The highest of all the three gunas mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita is the Satav Guna. The 14th discourse of Gita asserts that these three gunas exist in all the individuals in different proportions, but efforts should be taken to cast out the Tamas Guna from one's nature and also to control the Rajas Guna by wisely diverting its energy towards righteous actions, whereas Satav Guna should be developed, cultivated, and enhanced within oneself. Inculcating and enhancing Satav Guna can lead to holistic growth of one's personality. It can result in elevating well-being among the individuals. A study also found that a positive correlation between Satav Guna and well-being, whereas a negative correlation between Rajas Guna and Tamas with the well-being. This elevated well-being can result in enhancing hope levels among individuals. With regard to hope and well-being, another study found enhanced psychological and physical well-being experienced by a high hope person. Additional study confirms that subjective well-being and hope are related strongly. Therefore, instilling and enhancing Satav Guna as described in Bhagwat Gita plays an important role in uplifting hope levels among the individuals. Specifically, in context of the virus infection, the increased Satav Guna can boost the positive characteristics that exist within this attribute and can therefore act as a catalyst in elevating hope levels among individuals. For example, increase in the characteristics of happiness, peace, wisdom, and purity that exist under this guna can further help in reducing stress and other emotional discomforts. Thereby, it can strengthen hope levels among the people. At last, I would like to conclude that in this paper, an attempt is made to theoretically highlight the hope strengthening guidelines of Gita during the ongoing phase of coronavirus epidemic. These guidelines, when practically used in daily lives, can help reduce anxiety and stress levels caused due to the virus spread. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prerna, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions?
Yes, actually, Ms. Prerna, the presentation was very good and it is very useful during this pandemic. But my question is, is it possible to implement these guidelines, which is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita for schools? Means now the education system is actually struggling to how to proceed further, and the students also in stress. So, is it feasible to implement these concepts in the schooling system, like from the lower secondary, means even from the kids level to for the higher education level? So, is it feasible to implement it?
Yeah, I think it is feasible to implement if the guidelines of Bhagwat Gita are included in the education system, because there are various types of Gita and the message and the guidelines given in the Gita are the same. And if they, I personally believe that if some section is included as a part of a curriculum, then it can at least give them the understanding that what are the guidelines of Gita and how they help in reducing and curbing out the anxiety and stress level among the people, for which we really need to take out or maybe frame some policies in our education system so that we can bring it as part of a curriculum at the school level in a very simplified manner, not in a very complex manner, in a very simplified manner. And teachers should also be made familiar with it, because if the teacher practices, then only if they are aware about the guidelines, if they practice it, if they are able to understand it in a simplified manner, then only they will be able to maybe share their knowledge to the students. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prerna, once again for the presentations. So with this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Leah Beja-Sunol, who will be discussing on the pre-service teachers' competency, attitude towards the teaching profession, and ICT-based instruction.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So my paper is entitled Pre-Service Teachers Competency, Attitude Towards the Teaching Profession, and ICT-Based Instruction. So let me tell you something about myself first. I am Leia S. Behosano La Forteza. I am a presently faculty member and research coordinator of College of Arts and Social Sciences at Philippine Christian University Dasmariñas campus since August 2018. I am also the present regional secretary for Region 4A of Philippine Association for Teachers and Educators and an honorary member of Philippine Association for Pre-Service and In-Service Teachers. So here is the abstract of my study. The main point of this study is to inquire if the pre-service teachers of the state universities and colleges of Region 12 Philippines are ready in facing the challenges and opportunities brought about their chosen profession, the ongoing ASEAN integration, and the globalization based on the teaching competency standards in Southeast Asia and their attitudes on the teaching profession and ICT-based instruction.
Excuse me, Leah. Sorry to interrupt. Can you please share your screen?
Oh, I'm actually sharing my screen now. It says here you're sharing your screen. Is it not showing? Okay, let me do it again.
Ms. Prerna, if you're online, can you please stop sharing your screen so that Leah can begin her presentation?
Yes, I can still see her screen.
Just a moment.
Yes. Are we waiting for Miss Prerna to unshare her screen?
Stop share. Stop share. Stop share.
There.
Yes, now you may begin.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, so I use both the qualitative and the quantitative descriptive research, which is concerned with the description of data and the characteristics about a population. Okay, so the locale of the study, I made use of the 3 state universities in colleges in Region 12. And they are from Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, Sultan Kudarat State University, and the University of Southern Mindanao. So to gather the data for the teaching competency of pre-service teachers, selected critic teachers who stand as their mentors of the said pre-service teachers from different elementary public schools were involved. Because of the busy schedule of the public school teachers, I applied the incidental sampling technique. So only the critic teachers who are available during the conduction of the study and willing to respond to the questionnaires were involved in the study. So here is the data from the 6 public schools that are included in the study. So I used the pre-service teachers' attitude towards the teaching profession. It is consisted of 24 statements. Each statement had a 5-point Likert rating scale to measure participants' attitudes towards the teaching profession. So the statements express opinions and beliefs about teaching and the teaching profession. The second is the questionnaire, consisted of 24 statements. Each statement had a 5-point Likert rating scale. It is developed by Abu Obaide Azalam, Abrahim Bakar, Ramla Hamza, and Asimiran all Faculty of Educational Studies, University Putra Malaysia in Malaysia. And the third one is the teaching competency of pre-service teachers. This is a questionnaire based on the teaching competency standards in Southeast Asia, CEMEO Inotech. This includes the pedagogical skills of Southeast Asian teachers, learners assessment skills, classroom management skills, and professional development skills. And the last one is the interview questionnaires. This is a researcher-made questionnaire that was administered through one-on-one interview with the critic teachers. So the pre-service teachers have a high positive attitude towards the teaching profession. Although they have high positive attitude towards the teaching profession, that the result also shows that the teaching profession is not their first career choice. Okay. Furthermore, the interviewees of this study mentioned that pre-service teachers are generally committed to what they are doing. They have passion and dedication and accept constructive criticisms. They are willing to learn and to be trained and have the initiative to ask for feedbacks about their task and to better improve their works. Second, pre-service teachers have high positive attitude towards the ICT-based instruction, as the weighted mean of 3.87 revealed. Although they have a high positive attitude and accepts the implications and significance of the use of ICT-based instruction and the technology, and that the use of ICT in the classroom will make their work and discussion easier, as the item number revealed with the highest mean of 4.833, they do not maximize the use of technology. The interviewees also confirmed that if given the chance, the pre-service teachers will use ICT-based instruction. What really hindered them from using ICT in the classroom are the lack of equipments and technical support and the usual rotational brownout in Mindanao at that time. Instead, they usually use what they call the tar papel and other visual aids which are handwritten and drawn. Number 3, overall, the pre-service teacher's competency level is outstanding with the following means of 3.68 for pedagogical skills, 3.67 for learners assessment skills, 3.83 for the classroom management skills, and 3.92 for the professional development skills. This proves a study of Ambag in 2015 in her research study about the assessment of competency level of pre-service teachers. Although her study is based from the local competency standards, specifically the National Competency-Based Teacher Standards or the NCBTS, the indicators are conceptually the same with the standards researcher used in this study. So this confirms that the pre-service teachers are highly competent and can perform their task efficiently and their roles effectively once they become in-service teachers. Number 4, the pre-service teacher's attitude towards teaching profession is significantly related to learners' assessment skills, classroom management skills, and pedagogical skills. This significant relationship implies that when the attitude of pre-service teachers towards teaching profession become high, their skills in learners' assessment, classroom management, and pedagogical skills will likewise become high. The computed correlation coefficient is interpreted low linear significant relationship. Thus, the hypothesis that there is no significant relationship between the pre-service teacher's teaching competency and attitude towards teaching profession is rejected. So number 5, the pre-service teacher's attitude towards ICT-based instruction is not significantly related to learners' assessment skills, classroom management skills, and pedagogical skills, and professional development skills. In conclusion, the pre-service teachers from the 3 state universities and colleges in Region 12 have high positive attitude towards teaching profession. This positive attitude will motivate them to do their roles as future teachers effectively and efficiently. Thus, this will have a positive effect not just for their future students, but future co-teachers. If they like what they are doing, they will perform better. Thus, the positive attitude towards the teaching profession surely will help beat up the challenges for the educational reforms. Also, these future teachers need not look at their profession as a mere job, but as a passion and mission to better serve the humanity, and this will eventually give meaning to their lives. And if the teachers leave their name as professional, a meaningful and fulfilled life will not be far behind. The pre-service teachers from the state universities and colleges in Region 12 have high positive attitude towards ICT-based instruction. If given the chance, the pre-service teachers will use ICT-based instruction in the classroom, especially if funds will be provided to set up the facilities for this ICT-based instruction and to really train teachers in using these technologies and maximize its use. If not, Region 12 will remain in the second stage of the efficient implementation of the ICT in the Philippines. Then, these pre-service teachers will not have the confidence to compete with others who are tech-savvy and well-provided. They will have a little chance in globalization in terms of technology. Third, the pre-service teacher's competency level is outstanding. Thus, they can compete in terms of teaching competency standards in Southeast Asia. If so, they should not worry about the borderless country, the Asian integration, the globalization, and the continuing educational reform in the Philippines. They can cope up with the demands of the educational system and they can perform their duties and responsibilities with confidence and successfully. The pre-service teacher's attitude towards the teaching profession is significantly related to the teaching competency. This significant relationship implies that when the attitude of pre-service teachers towards teaching profession become high, their skills will likewise become high. The more they will like teaching and love their profession, the more they will be competent. And the pre-service teacher's attitude towards ICT-based instruction is not significantly related to the teaching competency. Thus, these variables are two different things and have no relation with each other. So as recommendations, I recommend that both the teacher education institutions and the Department of Education will have annual values orientation for both pre-service and in-service teachers to keep their passion in teaching growing. Another, they should have a regular seminar workshop on ICT-based instruction so that the requirements for efficient implementation of ICT integration in the Philippines, which educational systems and individual institutions typically proceed in their adoption and use of ICT. Another, they should have a regular seminar workshop specifically regarding the pedagogical skills, learners assessment skills, classroom management, and professional development skills of the teachers. This will keep them updated with the new trends and modern teaching strategies, which are research-based for the teachers to be competent. The researcher also recommends that teachers should continue conducting researches regarding this competency so that they can be of help with each other and help the Filipinos in competing with other nationalities in Asia. Furthermore, I recommend that another research will be conducted to better identify the level of teaching competency of the pre-service teachers in terms of ICT-based instruction in the classroom, which will test their knowledge, hands-on skills, and values. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah, for your presentation.
Yes, Ms. Jazila.
Dr. Shaju, do we have any questions for Leah?
Yes, I have one question. So it was actually a wonderful presentation, especially during this situation, because the ICT competency is really very important for all the teachers. So my question is, like, you have mentioned that there are teachers whose first choice of profession is not teaching.
Yes.
Okay. So do you have any suggestions from your end to improve their competency and their involvement in this profession?
Actually, there are there are really many enrollees in teaching, because in the Philippines, one of the priorities of the Philippine government is education, and right now they are giving a big budget for teachers. No? So they are enrolling not because they want teaching. Some are not because they want teaching, but because of the benefits they can get from teaching. Okay, so but before they graduate, they are learning how to they are developing passion for teaching, not just the benefits they can get from it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's actually wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, both of you. With this, we'll move on to our next presenter. So next, I welcome Mr. Sumit Prabhakar, who will be discussing on the development as tool of India's foreign policy in South Asia, critical study of India-Bangladesh.
Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Hello.
Yes, you're audible. You may begin.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I'm going to my paper present on development as a tool of India's foreign policy in South Asia, a critical study of India-Bangladesh relations. This paper argues that India has used development as a tool of foreign policy in South
Excuse
Asia.
me, Mr. Sumit. Can you be a little more audible?
Hello,
Please.
ma'am. Here is some network issue. That's why. Hello.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
No problem. You may continue.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're clear now.
India has used the development as a tool of India's foreign policy in South Asian region to have a better relations with its neighbors for economic interest, national security, and interest, and instant of focusing and bringing to the forefront of security issues it has with its main immediate neighborhoods. This paper will also focus and critically review the Indo-Bangladesh relations through considering development as a tool of foreign policy through Ekenberry's proposition of liberal hegemony. In this study, we will examine and analyze the prevailing institutional mechanism between India-Bangladesh, which India used to settle bilateral conflicts, and it will observe to changing pattern of India's development assistance to Bangladesh. It will further see how Bangladesh has reciprocated and development assistance through the opening lines of communication with India to resolve major foreign policy, security, and economic issues. This study will conclude by observing whether development assistance as foreign policy tool has improved India's influence and reach in Bangladesh. Ever since Bangladesh took shape politically after the short liberation war with Pakistan, with the help of Indian armed force and people supports, the bilateral relation between India and Bangladesh has remained as the sensual wave after the this demise of the Mujir Rahman in 1975. The regime change was visible in Bangladesh foreign policy and approach toward India. The new executives in Bangladesh was pro-Pakistani and their sentiments were against the India's rise in the region. Through India's never claim to the hegemon in the region with the neighbors, the security issues and islands border demarcations, migration, river water sharing remain as the priority issues on Bangladesh foreign policy. Indian government, especially after 1995, increase of securitizing the border, water sharing, and migration issues, focus more on development and investment as a tool of India's foreign policy to have a better bilateral ties with Bangladesh. This paper argued that India has a used development and investment as a foreign policy tool to have a better participation with Bangladesh to resolve the pending issues with Bangladesh. India, India's India's neighborhood policy has resolved around the national security issues and economic development encouraged by the historical, strategic, and culture, and further forwarded by the desire to become a global power. This has remained the primary objective of foreign policy apart from the securitizing national interests. India's position in the region has a strategic advantages and gives a dominant player status in the Indo-Pacific region. India India's relations with Bangladesh and is changing. Uh, excuse me. Is changing countries due to the remain change in the both of the nation. India's development investment to Bangladesh for changing peoples participation in Bangladesh towards India and use this solution to have various pending security and economic issues. South Asia as a region has remained as a conflict zone due to the issues illegal migration, border demarcation, terrorism, and other world conflicts. The main the main reason of the India's troubling relations with the with the neighborhood in South Asia and is same is true of India Bangladesh. I'm audible?
Yes,
Hello.
yes. Yes, you may continue.
Considering the bilateral hegemonic factors discussed, Econberry's proposed three characteristics of liberal hegemony in his book, Liberal Leviathan: the origin, critiques, and transformation of the American world order, which provides features as the first, the leading state sponsor and operates within the system of negotiated rules and institutions. Second, the leading state provide arena of good public goods, and finally, the hegemonic order provide the channels and networks for the reciprocal communications. This paper this paper divided into four sections. The first section deals with India's historical connections with Bangladesh and raise on institutions and major issues of foreign policies. The second section deals with India's development assistance and investment in Bangladesh and pattern of India's bilateral relations with Bangladesh. The third section examines the impact of development assistance and communication channels between India and Bangladesh bilateral relations. The last section analysis argument that India used development assistance as a tool of India's foreign policy to deal and other foreign policy issues with Bangladesh. The historical background and institutions. Bangladesh was established. India played a very crucial role in Bangladesh formation. India's have given Bangladesh recognition to Bangladesh on 6 December 1971. Bilateral relations changed after the assassination of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman in 1975. The first phase of India-Bangladesh relations. India-Bangladesh relations first phase was the military rule divide or in indirect form continue till 1990s, resulting the authoritarian rule with the spike in nationalism and identity. The second phase, India-Bangladesh relation can divide into the year 1976 to 1995. The rise of India and economically and military further added to the woes of Bangladesh. India-Bangladesh relation and India's revoke its foreign policy initiative towards Bangladesh to improve the bilateral relation. The third phase, India-Bangladesh relations can be divided into 1996 to 2011. Sheikh Hasina Wajid Sheikh was in power in Bangladesh in early 1996, and this time a new coalition government of the United Front come into power in India. The second phase, India-Bangladesh relations can be divided. The major foreign policy issues between India and Bangladesh, like river water sharing, border demarcations, terrorism, a free trade agreement, and economic issues. These issues discussed in this paper and approaches towards Bangladesh. India utilizing to avenue through the institutions resolutions of the talk different levels, coordination in security and defense opening new channels of the communication and transports. SARC and BIMSTEC. I'm going to direct my analysis part. India-Bangladesh relationship can be divided into three timelines for better understanding. The first phase of coordinated India-Bangladesh relation was 1971 to 1975 was the time of the Sheikh Mujibur Rahman and Indira Gandhi tenure. It is considered as a period of the friendship and the cooperation of bilateral relations between the two nations. The period of began with the February 1972 visit Prime Minister Sheikh Mujibur Rahman and Indira Gandhi's March Sadbhavana Yatra. The both nations signed the 25 years friendship and cooperation treaty on 18 March 1972. The decide upon the four important decision. The first, the two countries will not interfere in each other's domestic affairs by means. Second, they will respect each other's boundaries. Third, do not resort to any other countries during the unfavorable time of the two countries. And fourth, vows to oppose colonialism, imperialism, apartheid, and strengthen security for world peace. Again, again 1970, the Treaty of Bilateral Economic Cooperation between the two countries was signed. Hello, I'm audible? Hello?
Yes, you're audible. You
Signed
have
with,
another 5 minutes to conclude.
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sign with each with each other in Dhaka, Bangladesh. It was related to aid and credit economic sector. The agreement considered mainly the three parts. One part was about the free trade within 1660 kilometer, the border of the two countries. This trade included only everyday things which were beneficial for both countries. Both countries considering and keeping in mind the poverty of people living across the border, allowing the citizens to both countries to visit the border once a day after the paying for 100 rupees per day. And in the second part of the part, there was a system of trade and exchange of good between the two countries. The third part was related to foreign currency. In this part, there was a system which both countries could demand and any basis of paying the currency. Currently, the relationship between the two countries has improved due to positive cooperation and coordination at all the levels. Some of the major issues which have the improved follow. As the result of binary meeting held in India during 2002, the Border Security Forces and Bangladesh Rifles jointly launched a campaign against terrorism. The Kolkata and Dhaka already started bus service. Although India did not agree to operate the rail service to Jamuna Bridge, Bangladesh sailed. Perhaps the move will achieve, achieve success soon. In 2007, also India Bangladesh agreed to discuss free trade agreement. Such positively cooperation politics have provided helpful in increase the awareness both countries and have the better present participation in the people towards in each nation. The conclusion of my paper: the Bangladesh emergence in South Asia region come with opportunities and challenges for India. Through the both of nations share common history and legacy. Then also after the initial years of the formation of bilateral relations between both nations remained continuous and was fully conflict and at all levels. Later, India side tracked the security and migration and focused more on development assistance and investment in Bangladesh to improve the economic cooperation. India coupled this change in foreign policy with institutional support, trans, trans, transparent and effective mechanism to improve the overall trust deficit between the nations. This help India is a combating issues of illegal migration. It, it found solution to pending river water dispute and increase the trade and services between the both countries. India focused more on direct and indirect investment to Bangladesh through government and institutions. It helps India to overcoming the trust between the nations and through the increase the trade and commerce activities uh, the people to people and business to business contact increase in improve the public opinion towards India in Bangladesh. Thus, it can be said that this aspect increase the investment and support as a tool of India's foreign policy immediately help India to improve the make strong bilateral relations with Bangladesh. This is my reference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Sumedh. I hope there aren't any questions.
It's fine, actually. We can proceed to the next presentation.
Shall we proceed, sir? Okay, then. Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. L. Bapita, who will be discussing the important skills to make reading purpose-oriented. Ms. Bapita, can you hear us? Okay, we'll move on to our next presenter. Ms. Babita, are you online?
Yeah, ma'am, but the connection is very poor. Can I present it tomorrow?
Okay, fine, no problem. We will move on to our next presenter then. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Manjari Sharma, who will be discussing on the Indian stock market efficiency, which is a case study of weak form of efficiency. Ms. Manjari Sharma.
I think there is a message from Dr. Shanmugha Priya saying that she is ready to go with the presentation.
Okay. We'll call on to the next presenter. If the particular person is online, we can move on. Our next presenter is Carlos Samuel. Mr. Carlos. I request all the participants to be online as per the agenda so that we can move on quickly and save time. So as Dr. D. Shanmugha Priya is ready with her presentation, we will move on to Dr. D. Shanmugha Priya. Her presentation is based on air quality monitoring in heavy water plant. Dr. Priya?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready, ma'am.
Yes,
2
you
seconds.
may present.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. 2 seconds.
Dr. Priya, will it take more time?
Yes, ma'am. Shall I now, ma'am?
Yeah, can you please share your screen and you may begin the presentation?
Okay.
I request all the other participants to kindly mute your audio so that there won't be any kind of interruption.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yes, it's visible. You may begin.
In heavy water plant Thoothukudi. The air pollution is of predominantly local origin. Air quality monitoring will normally provide the internal support and facilitate the assessments of the air quality in a concerned area. The term ambient air refers to that portion of the atmosphere that is the breathing zone where the inhabitants of the Earth's surface can live or survive. Thoothukudi is a vast polluted city and many industries and factories are situated around the city. Hence, an attempt was made to study the analysis of particulate matter and gaseous pollutants in 4 alternate days in the region of heavy water plant Thoothukudi. Materials and methods. In the polluted air, we know that particulate matter consists of some primary pollutants that will react with each other or with some basic components present in the atmosphere to form a new toxic, that is heavily toxic substances which is capable of producing secondary pollutants. Gravimetric method was followed to detect particulate matter. Gaseous pollutants such as SOx, NOx, that is sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide, oxides of nitrogen, ammonia, and ozone were detected using standard procedures. NOx was evaluated by modified Jacob and Weischer method. SOx was determined by the modified West and Greek method. Nestler's and the indophenol method was followed to estimate ammonia present in the polluted air. This is a results tabulated. Here we can notice that from day 1 to day 5, the values are taken. The standard values are also given. Everything that is particulate matter, with the permissible limit of 2.5 and 10, and oxides of nitrogen, oxides of sulfur, and ammonia and ozone. Everything seems to be present in the limit. So the Clean Air Act requires EPA to set national air quality as per our national air quality standards for particulate matter and 5 other pollutants which are considered as harmful to the humans, both human and animals. The laws required EPA to periodically review the standards to ensure that they produce adequate health and environmental protection, and to update those particulate standards as necessary. From the results, we know that the levels of particulate matter and gaseous pollutants such as SOx, NOx, ammonia, and ozone, where everything is present in the permissible levels as suggested by National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So finally, it may be concluded that the quality of air is good in the surroundings of heavy water plant Thoothukudi. As future work, I would like to determine heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, mercury, as in the work is going on by IAS present in the air. These are the instruments used for the air quality, particulate matter, SOx, NOx, etc. It is available in the heavy water plant. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Priya, for that quick presentation.
Thank you.
So do we have any questions?
It's fine. Actually, the presentation was very quick. Anyway, just one suggestions I would like to give Dr. Priya. The question, this suggestion is like in future, you just mentioned that you're going to study about some other contents which is in the air. So I will also suggest to identify a possible way of controlling it, either from your end. I can also suggest certain things for that as well. That will be my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Priya, once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
We'll move on to our previous presenters. I hope they are available now. Next, I would like to welcome Manjri Sharma. Okay, I guess Ms. Manjri is not yet available. And after Manjri, our next presenter is Carlos Samuel. Mr. Carlos. Okay. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Mayank, who will be discussing on the dynamic load analysis of side underrun protection device for heavy commercial vehicles with weight optimization using FEA. Next, I would like to welcome Sharon Shodin, who will be discussing on the incorporation of environmental criteria in the tendering process of Bhutan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Thank you
Sharon.
very
How are you
much.
doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to present my research. Thank you very much. May I begin now?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible. I can see your screen.
Well, thank you very much once again. I'm Sring Chodan, as introduced. I'm from Bhutan, and my co-author is Dr. Kulapa Sorantana, the Faculty of Logistics and Digital Supply Chain Management under Naresuan University in Thailand. The topic of my study is incorporation of environmental criteria in the tendering process, moving towards green public procurement in our country. So these are the outline of my presentation. Firstly, I'll begin with my biography, abstract, followed by goals and objectives, material and methods, and conclusion of my presentation. Currently, I'm working as a Deputy Procurement Officer under Ministry of Works and Human Settlement. Can you hold on, please? Yes, currently I'm working as a Deputy Chief Procurement Officer under Ministry of Works and Human Settlement. I have been working as a focal person for electronic government procurement system. Basically, I'm looking after the procurement of goods. Prior to my current designation, I have worked as a research officer under... Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, we have very, slow net here in Bhutan today. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem. You may continue. I request the other participants to kindly mute so that the presentation...
Exactly. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Yes. Sorry for the interruption. You may begin.
Thank you. Prior to my designation as Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, I have worked as a research officer under Government Procurement Property Management Division under Ministry of Finance, whereby I was mandated to conduct research in procurement of the government and to explore ways to introduce more efficient method and where necessary standardize goods and services. And some of the key contribution to the organization when I was a research officer up there, I have conducted nationwide study on central procurement of goods, and I have been appointed as a project management manager in developing the asset inventory management system for the government. Towards my qualification in progression, I have completed the Chartered Institute of Procurement Supply Chain Level 4, that is SIPS Level 4, in 2017. From been implementing the best practices of international, especially in terms of procurement of goods. I may not read this abstract because I'll let the audience know more about when I present my goals and objectives. To begin with the goals and objectives, the goal of this study is to establish standard criteria for sustainable public procurement, mainly to drive the government agency towards sustainability. The standard could be incorporated in the tender documents. Thus, the environmental dimension of sustainability is considered for the larger interest of the country. The study is expected to improve the implementation of green public procurement in Bhutan. The procuring agency will be able to understand and recognize the list of environmental criteria in procurement of goods that can be included in different stages of tendering process. Procurement of environmentally friendlier product will benefit the government in longer run. Bhutan can therefore ultimately contribute towards vibrant, robust, and sustainable economy. Now, my first objective is to assist the implementation of GPP, that is Green Public Procurement, by the government agency in the tendering process. So that is my first objective. The second objective is to identify and prioritize the environmental criteria for procurement of goods, mainly for office supply. That includes paper, IT equipment, that considers the computer, paper, photocopier, and toner cartridges. That will be done basically through comprehensive literature review. The study has been focused on procurement of goods in specific. As we know that under this category, consumable items are procured. Therefore, the expenditure on consumable goods are recurrent in nature. As such, it appears to be more susceptible to burden on government coffer both financially and environmentally. Of late, upon study of the budget allocation and expenditure incurred on the procurement goods for the fiscal year 2012 to 13, what I have observed is that new term 272.89 million was allocated to 62 government budgeted agency, basically for procurement of office supply, including printing and publication. Of the total budget mentioned above, new term 5.3 million found to have spent in procurement of paper and cartridges only by the 10 government budgeted agency. Likewise, of the total allocated budget of new term 89.811 for computer, including peripherals, new term 33.52 million was found to have spent in procurement of computer, printer, and photocopier. With this note, the study has been focused on procurement of goods. My third objective is to recommend prioritized list of environmental criteria for procurement of identified goods, as I mentioned before, especially by mentioning in the tender documents. So that will be basically done, as I mentioned before, with extensive literature review. The study will support towards identifying and prioritizing the environmental criteria so that the government agency can implement by mentioning the needs in the tender document. Why GPP is, the study needs to be conducted for, this study has been focused on GPP. The reason behind is like the government of Bhutan spends around 21% of gross domestic product, which accounted for about 60 to 70% of annual budget in the on the public procurement of goods, works, and services. Furthermore, all goods like vehicle, office equipment, air conditioner, office supplies, amongst other goods, are imported primarily from the rest of the countries, since we don't have a manufacturing industry in our country. Sustainability is a major concern by seeing the underperforming in terms of responsible procurement. The review report on public procurement by Good Governance Committee observed that despite the positive development, the government faced challenges in curbing inferior quality of works, goods, and services, burdening the exchequers on repair and maintenance in later stage. There were studies being conducted, and they have analyzed the legal document of our country. And then they have the study asserted that our procurement rules and regulation of Bhutan needs to be supplemented by environmental criteria in procurement goods, works, and services. Further, they have even found out that the support from the strategic management level seems utmost important to seek value for money and improve the GPP criteria. So these are some of the methods and materials that I have used. Each method corresponds to each objective of the study. For the first objective, the descriptive research design has been adopted to assess the extent of implementation of GPP in the tendering process, especially in procurement of goods. So I have already identified the number of procurement officer concerned. The main respondent concern will be the public procurement officer concern. So I have used the random sampling method. The sample size of my study is basically I have used the formula, Yamina formula. So the sample size of my study is 61 public procurement officers concerned, working under the different government agencies in Bhutan. The survey instrument that I have adopted is the closed-ended questionnaire. So this has already been validated by the experts concerned. I have even completed the conduction of a pilot study, especially to avoid ambiguities in understanding the questionnaires. And if there are some additional recommendations and feedback to be incorporated, so I have basically worked on this pilot study. And the medium of data sharing, or how am I going to share my data? The medium that I've used is the Google survey form. So this data, it is almost done now. So the data collected will be processed and analyzed by using the SPSS software. Basically, I'm going to use the single variant analysis. If needed be, bivariant and multivariant analysis will also be carried forward. I have even identified the dependent and independent variables accordingly. So my main outcome of this activity will be to identify the extent of implementation of GPP by the public procurement officer concerned, working under different ministries, autonomous bodies, the municipality offices, districts, and all. My second objective for this, in order to identify and prioritize the environmental criteria for most commonly used or commonly procured goods, as I mentioned before. So the main and sub criteria of the the main and sub criteria will be identified based on comprehensive literature review. That has already been done. So the main and sub criteria which will focus more on the product features and quality, corporate and management level environmental performance, recycling and packaging, and the production process. So these are the four main categories or four main criteria that I have compiled based on the comprehensive literature review. And each criterion will be associated with the sub-criteria. Since I don't have much time, I don't think I can be able to present the details of each criteria under each main criterions. So this has already been validated by the experts concerned. So I have the final list of the MC and SC. So this will be now furthermore, taken forward to conduct the pairwise comparison. In order to do that, I'm going to adopt the mathematical model, that is analytic hierarchy process model, whereby the experts concerned, they're going to make a pair comparison in order to prioritize the list that has been already been shared with them. So why are we going to have the pairwise comparison? The reason behind is to obtain numerical and comparable input data by using common scale. So for this study, I have used the fundamental scale of SATI, ranging from parameter 1 to 9. So basically the experts concerned, they're going to rate each of, give weightage to each of the MC and subsequent sub-criteria. So after having normalized the weight, then I'm going to calculate the consistency rate. If it is within the range, that is 0.1, then it will be consistent. The study conducted has been consistent, or the normalization weight is consistent. So the output of my study will be to prioritize the list of environmental criteria. So this will be proposed to the central agency, that is Government Procurement Property Management Division under Ministry of Finance, for incorporation in tender documents. So in my conclusion note, the study, as I mentioned before, has been focused on procurement category of goods, as we know that it's the consumable items, which is recurrent in, the expenditure is recurrent in nature. In an attempt to significantly curtail government's spending due to mounting budget deficit, the government went under austerity measures lately. Under such measure, expenditure on consumable are identified as one of the potential area where we can control on wastages and optimize usage of scarce resources without compromising the mandate of the agency. Therefore, in view of the above, the study intends to rationalize government procurement of goods through adoption of standardized environmental criteria besides financial aspects. So furthermore, the public procurement officers can have better understanding in regard to the implementation of green public procurement in Bhutan. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Charing, for your presentation. So I hope there is no questions. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Thank you once again. So next, I would like to welcome Dr. Manjri Sharma, who will be discussing on the Indian stock market efficiency. Dr. Manjri, are you able to join us now? Dr. Manjri, are you able to hear me? Dr. Manchri is again unable to join us because of the network issue. We will move on to our next presenter. Mr. Carlos Samuel Ramos Miza, who will be discussing on the healing effect of extract from Morinda citrifolia in periodontal incisions. Carlos? Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, I will share my screen. 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, I think you can see my screen.
Yes, it'll be great if you can be a little more louder. Your audio is quite weak.
Sorry?
Can you be a little more audible?
I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and well, is this study, well, is good morning here. I am in Peru, now it's almost 6 in the morning. And this was an experimental study. And the abstract is periodontal treatment involved gingival mucosa cut and bleedings. So this study aimed to investigate the potential of hydroalcoholic extract in the generative processive periodontal incisions at 70% of different concentration, 1%, 5%, and 10% of Morinda citrifolia is a Peruvian noni. It's a kind of fruit. And their quadrupant accelerating effect in the healing of oral issues in Holtzman strain males albino rats. Yeah. Before the experimental tests, previous study were conducted as the pharmacognosis study, percentage of moisture, solubility test, qualitative cytochemical study to continue with the pharmacological study, and then to properly the experimental test. And we experimented, we give this dose to the sample. Our sample was for 4 groups, one the control group where we're giving psychological serum, and the 3 experimental groups where we're giving the 70% of Morinda citrifolia at 1%, 5%, and 10%. Okay, this is the complete flow chart of my study. Okay, like we can see is the healing effect of hydroalcoholic extract from Morinda citrifolia, as well known, is a Peruvian noni in periodontal incision. Pharmacognosis study will divide in collection, selection, and drying. The percentage of moisture is grinding, sieving, maceration, and extraction. Then we continue to the solubility test and qualitative phytochemical analysis. And finally, the experimental test where we did pharmacological study determining the percentage of healing, and to finish to check the image of in the histopathological study. Okay. And pharmacognosis study. What is the pharmacognosis study? We start with the collection, selection, and the drying. For several centuries, the different cultures of the world had used herbals and natural products as a part of their traditional medicine, and it's not been until nowadays that different scientific and medical scientific had centered or pay attention or their concentration in this area. For example, and this component, the plant kingdom medical values, likes to be an active cytochemical elements which cause psychological effect in both in humans and in the data collection in this study was conducted as a quasi-experimental test for 4 clusters of 5 samples of each group of Holman strain male albino rats. This study is similar to experimental research because one or more specific variables are intended to be manipulated with the differences that there are no complete control over all variables, for example. Okay, well, we start with we hypothesize and the coadjuvant accelerating effect in the healing of oral tissues. We hypothesize that 70% of hydroalcoholic extracts of Morinda citrifolia noni fruit accelerate the healing effect of different concentration in periodontal incision, inducing in Holman's breed albino rats. Okay, the collection area, like we can see, this is the fruit, was in the model market of the provincia of Calca, Department of Cusco, Peru. For the selection, the material collected was carefully chosen, taking into different, for example, places, and the fruit were entirely free of dust, particulars, stems, insect, or fungi. Once we collected the fruit, until the moment of drying, we start to drying in the natural process. The next step was the percentage of moisture. For example, like we can see here, after the previous step, we continued drying. This allowed the sample of the maceration process to have the most critical contact with the solvent. The sample was seaweed on the 3 mm by 3, like we can see in the picture. And mesh after grinding. Finally, the plant will be placed ready to the next step in the dark jar, duly labeled with the saying of the plant and the seaweed date. The simple maceration method was chosen, which using an amber bottle with a type caps, because we try to don't introduce much light in these bottles, just to keep the effect of the maceration in alcohol of 70%. Like we can see here is the percentage of extraction to the driest extract was between the final weight of the dry extract by the initial weight of the ground to check the percentile. And we take 3 samples. In this case, we start with 10 grams each sample, and the last like percentage, for example, was 4.223, 3.8. 0 and 4.4, for example, and the mean of the 3 sample was 41.61%. Talking about the solubility test, like we can see here, and is the first picture. This first picture is the extract of the 70% of hydroalcoholic extract of the fruit of Morinda citrifolia, well known as Peruvian noni, and what we do in this case, like we can see, and we see for example, we start the solubility test, and the first image is the ethyl ether, and the second image was the exam, then the 3 image was the ethyl acetato, the 4 was the acetona, the 5 was ethanol at 70% of alcohol, this 6 was the ethanol at 96% of alcohol, and the 7 was methanol, then was this distillate water, and finally was physiological serum. After this process, we continue with the qualitative phytochemical analysis. No, the results of this phytochemical analysis is appear in this image. Like we can see, for example, in this test, to extract obtained was subjected to qualitative cytochemical tests to identify the groups of primary and secondary metabolites. For this, coloration, for example, and precipitation tests were used to identify the metabolites in this extract. The qualitative phytochemical analysis was carried out following the methodologies and evaluation criteria proposed. In this case, for example, we can see the first image was the monosaccharides. The first is tube, and the test was the resorcinol. then glucosaccharic, then was phenolic compounds, the fourth was flavonoids, the fifth was the tannin test, the fourth was another tannin test, but the first was with lead acetate, and the sixth was with the ferric chloride. The seventh was the coumarin test, and the eighth was with sesquiterpene, lactone test, and the ninth was this saponin test with foam, and the 10 was 3 steps, but with another procedure was Lieberman, and the 11 was steroid test, and the 12 was the last one was alkaloid test to check just for example, the different concentration and the colorants. Okay, for the experimental final test, for example, we start just like we continue with the protocol of the 20 ml Holtzman rat with an average of 250 grams, where we try to adaptate our sample in 2-3 days. The rat were kept at a room temperature of 25-30 degrees Celsius in a group of 5 per cage, fed with a balanced diet, water in living, and controlled the environment condition. The biological material was distributed randomly in, for example, in 4 groups, like I told you. Is the first group we giving the physiological serum, and the other 3 experimental groups was we use Moringa citrifolia and 1%. The second group, the second group of 5 rats was with 5% Moringa citrifolia, and the last one was with 10% Moringa citrifolia. In this experimental test, we did a cut of 10 millimeters, for example. And what we did in this case, for example, was to check the incision were obtained daily for 7 days, for example, like we can see in the chart. Just to try to measure the percentage of healing. First, we need to know the size, and then we obtain the percentage of the healing, for example. In this case, we can see in the last, for example, we obtained 0 millimeter just in the 7 days. Is the reason why our experimental test is work with 7 days. Next. Okay, we use the normality test, for example, for the statistical part test. We use the Kolmogorov Isminov to check the normality test was used since this test compares the empirical cumulative distribution function of the sample data with the expected distribution since the data turning off to be normal. For example, in this case, why we use this test, the Kolmogorov, because we obtain more than 120 like observation. Even if we have just 20 samples, we measure more than 120 observations. What is the most important in this table is we can see after the daily fourth with the results of the percentage of healing, we obtain a significant result. And in this case, we obtain 0.001, 0.000, and 0.000. And that means that it was significant result for the test. Then for the homogeneity of variance and to demonstrate it, the value of the healing, the percentages in rats are distributed in a non-normal way, and their variants are homogeneous. And each experiment group, the ANOVA test is not applied in this case. For example, instead we use the Kruskal-Wallis and test to evaluate the percentages of the healing in rats for these experimental groups. Again, the most important here, like we can see, was the meaning. For example, of 0.025. That means that is significant after the 6th day. That used to be significant to try to get robust results to our study. Okay, finally, just to check the histopathological study in the laboratory, we can see, for example, the GAN samples of the experimental group were extracted again, yeah, for our sample with a minor surgery once the healing process was completely to remove the strands of blood, for example, any segregation, secretions, and foreign material. The sample obtained were washed with like a 0.9 physiological serum, just to clean all the samples, the new samples, and then we get to we send this to the laboratory to check it by histopathological study. In this, what really important in this picture is like we can see the control group is like different cells who check that we have a little inflammation. This the really dark purple mean that we have is a lot. Is white cells that mean it exists inflammation. But what happened in this part is the experiment 2. Even if we obtain in both cases with experimental 3 to 5% and experimental 2 with 5%, experiment 3 with 10%, we check that in the second group with the experiment group 2, we obtain that this group doesn't have so much inflammation, and that was really important for the experiment because is the Moringa citrifolia at 5% was working and healing, accelerate the healing effect. Okay. And like conclusion, the research conducted with 70% of either alcoholic extract of Moringa citrifolia in their different percentage of 1 of 5 and 10% of Moringa citrifolia. The first conclusion is like the Moringa citrifolia health in men wholesome rats, showing that the therapeutic efficacy at doses of 5%, even if the 10% was good as well, but is the histopathological study shows that there exists more inflammation. In this case, both continue being good, but we prefer is the experiment group 2. Yeah. Moisture content, Moringa citrifolia, when we use Peruvian noni, and its gel percentage of the species was 41.61%. The solubility test and the full qualitative phytochemical analysis of the 70% of hydroalcoholic extract of Moringa citrifolia fruit were carried out, showing that the first segment was polar, for example, to check like which material were best using in this case, according to the complete qualitative phytochemical, the primary and second metabolite detected were present in abundant quantitative of monosaccharides, glycosaccharides, tannins, saponins, and alkaloids, and a small amount of flavonoids, comanoids, secretoterpene, lactones, and phenolic compounds. The efficacy of the 70% of hydroalcoholic extract of Moringa citrifolia, it should be noted that the 10% dosage was successfully, like I told you before, at closely the incision, because both incisions were closely, but with an inflammatory reaction due to an inappropriate dose or low toxicity. Maybe the toxicity was which make the difference in this case, like in the histopathological study shows. The gum incision was tested macroscopically during the treatment at 7 days of treatment with the 70% of hydroalcoholic extract of Moringa citrifolia noni fruit, and the following parameters were observed, indicated that the complete closure of the gum incision is reached with the 6 days of treatment. In total were 7 days. The gums were microscopically tested on the 7th day of treatment. Lesions, this cut caused by the incision have been histopathological tested, indicating that the hydroalcoholic extract of 70% of Moringa citrifolia fruit has a healing effect of the gums of the doses of 5%. And the reference, thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos, for the presentation. Any questions for Carlos?
Actually, no questions. I think it was a wonderful presentation, and I believe that any disease which is available, which is coming up, the solution is with the nature. So I wish you all the very best for your future studies, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both of you. So next we'll move on to our next presenter. Next I welcome Mr. Mayank Ladda, who will be discussing on the dynamic load analysis of side underrun protection device for heavy commercial vehicles with weight optimization using FEA.
Yeah. Can you close down the current PPT, please?
Mr. Carlos, can you please stop sharing the screen? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I hope it is visible to you.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, very good afternoon to all of you. I am Mayank Ladda, and I am a PhD research scholar in mechanical engineering. I am pursuing my PhD from Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur, India, under the guidance of Dr. Neeraj Kumar. And the topic of my presentation is dynamic load analysis of side underrun protection device. It is in short form, it is called SUPD or some LUPD, lateral underrun protection device, for heavy commercial vehicles with weight optimization using FEA. So these are the contents which I am going to discuss today. Introduction, literature review, methodology, observations, result and conclusion, and references. Now come to the introduction. As we all know that the accidents, vehicle accidents, are very common in any of the country, and especially in the country like India. So lots of people, lose their lives or died in these accidents. So it is very common that a passenger vehicle just might got underwrite with a heavy commercial vehicle, either from the rear or from the front or from the lateral side of a heavy commercial vehicle. So my main focus in among these three is mainly on the lateral side. That means side of the commercial vehicle. So lots of people, die because of the side impact of a light passenger vehicle to the heavy commercial vehicle, and they lose their life in that particular accidents or in that particular fatality. So SUPD is a device, side underrun protection device is a device which is generally mounted on the lateral side of a commercial vehicle, heavy commercial vehicle. You can easily see in any of the heavy commercial vehicle nowadays. It's very common. Now the thing is that in this situation, the physical setup or experimental setup is not feasible to make and to go for the test and get some results, because once I have created, suppose I have created a design, and then I would go for the manufacturing and I would go for the testing, and if it does not pass according to the government norms, then again I would remodify my design, and again I go for the manufacturing and then for the testing. So in this way, the things would be very costly, and it would be time consuming. So in order to minimize these things, the FEA, finite element analysis, which I have used to carry over my study, is used. So FEA is the best tool to get the prompt results as like in the practical situation or in the physical situation. So currently the government norms are valid only for the bicyclists and pedestrians. So I have followed the same module. Now, as far as concerned about the literature review, so number of people have been done research in this particular area, SUPD, side underrun protection device. But I found limited number of research who are genuinely find the prompt results or optimized results in terms of money or in terms of material or in terms of costing. Performed worked on the SUPD. but hardly I have not found that any of them have worked on the weight optimization part. So that's the one of the biggest objective of my research work. Along with the optimization, I have worked on the weight optimization part also, which is not done previously. This is the research gap which I have found in my research work, that the currently the government standards or norms which are available, they are available only for the static loading. But as you know, the accidents are the dynamic event. So static loading is not enough. So we have to move forward for the dynamic loading also. So in my research work, I have done my research on the dynamic loading along with the static loading as well. This is the methodology that I have adopted. So in order to get the main objective, my main objectives are, there are two main objectives for me. First one is to create the optimum design, and second one is to reduce the weight. These are the two objectives which I have to achieve. So in order to get the main objectives, my complete research work is divided into these steps: development of simplified truck cargo body structure, then second is the search the design criteria of SUPD as per the government norms, up to the modify the design which can absorb the energy of impact and provide great safety to the bicyclist. So these all methodology I can show in you a simple chart form. This is the simple chart which shows my complete methodology. Like first one is the LUPD standard. LUPD means SUPD standard, as I said earlier, lateral underrun protection device or side underrun protection device. The standards are same. So SUPD, we have first of all, we have suggested from the government side. Then second thing, LUPD simulation as per the test, as I have used the software for my research work is FEA. So I can easily design and simulate my model in that particular software. So LUPD simulation as per test, what are the test passing criteria suggested from the government, I would implement it through the use of software FEA. Now LUPD simulation test results, whatever results are coming, are they according to the government norms or not? If they are passed, then I would go for the dynamic testing. So here I have written bicycle accident simulation, because static loading is not sufficient, we have to go for the dynamic loading as well. So I have created the FE model, simulation based model of bicycle also for my research work. So if it would be passed, then I would go for the bicycle accident simulation, and if it would be passed, from there would be my final optimized design, and if it would be fail, then I would go for the modify the SUPD design as per the government regulations. So this is the complete methodology which I am following for my research work. Now let's try to understand the what are the technical requirements suggested from the government for the site underrun protection device. Here you can see a side underrun protection device is mounted over the lateral side of this truck or heavy commercial vehicle, and these are the technical requirements which are suggested from the government side, that like A should not be more than 300 mm, B should not be more than 1500 mm, and H should not be more than 550 mm, 550 mm. So A, B, H, sorry, are mentioned over here in this particular figure. Now this is the main thing, the test passing criteria as far as suggested from or described from the government side, that you have to apply a load of 1 kilonewton, as you can see in this picture. This is my SUPD, and you have to apply for, this is my SUPD, and you have to apply a load of 1 kilonewton with a circular rim having a diameter of 220 plus minus 10 mm. 220 plus minus 10 mm. So the deflection of this particular guard should not be more than 150 mm. So that's the main criteria which is suggested from the government. If you are applying a load of 1 kilonewton on any of the external surface of this particular side underrun protection device, then it should not deflect more than 150 mm. If it's fine, then go for the design. Otherwise, you have to modify the design. So in order to create the FE model and of SUPD, I have by following the government norms, I have created the CAD and FE model of that particular SUPD, having a length of 2950 and 750 mm. This is as per the regulations which is given by the government. So accordingly, I have created a CAD model by using the AutoCAD. So I have made it. Then I have created the surface. Like previous was the line model of made by the CAD AutoCAD. Now I have created the surface over here. And next is I have created the mesh. Mesh means I have divided the whole surface into small elements in order to for the in-depth analysis of my research work. So I have created the mesh by using the hypermesh tool. These are some properties which I have inserted, because although the material is the main consideration in case of any accidents, so it mainly depends on the material properties. So I have given the input for the same. The material is usually made up of steel for SUPD. So I have used over here steel, specifically I have used Fe410 steel, grade of steel. There are lots of grade of steel, so I have used Fe410 steel. So I have given the properties over here. The thickness initially I have taken is 15 mm, and the weight of the SUPD comes out automatically is 31 kg. So this is the complete loads and boundary condition as per the standards. I have to apply a load of 1 kilonewton at this periphery, outer periphery, and these 2 points are fixed over there, which is generally mounted on the lateral side of heavy commercial vehicles. Now, these are my observations which I have taken. First of all, I have taken the different iterations by taking the different thicknesses. So here, totally, I have taken the 8 observations for 8 different thicknesses, starting from the 15 mm thickness to the 8 mm thickness. So correspondingly, weight of the LUPD or SUPD device is mentioned over here. For 15, it is 31 kg, 14 it is 29 kg, and up to I come to the 8, it is found to be 16.5 kg. Obviously, if the thickness of the material or SUPD would be decreases, then there would be decrease in the weight also. So accordingly, I have mentioned it in the tabular form with respect to the thickness. Now, I have applied the FE analysis for the first iteration, which was for the 15 mm thickness, and the weight was 31 kg over here. So I found that the maximum displacement is found to be 29 mm. So which is generally as far as less than suggested by the government norms, that is 150 mm. So it is passed at the 15 mm thickness. So I have tried for the next iteration. So next iteration was applied for the 10 mm thickness. So 10 mm thickness, again it was passing, but the displacement was slightly increased as compared to the previous one, because the thickness is decreased, so the deflection would be more. So the displacement found to be 34 mm, but still it is as per the government standard, which should be less than the 150 mm. So number of iterations for different iterations which I have shown in the tabular form, I have applied for that. So I am going further for the final iterations. Yeah, you can see in the last iteration, when I used a thickness of 8 mm, then it was failed over here, because the maximum displacement by applying the FE analysis is found to be 182 mm, and it is not as per the government criteria, because the government says it should be less than, the deflection should be less than the 150 mm, and we found it 182 mm. So finally, we are considering the iteration number 7 as final for our further studies, because it was found to be 128 mm, which was less than the 150 mm. So iteration 7, I have made a little summary in the form of bar chart over here. So we found that the iteration 7 was up to the iteration 7 we was passing the government test criteria.
So iteration 7 would be used to perform the bicycle impact. Here itself, till now, we have used the static loading over here. As I said, the accidents are the dynamic events, so we have to apply the dynamic load accordingly. So I have created a 3D model of bicycle. This is the CAD model of bicycle. I have taken the weight of 16 kg of bicycle. The normal weight of the bicycle is found to be 16 to 20 kg. So 16 kg I have taken, and the 100 kg would be the rider's weight. So overall weight of the overall weight which is going to impact with the SUPD is going to be 116 kg in the simulation test. So we have seen that up to the 9 mm thickness for the static loading, we are passing the government test passing criteria. So now we are applying for the dynamic loading. So I have created accordingly the simulation impact by using the bicycle impact. So here I have used a simple plate member of 9 mm thickness. So you can see the weight of the weight of it is found to be 18.5 kg, which was mentioned earlier in the table also. So we have created the simulation, and you can see the if I apply a load of 116 kg having the 9 mm thickness and weight of 18.5 kg, then it gets underwrite in the dynamic event, but it was passing in the static loading. But dynamic loading, it going to fail. So we have to further iterate. We have to make the further iteration for the same. So a simple plate member I have used over here of 9 mm thickness. So I have seen that over here the deflection of the SUPD is found to be 573. It's written over here, like here, 5.73 E into 10 to the power 2. That means it is equal to the 573 mm. So which is much higher as the expected one, which should be less than the 150 mm. So it is not passing over the government testing passing criteria, because the government says it should be less than 150, and here we are getting the 573 mm. So it is not acceptable. So we are going for the further iteration. I'm sorry, it is not sliding. Okay. Now the next iteration which I have taken is 9 mm tubular. Firstly, in the previous case, I have taken the simple plate member of 9 mm. Here, I have taken a tubular 9 mm plate. I have made it a little bit different as compared to the previous one. Okay, so here we found that the weight of the by making it tubular, we found that the weight of the SUPD device found to be 91 kg, which is very much on the higher side as compared to the previous one. So it is not acceptable, because the main objective of my is also to reduce the weight. So here we are getting the more weight over here. Here I have done the simulation with the bicycle impact with the SUPD and found the result. So in the result, we found that it is showing 7.31. That means it is in the acceptable range, which is suggested from the government. That means it is less than the 150 mm, and here we are getting the 7.13. Sorry, 7.31. So it is in the acceptable range, but still the weight is our main concern now. So we have to reduce the weight also. So next iteration is done for the weight reduction. So by making different iterations from the 9 mm, and finally I got the best optimum design with best possible weight reduction in 2 mm tubular. I have not added the in between slides from 9 mm, 8 mm, 7 mm. Otherwise, the presentation would become so lengthy. So in order to avoid that, I am directly using the final value, final thickness, for which I have worked for. So I have used 2 mm tubular thickness for the bicycle impact. Here you can see for the 2 mm bicycle impact, the weight of this particular SUPD comes out to be 18 kg. Because the thickness is reduced from 9 mm to the 2 mm, there we found the weight was 91 kg. So dramatically it was reduced from 91 kg to the 18 kg, because the thickness is reduced as well. So again, I go for the simulation test with the bicycle and found the result of 71.08 mm, which is acceptable. That means it is less than the 150 mm. So here we got our final result that at the thickness of 2 mm, tubular thickness of 2 mm, using the same material still, and weight 18 kg, we got the best and optimum design of SUPD. And in the same way, we have reduced our fuel economy and other expenses also by doing this. These are my references which I have used. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayank, for your presentation.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Mayank?
So no questions. Actually, it was a wonderful presentation, and I wish him to do more studies on that. And don't limit with your difficulties, as you have mentioned in the beginning. There are so many difficulties you are faced due to the unavailability and the pandemic situation which is brought us. I wish you all the very best, and please continue the studies with furthermore opportunities, which can be very good for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, both of you. So we'll be moving on to our last presenter of the day. Our next presentation is by Kiran Chaurasia, who will be discussing on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and India-China aggression on Indian renewable energy grid.
Hello. Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, I have sent my video.
Yes, yes, we'll be playing your video.
Yes, I have very poor connection. It gets cut.
Oh, no problem.
They also redacted the wind projections down to 11% to 3.1 gigawatt for the year 2020 as depicted in the following figure. Recently, the Indian power sector has two power exchanges, the Indian Energy Exchange IEX and the second is Power Exchange India Limited PXIL. The IEX trade volume of solar RECS in April 2020 slipped to 59% compared to March 2020. The trade volume on PXIL dropped by 48%. Thus, the total trade volume fell to 57% compared to March 2020, as shown in the figure. The data sets, when compared to the April 2019 trading sessions, there was a 75% reported drop compared to April 2020. September 2020, the IEX reported a decline of 9% in its consolidated net profit for the year 2020 to 2021. Even as the unlock measures were being introduced, industries and offices were returning to work. The two nuclear-armed armies have been engaged across its 3,440 km shared border area with protruding territorial allegations. On multiple occasions, this conflict resulted in physical scuffle, but with no bullet fired in the last 40 years. On 15-16 June 2020, this scenario changed. The military tension escalated near Ladakh that claimed the lives of 20 Indian soldiers and 43 Chinese soldiers. Anti-China sentiments has been on rise ever since. This prompted the government to take certain steps, which was reflected in change in FDI policy. Now the countries sharing Indian borders will need mandatory government approval for investing in any sector. In August 2020, the Prime Minister of India appealed to citizens towards vocal for local and stretched his government's outline for Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. The government announced a stimulus package of 29.8 lakh crores to the Atmanirbhar Bharat 3.0. The IRDA drew a collective resolutions to prefer Indian developers in their projects and to charge low interest rates to make in India manufactured goods such as solar modules, solar cells and inverters, and not to import any equipment's material goods that have the capacity of domestic production within the country. In September 2020, the Union Minister Piyush Goyal informed Parliament that there was a 27.63% decrease in India's import for China during the period of April 2020 to August 2020. As the clashes between the India and China grew, India banned 118 mobile apps. The question is India in a position to boycott Chinese investments, products or services? Because if we study, the China investments are deep-seated at around 6.2 billion invested in Indian economy. The data suggests that China exports to India accounts for nearly 2 to 4% of its total exports, which it can afford to export from other countries. Substituting India would potentially not hurt China's economy. On the other hand, for India, it is a challenge. So on our observations, we can conclude that the pandemic can be catalyst for much needed Indian power market reforms, particularly for the DISCOMs. Electric tariff reforms can be a strong driver for attracting renewable energy integration. They can boost industrial outlay, support small and medium-sized companies, manufacturing units under the Make in India initiative. The point is the most important, since the China has been engaged with many countries in trade war. India can be the answer of the +1 strategy. The only thing that needs to work is the Make in India Atmanirbhar Abhiyan vocal to local campaign that can transform India into a global manufacturing hub, facilitating investments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. With this, we come to an end of day one of our event. So thank you to all our keynote speakers, our session chairs, organizing committee members, and our participants who have joined us today at day one of ICRTMDR. So tomorrow we'll be moving on to day two. I request everyone to join the same way. We'll be beginning at 9 a.m. Maldives time. So see you all tomorrow. Have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you, sir.